Chapter 1813. Chi Mo was shocked when he saw the woman in white. Of course, he wasn't shocked by Yun Luofeng's appearance. Instead, he was terrified. Similar. Too similar. This woman looked too similar to Yun Yuqing. If she wasn't 20 years younger, he would have suspected that Yun Yuqing had returned. Chi Mo. After Chi Su threw Chi Ling to Yun Luofeng, he slowly raised his head. His cold gaze was like a sharp blade that cut Chi Mo's bones. Back then, I made an agreement with you. If I could make the Chi family's medicinal hall a household name in Maplewood Town within a year, you would release Xiao Ling. Are you going back on your word now? At that moment, Chi Su's eyes were filled with killing intent. He wanted to rush over and kill Chi Mo. However, he also knew that he couldn't be impulsive. It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. When he was strong enough, he would definitely make these people die a horrible death. Chi Mo was shocked by Chi Su's gaze. His face was pale, and it was difficult for him to breathe. Qi Zheng seemed to have sensed Chi Mo's discomfort. He frowned and quietly helped him resolve the pressure. His cold gaze landed on Chi Su's face like a knife. Chi Su, this isn't Mo's fault. It was my idea. Chi Su sneered. He no longer had any expectations for the Chi family after knowing their true colors. He wasn't surprised at all when he heard Qi Zheng's words. The ancient said that even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. I really don't know why you forced us to die. His eyes were filled with anger, and his fists were clenched tightly. Forced you? Qi Zheng frowned. When did I force you? If Qi Ling hadn't been so careless, would so many things have happened? If she hadn't seduced the old master of the Qian family, would he have asked for her? What he meant was that the old man from the Qian family only liked Qi Ling because she was careless. If she had been reserved, how could he have wanted to marry her? So, it was the woman's fault that a man fancied a woman? Instead, it was the innocent who stole it? Qi Zheng, you seem to have forgotten that Qi Ling is only 5 years old. A 5-year-old girl seducing an old man? Was that even possible? Perhaps because he was too angry, Qi Su didn't even address the other party as father. Instead, he called him by his name. As expected, the way he addressed him made Qi Zheng's entire body tremble in anger. His handsome face was not angry, but it was imposing. How dare you? You unfilial son, how dare you be so unfilial? I gave you the Qi family's medicine hall in Maplewood Town out of affection for my father. I didn't expect you to repay me like this. Qi Zheng's expression was cold. Since that's the case, I'll take back this medicine hall now. Return everything in the medicine hall to me. Not only the formula for the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid, but also the money you earned from selling the medicinal liquid last time. Qi Zheng finally stated his intentions and held his chest high. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with what he had done. So what if Yun Yuqing had left the recipe for Qi Su? After all, the Qi family's medicine hall belonged to the Qi family. Hence, there was nothing wrong with him demanding to take back all the items in the medicine hall. Don't even mention the formula, we don't even have a single cent. Qi Su snorted and looked at Qi Zheng coldly. His gaze seemed to be looking at a stranger. Unfilial son, you really are an unfilial son. Qi Zheng angrily pointed at Qi Su. I order you in the name of your father to hand over everything. These are all for your older brother. As the eldest son of the Qi family, your older brother should inherit everything. You're the second son and I don't need anything from you. What right do you have to fight with your older brother? Chapter 1814. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of clapping could be heard. Then, the man's mocking laughter could be heard. It was filled with contempt. This is the first time I've seen someone so biased. Your second son worked so hard for this achievement. Why should you give it away? Who do you think you are? How dare you meddle in the Qi family's business? Qi Zheng glared at Qi Lauer, who was walking over slowly, and asked through gritted teeth. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Just as he finished speaking, a few dark guards descended from the sky, pulled out their ice-cold swords, and placed them on his neck. Qi Zheng's face turned green. However, he did not dare to speak carelessly in front of someone else's sword. It's you again. Qi Mo recognized the man immediately. What's your relationship with Qi Su? Why are you helping him so many times? Qi Lauer sneered. I need to buy the spirit-gathering liquid from him. Of course, I have to help him. Qi Zheng heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. If you want the spirit-gathering liquid, then it's easy. Get your men to let me go now. I'll give you the liquid after I get the formula. Qi Su was stunned when he heard that. He looked at Qi Lauer anxiously. He was afraid that Qi Lauer would agree to Qi Zheng's request. If that happened, his and Yun Luofeng's plan would be in vain. In comparison, Yun Luofeng remained calm and composed. Her hand gently stroked Qi Ling's back and her black eyes were calm without a ripple of emotion. Qi Ling hid in Yun Luofeng's embrace. She peeked out and looked at Qi Zheng and his son timidly. That's not a bad idea. After Qi Zheng's anticipation and Qi Su's nervousness, Qi Lauer suddenly smiled and said, but, he paused and his lips curled into a smile. Rather than working with the shameless Qi family, I'd rather choose Qi Su. At least I'm more assured of his character. Qi Zheng's expression changed instantly. He looked at Qi Lauer, who was so close to him, and his eyes shone with anger. Qi Su has no power or influence. My Qi clan has a lot of assets. If you give up on the Qi clan and choose to cooperate with Qi Su, you will definitely regret it. I don't know if I'll regret it or not, second brother Qi smiled, revealing his snow-white teeth, making him look cold. But I know that you'll definitely regret it. Get lost. Bang! Second brother Qi suddenly kicked Qi Zheng's chest, sending him flying in an instant. He straightened his sleeves, retracted his leg, and coldly said, in the future, if you step into Maplewood Town, I will find someone to break your leg. Qi Zheng was frightened by the strength of Qi Lauer's kick. He crawled up awkwardly and ran to the back. Qi Mo was also stunned. This time, he chased after Qi Zheng without waiting for second brother Qi to chase him away. Second young master Qi. Second brother Qi turned to face Qi Su and smiled. You said before that this is your family's matter and you don't want anyone to interfere. So, I didn't do anything to them. I only helped you chase them away. I believe that when you become stronger, they will regret it. Qi Su's talent was the best in the Qi clan. Otherwise, Yun Yueqing would not have taken him in as a disciple. However, he was still too young and he still had a long way to go. As long as he was given time, the entire Qi clan would definitely be destroyed in his hands. That was why second brother Qi said that Qi Zheng would definitely regret it. Chapter 1815. Little Ling, Qi Su walked to Qi Mo's side, his eyes filled with heartache. Do you blame me for not settling the score with the Qi family? Qi Ling shook her head. Her little face was filled with determination. I know that you want to hide your strength and bide your time. When you're strong enough, you'll make sure that the Qi family never makes a comeback. My temporary grievances will only become your revenge in the future. She was born in a place like the Qi family. With Yun Yueqing's instructions, how could Qi Ling be an ignorant little girl? It didn't matter that Qi Su didn't deal with the Qi family. After all, they weren't strong enough yet. Once he was strong enough, it would be the end of the Qi family. Little Ling, Master conquered the Qi family, so I will take back everything that belongs to us. Qi Su lowered his eyes, his gaze filled with malice. Master helped the Qi family increase their strength so that the Qi family could become his shield and protect him for the rest of his life. As for the mountain range that Master had seized, he had given it to him. But who knew that after Master disappeared, those people would use their strength to force him to hand over the mountain range and threaten him with little Ling. For his sister's safety, he could only give up his assets. Chi Su, Yun Luofeng muttered to herself for a moment, then suddenly said, "Since this medicine hall belongs to the Qi family, you should return it to them." In an instant, the people who had ignored Yun Luofeng turned to look at her. Uncle Zhao frowned, his tone clearly unfriendly. "Miss, the Qi family's medicine hall has been managed by second young master for a long time. Why should it be given to those people? I know you're second young master's friend, but isn't it too much for you to decide for him?" In comparison, second brother Qi seemed to have thought of something as well. He looked at Yun Luofeng with a hint of admiration. No wonder Chi Su had taken a liking to this woman. She had extraordinary abilities, and her considerations were more thorough than anyone else's. It was obvious that when second brother Qi saw that Chi Su had brought Yun Luofeng with him, he naturally thought that the two of them had a special relationship. He didn't think that she was the one who had concocted the spirit-gathering potion. This medicine hall belongs to the Qi family. Does the title deed also belong to the Qi family? Yun Luofeng ignored Uncle Zhao's words and continued to stare at Chi Su. Chi Su suddenly understood something and nodded. "Indeed, the second prince has chased away the Qi family members on my behalf today. However, the Qi family medicine hall now belongs to the Qi family. Naturally, I can no longer work for the Qi family medicine hall." Chi Su smiled. "Uncle Zhao, Miss Yun is a good friend of mine. Her suggestion is not bad. If you want to follow me, let's open another medicine hall. What do you think?" In any case, within this month, the Qi family's medicine hall's medicinal herbs were basically sold out. He had a lot of money in his hands and had the capital to leave the Qi family. Only then did Uncle Zhao react. A look of shame flashed across his aged face. "So this is Miss Yun's plan. This old servant has misunderstood Miss Yun. Indeed, the Qi family's medicinal hall belongs to the Qi family. No matter how great our achievements are, the Qi family will still be able to take it back. If that's the case, we might as well start another business." At this point, Uncle Zhao paused and continued, "Young master, this old servant is willing to follow young master. I will never return to the Qi family to serve that idiot." "All right." A smile appeared on Chi Su's face. "Uncle Zhao, why don't we go to the Imperial City and open another medicinal hall? I want the Qi family to be unable to survive in the Imperial City." Chapter 18:16. He was now working with the second prince of the country of Tianqi. Coupled with the spirit-gathering liquid and the puppets, he believed that the Qi family would be destroyed by him in no time. "Big brother." Qi Ling's heart tightened as she instinctively held Chi Su's hand and bit her lips. "Are we going back to the Imperial City?" That place could be said to be Qi Ling's nightmare. Now that she heard the two words Imperial City, her entire body trembled uncontrollably as her little face turned pale. "Xiao Ling, we had left in a sorry state back then. This time, we have returned with strength." Chi Su comforted Qi Ling's young heart. "Besides, don't you want to see mother?" Qi Ling's body stiffened and she lowered her head. After a long while, she raised her eyes. "I don't want mother, I want Aunt Yun." Chi Su smiled bitterly in exasperation. A year ago, when he and Qi Ling had been chased away, their biological mother had been powerless and could only watch as they left. But could she be blamed for this? In the past, because of Master's existence, even their mother had a high status in the Qi family. Qi Zheng had respected her very much. However, after Master had disappeared for a year, those people had concluded that Master had died and their mother's status was even lower than a servant girl's. Unfortunately, her talent was not good enough and Master could not help her raise her power. So, this matter really could not be blamed on her. "Big brother, I don't want to be a good-for-nothing anymore." Qi Ling raised her head, her large eyes shining brightly. "I want to cultivate. I will persevere no matter how painful it is." If I have the power, I can go to Nemesis Forest to find Aunt Yun. She must still be alive. Xiaoling, your body won't be able to take it. Chi Su's heart trembled. He lowered his eyes to look at the girl in front of him, a trace of helplessness in his eyes. Big brother, I want to try again. In Chi Ling's little heart, she had always firmly believed that as long as she could cultivate, Yun Yuqing would definitely return to their side. Yun Luofeng stood next to the pair of siblings. His pitch-black eyes were deep as if he was thinking about something. Big brother, Ling, is not afraid of pain or death. I just want Aunt Yun to return to my side. If Qi Ling was given another chance, she would not let Yun Yuqing take the risk. He would rather be a good-for-nothing for the rest of his life than to let her step into such a dangerous situation. But back then, Qi Ling was ignorant and didn't know what Yun Yuqing had done. It wasn't until later on that she gradually understood why this motherly woman had disappeared. If she wants to try, then let her try. Just as Chi Su was about to refuse, a voice suddenly sounded, startling him slightly. Very quickly, Chi Su regained his senses and shook his head with a bitter smile. Miss Yun, Xiao Ling's physique is a little special. It's extremely painful when she cultivates. If she forcefully cultivates, she will definitely die from blood loss. With that, his gaze landed on Qi Ling, and his eyes were filled with gentleness. When Linger had just turned 2, Master had wanted to teach her how to cultivate. At the same time, she had also discovered that there was something strange about her body. Hence, she had headed to Nemesis Forest in search of a spiritual herb called the 9-star spiritual fruit. This spiritual herb could help Xiao Ling forcefully cultivate. Who knew that she would never return? Yun Luofeng gently narrowed her eyes. She had discovered that aside from Qi Ling's special physique, her memory seemed to be extraordinary as well. Logically speaking, it was very easy to forget memories before the age of 2. However, she remembered them clearly and had a deep impression of Yun Yuqing. Chapter 1817. If you can trust me, give Qi Ling to me. I will help her. Yun Luofeng thought for a moment before raising his head and speaking. Forget about the 9 stars spirit fruit, even an ordinary 9 stars fruit was difficult to buy. She had to go to Nemesis Forest. Hence, he could only use other methods to help Qi Ling. Qi Su was stunned. He frowned and fell into deep thought. It was not that he did not trust Yun Luofeng, but it was impossible for Qi Ling to cultivate. Hence, after a moment of silence, he turned to look at Qi Ling. Xiao Ling should make her own choice. I can't make this decision on her behalf. Ever since the Qi family had retreated pathetically, the surrounding crowd had mostly dispersed. Aside from Qi Su's men, only second brother Qi's men remained. I want to follow Sister Yun. Qi Ling made this decision without hesitation. Even though Qi Su had already known about her decision, he was still shocked. Xiao Ling, have you really made up your mind? Qi Ling nodded. Her eyes turned red. I want to find Aunt Yun. I don't want to be sold off by father again. Since you've made up your mind, you must persevere on this path. Qi Su took a deep breath and patted Qi Ling's shoulder. No matter what, big brother will support you. Yun Luofeng raised his hand and pulled Qi Ling to his side. Only then did he raise his eyes to look at Qi Su. A faint smile appeared on his devilish face. I'm going to take her with me for a month. During this month, you should prepare for the trip to the imperial city. Also, Yun Luofeng's words had been normal at first. However, in the end, the voice no longer traveled through his ears but directly exploded in his mind. A spiritual transmission. What shocked Qi Su even more was the content of the spiritual transmission. It was the formula for the spirit-gathering liquid. She had actually given the formula for the spirit-gathering liquid to him? And she was even asking him to brew the liquid? I'll leave my space ring in your care for the time being. I hope you won't disappoint me. Yun Luofeng took off the space ring and placed it in front of Qi Su. Qi Su scanned it with his spiritual power and was even more shocked. These are the spiritual herbs for brewing the spirit-gathering liquid? Where did she get so many spiritual herbs from? More than the entire Qi family. However, Qi Su also knew what to ask and what not to ask, especially when there were so many people present. Therefore, he swallowed the question that was on the tip of his tongue. In his heart, he secretly decided that in this life, he would never betray Yun Luofeng, nor would he betray her trust. In reality, Yun Luofeng dared to give him the formula and spirit medicine, and it was not a reckless act. Firstly, this pair of siblings had once sworn an oath to the heavenly Tao. Secondly, Qi Ling was by her side. In this world, Qi Ling was undoubtedly Qi Su's most important family member. If he dared to give his sister to her, why wouldn't she dare to take out the formula? What's more, Qi Su was working for her. She firmly believed that if she doubted someone, she wouldn't use him; if she used him, she wouldn't doubt him. Since she had chosen him, she would not doubt it. Qi Ling, let's go. Yun Luofeng held Qi Ling's hand and turned to look at Qi Su. After a month, I will bring Qi Ling back to find you. Mountain range. It was extremely dangerous. In this mountain range full of brambles, the woman in white held a sword in her left hand and cut away the brambles that blocked the way. Her right hand was holding the hand of a little girl who looked like she was carved out of jade. Chapter 18:18. This is the depths of Ling Chuan Mountain. There shouldn't be anyone here to disturb us. Qi Ling, are you ready? The white-robed woman stopped in her tracks and looked at the little Lolita beside her as she asked. The little Loli gently bit her lips, her big bright eyes filled with determination. I'm ready. Yun Luofeng smiled devilishly. I don't have a spirit fruit to help you, so it might be a little painful. If you can endure it, then you won't be useless anymore. Actually, from the moment he saw little Loli, Yun Luofeng knew what method to use to help her. However, the process was very painful. How could she endure it at such a young age? That was why Yun Luofeng had never mentioned helping her. It was only a few days ago outside the Qi family medicine hall when she said those words that Yun Luofeng decided to help her. Sister, Ling, is not afraid. Qi Ling's eyes shone brightly like the sun, filled with the light of hope. Then sit down and try to cultivate. You should know the method of cultivation. No matter how painful it is, you must endure it. I won't let you die. Yun Luofeng lowered his eyes to look at Qi Ling and said firmly. Okay. Qi Ling sat down cross-legged and recalled the cultivation method that Yun Wuqing had taught her. In that instant, spirit energy gathered in front of her and gradually formed a thick fog. The fog passed through Qi Ling's pores and tried to enter her body. At that moment, a sharp pain made Qi Ling's body tremble and her little face turned pale. At the same time, a hand was placed on her back. A warm energy passed through that hand and entered her body, alleviating her pain. However, Qi Ling's cultivation method was different from when Yun Xiao dug out her heart and extracted her blood. The spirit energy in the divine grimoire could make Yun Xiao feel no pain when he dug out her heart and extracted her blood, but it could not completely block Qi Ling's pain nerves. That was why every time a strand of spirit energy entered her body would twitch. She would bite her lip and not make a sound. Qi Ling, if you can't endure it, don't worry. I'll help you cultivate when I find a spirit fruit. Yun Luofeng's voice came from behind, but it did not shake Qi Ling's little heart. Because of the intense pain, she could only force out 4 words, I need to find Aunt Yun. She could not give up. Seeing her like this, Yun Luofeng didn't say anything else. She calmly transferred her spirit energy to Qi Ling. This spiritual aura couldn't relieve her pain, but it could save her life. As long as Qi Ling could successfully let the spiritual qi pass through her meridians, she wouldn't have to suffer so much pain in the future. This first step was extremely important. More and more spiritual energy gathered in her body. The spiritual energy wanted to forcefully break through her meridians. Due to the gathering of spiritual energy, Qi Ling's body began to tremble. In any case, Qi Ling was only a 5-year-old child. She could control herself and not make a sound, but she couldn't control her tears. Soon, her face was covered in tears. If it wasn't for the belief in her heart supporting her, she would have given up long ago. Time ticked by. The sky turned from dawn to dusk. Qi Ling was in so much pain that she almost fainted, but because of the spiritual power that Yun Luofeng transferred to her, her mind became abnormally clear again. Finally, just as Qi Ling was about to collapse, an explosion sounded out and her body fell backwards. Chapter 18-19. Just as she was about to fall to the ground, a pair of hands caught her from behind. Sister Yun. Have I succeeded? The corners of Qi Ling's lips curled into a pitiful smile. Her pale little face was drained of blood and her breathing was very weak, as if it could disappear at any time. Yun Luofeng hurriedly took out a spiritual herb from the space and fed it to her. Once the spiritual herb entered her body, she gradually calmed down. Yes, you've succeeded. From now on, you're no longer a good-for-nothing. Qi Ling was not happy in the face of Yun Luofeng's words. She lowered her head and said dejectedly, if I had grown up back then, I would never have let Aunt Yun take such risks. That way, she wouldn't have left me and my brother. Sister, did you know? Aunt Yun is the person who treats me the best apart from my brother. She's even better than my mother. A year ago, when my brother and I were chased out of the Qi family, my mother was there watching. Qi Ling's head was still lowered. I know that she wasn't powerful enough to resist father, but why didn't she dare to say a word? Even if she had said a word, at least, I wouldn't have felt so bad. She did not hate her mother, nor did she blame her. She was only sad that her mother was too timid to say a word and could only watch as they left the Qi family. Even Aunt Yun, who was not related by blood, was willing to risk her life for her. Why was her mother so timid? Wasn't there a saying that goes, a weak woman makes a strong mother? If I have a child in the future, I will never let my mother be bullied. Luckily, I'm not a good-for-nothing in real life. In the future, I can protect my brother. I still have to go to Nemesis Forest to find Aunt Yun. When she said the last sentence, Qi Ling's eyes shone brightly as if she had become a completely different person. Actually, even Yun Luofeng did not know that even though she and Qi Ling had only known each other for a short period of time, she had a very good impression of her. This kind of good impression was innate and even she did not understand why she felt this way. Qi Ling, I've just transferred a lot of spiritual energy into your body. This spiritual energy is very pure and it's still in your body. Now, absorb it and it will help you increase your power. Hearing this, Qi Ling immediately crawled out of Yun Luofeng's arms obediently and sat down cross-legged to absorb the spiritual energy in her body. Originally, Yun Luofeng thought that it would only take a month to come out. Who knew that Qi Ling had already spent 3 months cultivating? During these 3 months, Yun Luofeng did not stop cultivating either. She would occasionally find spiritual beasts to fight. As a result, her cultivation had more or less stabilized, and she had also gained a firm foothold in the divine spirit realm. Of course, Yun Luofeng's greatest gain was that a month ago, she had unintentionally entered a cave and noticed that quite a few people had died in that cave. Moreover, due to some unknown reason, the aura of death left behind by those people had not dissipated. Instead, it had gathered in the cave. Therefore, Yun Luofeng released the skeleton core. After absorbing the aura of death, the strength of the skeleton core soared to the high-level Holy Spirit level, only a step away from becoming a god. Although the skeleton core was only a high-level Holy Spirit, Yun Luofeng believed that they would not lose to a divine spirit. Now, with the improvement of the skeleton core, Yun Luofeng's power had increased by quite a bit. The gold-seeking mice had been desperately eating elixirs in the past few months and all of them had reached the Holy Spirit realm. Milk Tea and the Rat Queen were on the verge of breaking through and were only a step away from becoming a god. Unfortunately, Fire and TT had not found a way to increase their strength. As for little Mo, there was no need to worry. His strength was born from the divine grimoire space. Chapter 1820. With the expansion of the divine grimoire space, little Mo's strength would increase. The little tree had recently begun to cultivate diligently. Originally, he was the strongest among everyone. Now, even Milk Tea and the rest were about to surpass him. How could he not be anxious? Fortunately, he had reached the half-step void realm earlier and would probably be the first among all the spirit beasts to break through to the divine spirit realm. Spirit River Mountain. A group of people were standing with the spirit beasts in front of them. The person who was being protected in the middle was a pretty young girl in pink robes. She looked very adorable and delicate. However, her body had been stained with blood and her delicate features looked a little pale. "Your Highness, we'll protect you and leave this place first," the leader of the guard said. His face showed that he was unafraid of death. "No, I can't leave." The girl's eyes were filled with fear, but her voice was extremely determined. "If I leave, this mission will be in vain. Princess, if you don't leave, won't you be fulfilling those people's wishes? They deliberately let you find the mysterious heartgrass because they want to use the spirit beasts on Spirit River Mountain to deal with you." The guard's face was filled with anxiety. He looked at these ferocious spirit beasts worriedly. It wasn't that the royal family didn't have experts, but how could those people let the princess take those experts away? They deliberately used the princess's filial piety to force the princess to find the mysterious heartgrass. This way, the princess would definitely die. Those people were really ruthless. Just as the group of guards were persuading the girl, a huge spirit beast suddenly broke through the chest of the guard in front of him. The guard immediately fell to the ground. At the same time, the spirit beast had already rushed in front of the girl. The girl's face was pale from fright. Her body couldn't move and her eyes were filled with fear. She could only watch as the spirit beast pounced on her. Swish! The girl thought that she was dead for sure. However, at this moment, a piercing sound was heard. A branch flew from behind and pierced into the head of the spirit beast. The spirit beast's claws were only a millimeter away from the girl. With a bang, it fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. But it wasn't over yet. A few spirit beasts that were entangled with the guards were also pierced by the branches and fell to the ground without any warning. Everyone was stunned as they looked in the direction where the tree branch had come from. Then, they saw a woman in white slowly walking out of the thicket. This woman was very young, around 20 years old. She had a devastatingly beautiful face that made it hard for anyone to ignore her. "Young lady, did you save us just now?" A guard cupped his fists respectfully and asked aloud. This woman looked young, but to be able to appear in the depths of the Ling River Mountain, how could she be an ordinary person? "Ah, Sister Mu, it's you?" Just as the crowd was trying to guess the woman's identity, a small head popped out from behind her and stuck out her tongue. "Just now, Big Sister Yun said that someone was disturbing our cultivation, so we came out to take a look. I didn't think that the ones in trouble would be you." "You're..." The girl was stunned. "You're Qi Ling. Qi Su's sister? Why are you here?" After hearing their conversation, Yun Luofeng slowly retracted his aura. So they were old acquaintances of the Qi siblings? An innocent smile appeared on Qi Ling's face. "It was Sister Yun who brought me here. She said she had a way to help me cultivate, so I came here with Sister Yun." "Oh, that's right, Sister Yun is my master. She was the one who stopped me from being a trash." Chapter 1821. Master? Yun Luofeng paused for a moment, but he didn't refute Qi Ling. "Really? You can cultivate now?" The girl's eyes shone with excitement. "That's great. By the way, is your brother all right?" When she mentioned Qi Su, the young girl's face turned red, and her face was filled with shyness. Seeing this, Yun Luofeng curled his lips. The relationship between this girl and Chi Su was probably not as simple as friends. To be able to remember Chi Su when he was in dire straits, such a woman was worth befriending. My brother is very good, but I was almost sold by the Chi family. Chi Ling pursed her lips, looking aggrieved. What? The girl was shocked. You said that the Chi family wanted to sell you? When did that happen? How could they do such a thing? I thought it would be good for you and your sister to leave the Chi family, but I didn't expect those people to be so heartless. Selling their daughter? The Chi family wasn't that poor. They just felt that Chi Ling was useless and wanted to exchange him for something else. Needless to say, this was all Chi Mo's idea. At the thought of this, the girl was filled with anger. Chi Mo was an idiot who wasn't even worthy of carrying Chi Su's shoes. She really didn't know what Chi Zheng was thinking. Sister Mu, I remember that the emperor seems to be sick. How is he now? A year ago, when they were chased out of the Chi family, the emperor of Drifting Wind Country was seriously ill. As a princess, she couldn't send them off. The girl's eyes darkened. Father's health is getting worse and worse. This time, his concubines asked me to come to the Spirit River Mountain to look for the profound heart grass. They claim that father loves me the most, and if I don't look for the profound heart grass, it would be unfilial. Actually, they don't need to say such things. As long as there's a little hope of saving father, I won't give up. Profound heart grass? Yun Luofeng glanced at the girl. There's no profound heart grass on the Spirit River Mountain. What? The girl's expression changed. Impossible. Imperial concubine Qin said that the profound heart grass is deep in the Spirit River Mountain. How can there be no profound heart grass here? I'm telling the truth. I've been in the Spirit River Mountain for 3 months, but I've never seen the profound heart grass. Qi Ling also echoed, my big sister Yun is right. There is no profound heart grass in the Spirit River Mountain. You must have been deceived by those people. Actually, Qi Ling didn't know what the mysterious heart grass was. She only knew that what Yun Luofeng said was right. The girl's legs went soft and she almost fell to the ground. She bit her lip tightly and said angrily, it's fine if they want to harm me, but if they drag father's illness down because of this, father will die. Your Highness, this subordinate has already said that those people have bad intentions. They all want to cause trouble for your Highness. The guard next to the young girl hurriedly helped her up and said bitterly. Ever since His Majesty fell ill, those people who were like wolves and jackals had treated the princess this way. They wanted to kill her even more. How could they, who were loyal to the princess, not be angry? Thank you. The young girl stood up. Not only did you save me just now, you also told me that there was no mysterious heart grass in the Spirit River Mountain. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have continued deeper. By the way, I haven't asked for your name yet. My name is Mu Xuexin. Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng said with a faint smile. Mu Xuexin was a little dazed. It wasn't easy for her to find a way to save her royal father, but she didn't expect that it was a plot by those people to harm her. Chapter 1822. Sister Mu, are your father's concubines bullying you at home? Qi Ling looked at Mu Xuexin worriedly. In the imperial city, after Aunt Yun's death, he and his brother had a mishap. Only Mu Xuexin had treated them the same. That was why Qi Ling liked her. Mu Xuexin's eyes darkened. Qi Zheng is proposing to the royal family on behalf of Qi Mo. Those people have already agreed. What? Qi Ling shouted anxiously and grabbed Mu Xuexin's arm. Sister Mu, you can't marry him. He's a bad guy. He even hit me. Mu Xuexin's heart tightened. She looked at Qi Ling nervously. Qi Mo hit you? Where did he hit you? Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt, but I hate him. Qi Ling pouted. She suddenly thought of something and turned to Yun Luofeng. Sister Yun, can we save the emperor? If the emperor wakes up, Sister Mu won't have to marry that bad guy. Yun Luofeng's eyes flashed and he nodded. Qi Su wants to go to the imperial city to develop. We'll go to the palace to visit him. Okay. Qi Ling finally smiled. In her opinion, Yun Luofeng was so capable that he would definitely be able to cure the emperor. Mu Xuexin did not say much about Yun Luofeng's words. She smiled bitterly and shook her head, her eyes filled with sorrow. There were so many famous physicians in Drifting Wind Country, but none of them were able to save his father. He had consumed countless spiritual medicine, but there was still no improvement. No matter how powerful Qi Ling's master was, she wouldn't be able to save him. Thinking of this, she sighed softly. Her mother was her father's most beloved woman, but she died during childbirth. However, her father did not blame her for harming her mother. Instead, he doted on her and did not have an empress for many years. This made some people jealous. If her father died, she would no longer have any relatives in this world. What was the point of living then? Moreover, those people wanted her to marry Qi Mo. Since there's no mystic heart grass here, let's go back to the palace first. Qi Ling, if you see your brother, help me greet him. Mu Xuexin looked at Qi Ling and said solemnly, also, don't tell him about me. I don't want him to go back and stand up for me. He was no match for the Qi clan, especially now that the Qi clan had the support of the royal family. Big Sister Mu, don't you want to see Big Brother? Qi Ling bit her lip and stared at Mu Xuexin without blinking. Mu Xuexin's fingers trembled as she shook her head with a bitter smile. What's the point of seeing him? He can't help me. Moreover, she did not want him to be involved in these matters. All right. Qi Ling lowered her head in disappointment, but when she remembered that they were going to the imperial city soon, she pulled herself together. Big Sister Mu, Big Brother, and I will look for you. Mu Xuexin's body stiffened. She wanted to say something, but she didn't say anything in the end. Yun Luofeng looked at the sky, then at Qi Ling. It's getting late, we should go down the mountain. Otherwise, your brother will think that I've kidnapped you. Qi Ling nodded and grabbed Yun Luofeng's hand. Her delicate, jade-like face lit up with an innocent smile. Sister Yun, let's hurry up and leave. I miss my brother. This was the first time she had left her brother for such a long time. Yun Luofeng did not say much. She hugged Qi Ling's body and leaped into the air. Her body instantly turned into a ray of light and shot into the distance, Maplewood Town. Inside the courtyard, Shiyu stood outside the study. After pondering for a long time, she finally pushed open the door and walked in. Chapter 1823. She immediately saw the young man sitting in front of the desk and bit her lips. Young master, you let Miss leave with a strange woman. Are you really at ease? It's been more than 3 months and Miss hasn't returned yet. I'm afraid she's already in danger. Shiyu's eyes were filled with anxiety. She really didn't understand. She was just a woman he had never met before. Why did the young master trust her so much? The young man frowned and looked up at Shiyu. Firstly, she's not a strange woman. Secondly, Xiaoling is my younger sister. Would I, as her brother, harm her? Young master, that's not what I meant. Shiyu was sweating profusely. I'm worried that the woman lied to you. Young master, you're kind-hearted and easily trusting others. Perhaps Qi family purposely found a woman who looks similar to Lord Yuqing. Their goal is for you. Bang! The young man threw the pen in his hand on the table and said coldly, Shiyu, don't forget your identity. Aren't you being too nosy? How could he not be worried about Qi Ling? However, worrying about Qi Ling didn't mean that he didn't trust Yun Luofeng. He was just afraid that the two of them were in danger. Back then, Yun Yuqing claimed that he would leave for a year. In the end, he didn't return for 3 years. young master, you've changed. Shi Yu took 2 steps back and looked at Chi Su in disbelief. You used to put Miss in the most important position and consider everything for her. Now, she's been missing for 3 months. Can you still trust that woman? I can guarantee that the woman will never come back after taking Miss away. Chi Su's face was livid and he slammed his palm on the table. Shi Yu, you, young master, you're too disappointing. Shi Yu glanced at Chi Su and turned to walk out. If you're not going to look for Miss, I'll go. I'll bring Miss Ling back. Chi Su's expression became even uglier. If he didn't know that Shi Yu was loyal to him and that she dared to disobey him because she was worried about Qi Ling, he would have slapped her to death. Stop. I trust Miss Yun. You're not allowed to go. Shi Yu's footsteps paused, and the disappointment in her eyes grew. It seemed that she had never thought that the young master would be blinded by beauty, so much so that he would not even care about the young Mississippi. Young master, I believe in my intuition. She won't come back. If I've wronged her, then I'll be her slave for the rest of my life to pay for the mistakes I've made. Shi Yu raised her head and looked straight at the courtyard in front of her. Her voice was powerful and full of determination. However, at this moment, in the void in front of him, 2 familiar figures suddenly entered his eyes. The woman's clothes were as white as snow, fluttering in the wind. In her arms was a little Lolita that was carved from jade, and she was rushing over at an extremely fast speed. Miss? Shi Yu looked at the 2 people descending from the sky and suddenly cried out involuntarily. His words were still echoing in the courtyard. It was as if a hand had slapped her hard in the face. It was extremely embarrassing. What came next was that her heart, which had been on tenterhooks for 3 months, could finally be at ease. Big brother, I'm back. The moment Yun Luofeng landed with Qi Ling in his arms, the little Lolita's soft voice rang out from the courtyard. In the study, Chi Su, who was immersed in writing, heard the little Lolita's voice. His pen slipped from his hand and he rushed out of the study like a madman. Chapter 1824. Before the little girl could react, she fell into a warm embrace. You're back, you're finally back. Chi Su's voice trembled. For the past 3 months, he had been suppressing his worries, afraid that others would be as worried as he was. He was afraid that Yun Luofeng and Qi Ling would be like his master and never return. He did not want to experience the pain of losing a loved one a second time. Brother, I'm sorry. I was cultivating and forgot the time. I came back late. Sensing Chi Su's concern, Qi Lingxue stuck out her pink tongue and said innocently. Cultivating? You. Chi Su let go of the little girl in his arms and looked at her in surprise. You can cultivate? Under Chi Su's gaze, Qi Ling nodded slowly. After getting an affirmative answer, Chi Su's lips trembled, and tears of excitement fell uncontrollably. That's great, you can finally cultivate. That's really great. Chi Su wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and looked up at Yun Luofeng. Miss Yun, thank you. If not for you, I don't know when Xiao Ling would be able to cultivate. Yun Luofeng smiled faintly. Actually, Qi Ling's talent is not bad and she has the heart of a strong cultivator. You can let me cultivate her. I will let her grow up as fast as possible. Chi Su was overjoyed and hurriedly scolded, Xiao Ling, greet your master. In the beginning, Qi Ling had only regarded Yun Luofeng as her master but had still called her sister. However, Chi Su's words were equivalent to asking Qi Ling to acknowledge her as her master. Xiao Ling greets master. Qi Ling knelt down and stuck out her tongue coquettishly as she spoke with a smile. Shi Yu's mouth had already dropped open in shock. This woman did not take the opportunity to kidnap the young miss? She even helped the young miss successfully embark on the path of cultivation? Thinking of how she had targeted Yun Luofeng previously, Shi Yu's face flashed with shame. In reality, she did not particularly hate Yun Luofeng. She only felt that Yun Luofeng would be a burden to her master, which was why she had resisted her. However, her master had reprimanded her for this, which made her even angrier. Moreover, she had said such outrageous things because she was worried about Qi Ling. Now that she knew that Yun Luofeng had helped Qi Ling in her cultivation, the hatred in her heart dissipated. She just stood to the side and bit her lip, not saying a word. Shiyu, do you still remember what you said before? Qi Su glanced at Shiyu and said, you said that if Miss Yun hadn't abducted Ling, you would have become her slave to make up for your mistake. Now that you're hers, you have nothing to do with us anymore. Young master. Shiyu's expression changed drastically, and she fell to her knees. I know I was wrong, please don't chase me away. It's too late. Qi Su looked at Shiyu coldly. I know you look down on Miss Yun, but I've warned you before that she's not someone you can afford to offend. Yet you refuse to listen to me and even defy me time and time again. Why do you think I should continue to accept you? Just as Shiyu was about to continue begging for mercy, Yun Luofeng's devilish voice came from the side. Qi Su, are you trying to force someone you don't want into my hands? I don't have the habit of accepting things that people don't want. Shiyu's expression stiffened. Her head fell to the ground, and she almost wanted to find a hole to burrow into. She was not weak at all, but in the end, these people all despised her. Chapter 1825. What's the reason why you don't want her? Qi Su glanced at Shiyu. To be honest, he wanted Shiyu to submit to Yun Luofeng to test her spirit and make her understand that she couldn't afford to offend just anyone. She's too weak. I don't need her. Yun Luofeng was very honest, but the words he said made Shiyu's face pale. She didn't accept Shiyu not because of Shiyu's attitude towards her, but because she didn't like her strength. Qi Su immediately fell silent. That's right. Yun Luofeng could create a divine spirit realm puppet. Why would he like Shiyu? Therefore, his refusal was reasonable. Since that's the case, I'll let Shiyu clean the backyard. He didn't plan on keeping Shiyu by his side, but he didn't chase her away for the sake of his master. Of course, he wouldn't stop her if she wanted to do it herself. Shiyu's expression didn't look good. She lowered her head and knelt on the ground. She'd rather clean the yard than be chased away. Otherwise, if Lord Yuqing was still alive, he definitely wouldn't let her off. Yes, Shiyu feared Yun Yuqing from the bottom of her heart. She remembered that 3 years ago, when she was being chased by a group of people, Yun Yuqing descended from the sky and saved her. Yun Yuqing was her savior and she should be grateful. That was how she felt. But compared to gratitude, she was more afraid. Yun Yuqing saved her and told her his purpose. He ordered her to stay by Qi Su's side and protect him. If anything happened to Qi Su, he'd make her pay with her life. Therefore, she didn't want her master to chase her out. Otherwise, Yun Yuqing would definitely kill her. She could even recall the murderous aura Yun Yuqing exuded when he said that. It was an aura that could kill her at any time. Thinking of this, Shiyu lowered her head and bit her lip. Master, I'm willing to clean the yard. I only ask that you allow me to stay by your side. Qi Su paused and continued, although I told you to clean the yard, from now on, you must be respectful to Miss Yun. She's your number one master. You must be more respectful to her than to me and Xiao Ling. Shiyu raised her head in surprise. Even though Yun Luofeng helped the young miss cultivate, her master wanted her to be more respectful to Yun Luofeng than to them? Was this just because he was grateful for Yun Luofeng's help? No matter how many questions she had, Shiyu didn't ask. She lowered her eyes and said, yes, young master. She had no choice. Furthermore, she believed from the bottom of her heart that a woman like Yun Yuqing would never die in Nemesis Forest. You may leave. I have something to say to Miss Yun. Qi Su didn't make things difficult for him anymore, but his indifferent tone revealed that he didn't want to waste any more time talking to Shiyu. Shiyu stood up from the ground and slowly retreated. When she looked at Yun Luofeng, there was no longer any hatred in her eyes. At most, there was only some unwillingness. Miss Yun. After Xiu left, Qi Su turned his gaze towards Yun Luofeng. While you were away, I reached another agreement with the second prince of the kingdom of Tianqi. What agreement? Yun Luofeng asked, raising his eyebrows. It's like this. We want to go to the imperial city to develop, but the Qi clan will definitely not accommodate us. Perhaps we will be suppressed very badly in the imperial city. Even though they had the spirit-gathering liquid in their hands, if the Qi clan were to suppress them, their journey in the imperial city would be extremely difficult. Chapter 1826. That was why Qi Su had so many concerns. That's why I'm planning to use the second prince's name to open this medicine hall. As a reward, he will have priority in purchasing anything in our medicine hall. Even though Yun Luofeng provided the second prince with a lot of spirit-gathering liquid every month, who would complain about having too much of it? In reality, there were other reasons why the second prince was willing to agree to this request. He was certain that the person who provided the spirit-gathering liquid would definitely be someone important in the future. He would not be at a disadvantage to befriend such a person. That's right, he was referring to the person who provided the spirit-gathering liquid, not Qi Su. After all, second brother Qi believed that Qi Su must have had help from an expert since he could not produce the spirit-gathering liquid. Second brother Qi would never have thought that the expert he was referring to was Yun Luofeng. You've thought it through. Yun Luofeng stroked his chin as a glint flashed across his eyes. When Qi Ling and I went to cultivate, we met Mu Xuexin. Qi Su's body trembled when he heard that name, and a look of nostalgia flashed across his eyes. Yun Luofeng had been observing his expression. When she saw the emotions in his eyes, she concluded that Qi Su and Mu Xuexin's relationship was not ordinary. She continued to stare at Qi Su. Mu Xuexin said that the royal family wants to marry her to Qi Mo. We don't have to be afraid of the Qi family, but if we want to achieve something in the imperial city, it's best to avoid trouble from the royal family. As expected, Qi Su was stunned when he heard that Mu Xuexin was going to marry Qi Mo. Then, an imperceptible pain flashed across his eyes. At first, he thought that Mu Xuexin had a one-sided crush on him. Now, it seemed that she had feelings for him. However, because Qi Su had been chased out of the Qi family, he could only suppress his feelings for Mu Xuexin. Perhaps even Qi Ling didn't notice this. Qi Su's pain only lasted for a moment, and he quickly recovered. Actually, even without the marriage between Mu Xuexin and Qi Mo, I have to worry about the royal family because concubine Qin is my father's sister. Concubine Qin? Yun Luofeng's eyes flashed. If she remembered correctly, Mu Xuexin had said that Qin Fei wanted to frame her. Qi Su, when the medicinal hall opens, don't let anyone know that the second prince is here. After all, he's the prince of Tianqi nation. He might not be able to get the approval to open a medicinal hall in Drifting Wind Nation. Hearing this, Qi Su was startled. He had never thought about this before. Everything that happens after that will be logical. The shop is already open. What else can we do? Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes. Actually, my concerns are different from yours. You are worried that the royal family and the Qi family will suppress the medicinal hall, but do you think that something like the spirit-gathering elixir can be suppressed? If people knew that you were the one who opened the medicinal hall, those shameless people would definitely seize it by force. If it was the prince of another country, in order to avoid a conflict between the two countries, they wouldn't dare to seize it by force. Qi Su's face stiffened. Yun Luofeng was right. With those people's characters, they would definitely snatch away the spirit-gathering liquid. If the Qi family asks, tell them that you've already sold the recipe to the second prince. Yun Luofeng shrugged. Since someone was willing to take the blame, how could she refuse? Miss Yun, I understand. When are we going to the imperial city? Qi Su calmed down and asked. Pack your things, we'll leave now. Yun Luofeng's words made Qi Su excited. Only the heavens knew how depressed he had been for the past year. He never thought that he would be able to return. He would definitely let those people understand how big of a mistake it was to chase him away. Chapter 1827. Brother, are we going home? Qi Ling's little face lit up with a happy smile compared to her previous resistance towards the imperial city. If we go back, does that mean Sister Mu doesn't have to marry Qi Mo? After all, you were the one who was engaged to Sister Mu previously. Engaged? Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and looked at Qi Su subconsciously. His lips curled into a smile. Xiao Ling, don't talk nonsense. Qi Su's expression changed, and he immediately scolded her. Mu, and I are siblings. Oh. Qi Ling pursed her lips. She still remembered that not long before they left, Big Sister Mu had confessed to her brother. However, her brother said that he only treated her as his younger sister. Since then, she had never wanted Mu Xuexin to be her sister-in-law. However, she still didn't want Sister Mu, whom she liked, to marry someone she hated. Qi Su. Yun Luofeng glanced at Qi Su plainly. The person I choose can't be so cowardly that he doesn't even dare to pursue feelings. Then, what else can I expect you to do for me? Yun Luofeng's words were very serious, but they easily struck Qi Su's heart, causing him to feel a sudden pain. Mu Xuexin was a princess, but she didn't have the temperament of a princess. She even stood by his side when he was in dire straits. How could he not like such a woman? However, she was a princess, and he had already been chased out of his family. He was constantly in danger. How could he drag her down under such a situation? Yun Luofeng's words were like a bucket of wisdom pouring over him. He was instantly enlightened. Yes, he was so cowardly that he didn't dare to face his own heart. What right did he have to do things for her? Thank you, Miss Yun. Qi Su's face was filled with gratitude. I understand. I won't give up in the future. He was no longer the Qi Su of the past. He had the ability to bring Mu Xuexin a superior life. Imperial City. The Qi family. Qi Zheng was sitting in the study with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he heard footsteps coming from outside the door and opened his eyes with a swoosh. Creak. The door of the study was pushed open, and Qi Mo walked in. He frowned and said, Father, I've already investigated the matter you asked me to investigate. Oh? A glint flashed across Qi Zheng's eyes. What's the background of the woman who follows Qi Su? No background. No background? No background again? Qi Zheng's expression was somewhat ugly. Back then, Yun Yueqing also had no background. This woman looked so similar to Yun Yueqing. Could they be related? Could she be Yun Yueqing's daughter? How could such a virtuous woman marry and give birth to a daughter? Qi Zheng wouldn't believe it. Because in this world, there was probably no man that could enter Yun Yueqing's eyes. Father, even if she really has a relationship with Yun Yueqing, do we need to be afraid of her? She's just a young woman. Could he be stronger than Yun Yueqing? Qi Mo looked disapproving. Qi Zheng took a deep breath and continued to ask, Have you found anything about the man who helped Qi Su? At this point, Qi Mo's expression darkened. He's the second prince of Tianqi. In fact, second brother Qi's identity was not a secret. It was just that Qi Zheng did not think about it at first. It was only when he sent someone to investigate that he found out the other party's identity. The second prince of Tianqi? Qi Zheng exclaimed. Why is the second prince of Tianqi helping him? Qi Mo's expression turned uglier. I got news from Maplewood Town that Qi Su has already sold the formula of the spirit-gathering liquid to the second prince of Tianqi. Chapter 1828. Father. After saying that, Qi Mo said indignantly, What right does that bastard Qi Su have to do that? What right does he have to sell my formula to someone else? That belongs to the Qi family. That's right. Until now, Qi Mo still felt that the formula of the spirit-gathering liquid belonged to the Qi family. Qi Su selling the formula to the second prince was equivalent to selling the Qi family's possession. As the heir of the Qi family, how could she be willing to do that? No wonder. Qi Zheng closed his eyes unwillingly and only opened them after a long while. I was wondering why the second prince of the kingdom of Tian Qi would help him for no reason. It turns out that he's also eyeing the formula. This Qi Su is really a traitor. He doesn't know how to show filial respect to the Qi clan when he has something good. He could have sold it to the Qi clan, but he gave it to someone else. Father, what should we do now? Qi Mo was furious. He was furious when he thought about how his formula had been taken away. Qi Mo, don't worry about that. In a few months, the fourth princess will be a member of the Qi family. Go and look for her first. Qi Zheng looked at Qi Mo and said. Qi Mo was stunned. Mu Xuexin's pretty face appeared in his mind, and greed and determination flashed across his eyes. From the first time he saw the fourth princess, he was deeply fascinated. Who knew that Qi Su was the one who was engaged to the royal family, and the fourth princess only had eyes for him? Why? He was the eldest son of the Qi family. Why wasn't he the one who was engaged? Fortunately, the emperor was seriously ill and Yun Yueqing's life was unknown. That was why he had the chance to marry the princess. Also, Qi Zheng hesitated for a while and continued, the fourth princess can only be your concubine. She can't be your wife. What? Qi Mo was shocked. Let the fourth princess be his concubine? Would the royal family allow it? Qi Zheng saw Qi Mo's surprise and paused. This is your aunt's order. If you marry the fourth princess, she can only be your concubine. Qi Mo's aunt was Qi Qin, who hated Mu Xuexin to the bone. Given how much Qi Qin hated Mu Xuexin, how could she allow her to be his wife? She could only be a concubine. So be it. I just want her. Besides, if I marry a princess of the royal family as my wife, how am I going to take in concubines in the future? Qi Mo licked his lips. If she's a concubine, she won't be able to control me. Qi Su, don't think that I don't know that even if you keep rejecting Mu Xuexin, you still have her in your heart. I want to let you know that the woman you like is only fit to be my concubine, to be played by me. At that time, you will definitely suffer for the rest of your life. Qi Mo laughed out loud as if he could imagine Qi Su's painful expression. Following that, Qi Zheng's words filled him with joy. Mo, get ready to welcome your mother back to the mansion in a few days. I want to give her an identity. Yes, father. At that moment, Qi Mo felt that he was a winner in life. Not only did he have power and influence, but now that his mother had returned, it was only a matter of time before she became the official wife of the Qi family. How could Qi Su compare? That guy was only fit to look up at her. You may leave. Qi Zheng waved his hand and looked at Qi Mo with love in his eyes. Qi Mo cupped his fists and left. He wanted to look for the fourth princess and let her understand that it was the best choice to rely on him, in the inner courtyard of the palace. Mu Yiran was lying unconscious on the bed. His face was pale and his breathing was weak. A beautiful woman in palace attire lay beside him. There were tears on her face, but she didn't look sad. Instead, she looked fake. Chapter 1829. Imperial Concubine Qin. At this moment, a voice came from outside, Her Highness the Fourth Princess has returned. What? Imperial Concubine Qin was shocked. That girl didn't die. As there were still some officials in the room, Imperial Concubine Qin immediately felt that her reaction was too intense, but she quickly concealed it. A smile appeared on her face. It's good that this girl is back. She must have brought back the profound heart grass. His Majesty can be saved now. Hearing this, the ministers also became excited. The country could not be without a ruler. If His Majesty was unconscious, the drifting wind country would be annexed eventually. Greetings, Your Highness. A row of greetings came from outside the door. Following that, a lily-white hand pushed open the door and rushed into the room. Imperial concubine Qin was the first to welcome her. She had a smile on her face, but it was a fake one. Your Highness, did you bring back the profound heart grass? If you did, then hurry up and take it out. Or do you not want to save His Majesty? At the mention of the profound heart grass, Mu Xuexin's eyes were filled with fire as she glared at her. You still dare to say that? You lied to me that there was profound heart grass in the Spirit River Mountain. I turned the entire mountain upside down but couldn't find it. What? Imperial concubine Qin covered her mouth in shock. Your Highness, you said that you turned the entire Spirit River Mountain upside down? According to what I know, there are countless dangers in the Spirit River Mountain. If you really turned it over, would you be able to stand here safe and sound? In my opinion, you're the coward who didn't dare to go to the Spirit River Mountain, right? Mu Xuexin sneered, since Imperial concubine Qin knows that there are countless dangers in the Spirit River Mountain, why did you force me to go there? Instead, you hid in the palace? You said that you're infatuated with father, but I couldn't tell. Imperial concubine Qin's expression was a bit awkward as she laughed. I need to take care of His Majesty, how can I leave? Furthermore, as His Majesty's daughter, you should take risks for His Majesty. Is that so? If that's the case, why didn't Imperial concubine Qin send me the experts in the palace? There are no experts in the palace, but the Qi family seems to have many experts, right? Mu Xuexin's words caused Imperial concubine Qin to freeze. The officials in the room all turned to look at Qin Fei. Qin Fei didn't have any hatred towards the former empress. After all, when the empress passed away, the Qi family hadn't gained power yet. Qin Fei naturally hadn't seen the former empress. However, she hated Mu Xuexin. It was precisely because the emperor doted on Mu Xuexin that she was very unhappy. Mu Xuexin was just a daughter. She had given birth to a son. She had never seen the emperor dote on her son so much. When Yun Yueqing was still around, Qin Fei didn't dare to be too presumptuous because she knew Yun Yueqing's character. If Yun Yueqing found out about her true character, he definitely wouldn't support the Qi family anymore. In addition, Mu Xuexin and Qi Su had a good relationship. Qi Su was also a protective person, so it was even more impossible for him to bully Mu Xuexin. Thus, concubine Zither's character had only been revealed a year after Yun Yueqing had left. Empress Qin, what you're doing is completely disregarding the fourth princess. One of the officials couldn't stand it anymore and his face turned ashen. If something happens to the princess, how can this official explain it to His Majesty? They knew that Mu Xuexin had gone to the Spirit River Mountain, so they didn't stop her. After all, there were many experts in the imperial family. However, they didn't expect that Qin Fei wouldn't hand those experts over to Mu Xuexin. Chapter 1830. The difference between the Wind Cloud continent and other places was that as long as a woman had the ability, she could also participate in politics. With the emperor unconscious, Qin Fei was the only woman to be made a concubine. The others were just concubines and nobles. Adding on the fact that the only prince in the palace was born by Qin Fei, she naturally held power. Of course, this was also related to the Qi family's help. Father. Mu Xuexin slowly walked towards the bed. Looking at the man who was breathing weakly on the bed, the rims of her eyes turned red. Don't worry, I will definitely find a way to save you even if I have to exhaust my life. Qin Fei was indeed disdainful towards this. Your Highness, it's useless no matter what you say. If you really have the ability, then bring a doctor who can treat His Majesty. Mu Xuexin coldly stared at Qin Fei and didn't say anything more. She pushed the door open and walked out. She wanted to go back to the princess residence to rest, but just as she walked to the door, she saw a figure coming over. She frowned. Fourth princess. Qi Mo saw Mu Xuexin immediately. His eyes were filled with desire as he stared at the beautiful woman in front of him. He couldn't wait to pounce on her and eat her up. Why are you here? Because of concubine Qin, Mu Xuexin was furious whenever she saw the Qi family. Of course, the Qi Su siblings were an exception. Your Highness, what are you talking about? I am your fiancé. Do I need a reason to come here to see my fiancé? Qi Mo looked at Mu Xuexin greedily and swallowed his saliva. A lewd smile appeared on his feminine face. His gaze was too direct, so direct that Mu Xuexin's heart was filled with rage. Impudent! Who allowed you to call yourself this princess's fiancé? This princess will never marry you. Qi Mo sneered. He grabbed Mu Xuexin's hand and touched her chest with the other. This time, Mu Xuexin was completely enraged. She stepped on Qi Mo's foot and slapped him when he retracted his hand in pain. With a slap, the entire world became quiet. Qi Mo was stunned. He did not expect Mu Xuexin to hit him. His temper flared up, and he glared at her fiercely. Mu Xuexin, do you really think that I won't dare to do anything to you just because you're a princess? Wasn't it because the emperor doted on you in the past that you used to be a tyrant? Let me tell you, the current imperial family is already Qin Fei's world. If the emperor dies, Qin Fei's son will naturally be the next emperor. Mu Xuexin widened her eyes, and her body trembled in anger. You're treacherous. Treason? So what? Anyway, it's impossible for your old emperor to recover. The imperial doctors have also determined that he won't live for more than a few months. The country cannot be without a ruler for a single day. In the future, I'll be the little emperor's cousin. You can't wait to curry favor with me. It was no wonder that Qi Mo would say something like that. His little cousin was the emperor's only son, so he would be the next emperor. Once the emperor died, the Qi family would have the final say in the imperial family. Father won't die. If you curse him again, I won't forgive you. Mu Xuexin's face was pale, and her body was trembling as if she would collapse at any moment. Qi Mo smiled disdainfully. Mu Xuexin, you probably don't know that Qin Fei has already betrothed you to me as my concubine. You'll only be my concubine in the future. Do you still think you're a high and mighty princess? What right do you have to be so arrogant in front of me? Chapter 1831. Especially since this woman had slapped him. He would return the slap in the future. Qi Mo's eyes were filled with hostility. At that moment, Mu Xuexin was shocked by Qi Mo's words. She had never expected concubine Qin to be so bold as to make a princess like her a concubine. Qi Mo, I won't let you get away with it. Mu Xuexin gritted her teeth and looked at Qi Mo hatefully. No matter what happens in the future, I'm still a princess. You'd better be more respectful. Otherwise, I won't let you off. At this point, Mu Xuexin walked around Qi Mo. When she walked past him, she didn't forget to bump into him with her shoulder. Bitch! Qi Mo looked at Mu Xuexin's back and said sinisterly, I'll let you be arrogant for a while longer. After you become my concubine, there will be a day when you beg for mercy. These words naturally fell into the ears of the departing Mu Xuexin. The moment she closed the door, tears flowed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Qi Su, although you rejected me before, I've already decided on you in my heart. She took out a jade pendant. It was the token of engagement between her and Qi Su when Yun Yuqing was still around. At that time, I've already considered going to Maplewood Town to look for you when father recovers. If you love me, I'll follow you no matter how hard it is. If you don't love me, I'll be your sister and have no regrets. But now, I can't wait for that day. Qi Su, do you know that the reason why I've persevered these days is not only because of you, but also because of my father who has always loved me. I want to do my best to save him. Mu Xuexin lowered her eyes, which were filled with sadness. So, if father really can't be saved, I'd rather follow him than be humiliated by Qi Mo. A good woman wouldn't marry a second husband. Not only was she engaged to Qi Su, but she had also given her his heart. Therefore, she would never allow herself to marry a second man. If she couldn't keep her innocence, what was the point of living? Mu Xuexin's body collapsed to the ground. She covered her face with her hands and cried silently. Imperial City. When Qi Su stepped into the luxurious street again, all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart, and his eyes were filled with nostalgia. Qi Su, tell me, how powerful is the Qi clan? Yun Luofeng turned to the man beside him and asked. Hearing this, Qi Su was stunned for a moment before replying seriously, the most powerful person in the Qi family is my father, Qi Zheng. He has already broken through to the divine soul level and is only one step away from becoming a heavenly god. Miss Yun, I know that your power must be extraordinary, but there is a certain gap between heavenly gods. Yun Luofeng was stunned for a few seconds. She had thought that the Qi family was so powerful. No matter what, Qi Zheng was a heavenly god. She did not expect that he was also a god spirit. It looked like even though there were many heavenly gods in a place like the Windy Cloud continent, there weren't so many that anyone could become a heavenly god. Miss Yun, don't doubt my words. Deities can sense the rules of the world, and the deeper one's understanding of the rules of the world, the more powerful they will be. Don't underestimate Qi Zheng just because he has only been a deity for 5 years, but with the help of my master, he was invincible among the deities. Invincible among the deities? Yun Luofeng shrugged. Putting aside the fact that she had the dragon scale armor, even if she did not summon it, she might not lose to Qi Zheng. What about the royal family? Yun Luofeng continued to ask. Chapter 1832. She needed to understand the royal family situation. The royal family situation is much more complicated. Qi Su glanced at Yun Luofeng. There are 2 godly supreme warriors in the royal family. Godly supreme warriors? Yun Luofeng's expression turned serious. After the divine spirit was the divine god, and after the divine god was the godly supreme warrior. The Qi family was known as the #1 family in Drifting Wind Country, second only to the royal family. Miss Yun, in a country, once you reach the level of a god king, you will be taken in by the royal family. From then on, you will leave this family and go to the royal family to enjoy supreme power. Qi Su paused before continuing, who wouldn't want to? Moreover, going to the royal family is much easier than building an organization with your life on the line. That's why the Qi family is the #1 family. Who are the 2 godly supreme warriors? Yun Luofeng frowned and continued asking. They are the #1 cultivators in Drifting Wind Country. They are above everyone else and their status is even higher than the emperor. Qi Su's gaze was solemn. However, these 2 people will not interfere with the royal family's matters. They will only ask the royal family to do things for them when they need it. It could be said that the 2 godly supreme warriors were the ones who truly controlled the royal family. However, these 2 godly supreme warriors usually only cared about cultivation and did not care about the royal family's matters. Therefore, the emperor was still the #1 decision-maker in Drifting Wind Country. I understand. Yun Luofeng stroked her chin as her eyes flashed. Do you want to see your childhood sweetheart? Qi Su's handsome face blushed. He thought for a moment before saying, Miss Yun, I want to see her after I've made some achievements. I don't want her to worry about me. Moreover, he paused. I don't want too many people to know that I'm returning to the Imperial City for now. It's your own private matter. You can decide for yourself. I won't interfere. Yun Luofeng shrugged. Miss Yun, where are we going now? Where's the worst part of the Imperial City? Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes as she asked. Qi Su was startled but immediately understood what she wanted to do. You're afraid that buying a shop in a good location would attract attention. That's why you chose the worst part? Yun Luofeng nodded. That's right. We can't attract attention for now. I know, in the western city. Qi Ling interrupted without waiting for Qi Su's reply. Her little face was rosy, and her long eyelashes fluttered slightly. She was as cute as a doll. Come, let's go to the West City now. The two words, West City, caused Qi Su to be in a trance. Yun Luofeng saw the flash of emotion in his eyes but did not ask. She let Qi Su take her to the west side of the city. Compared to the luxurious East City, the West City was extremely deserted. Whether it was the shops or the streets, there were only a few people. An old blacksmith sat outside a deserted shop, the hammer in his hand constantly striking the sword in his hand that was burning red. The old blacksmith's face was very old, and his snow-white hair made him look very old. Just as he was immersed in his work, two familiar voices came from the front, causing his old body to suddenly stiffen. Uncle. The old blacksmith lifted his eyes and looked at the two people in front of him in disbelief. His eyes turned red, and his voice was filled with excitement. Ling, you're back. Uncle? Chapter 1833. Shock flashed across Yun Luofeng's eyes. This old man was Qi Su's uncle? Looking at his age, those who didn't know would think that he was his grandfather. However, Yun Luofeng quickly realized that this old man wasn't very old. He was probably only in his 30s or 40s, but for some reason, he looked so old. You're back. Does that bastard Qizheng know? At the mention of Qizheng, the old blacksmith's face was full of anger. He wanted to tear him into pieces. Uncle, how have you been this year? Qi Su's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Back then, when the Lin family was in trouble, his mother brought his uncle's family back to the Qi family. Because of his master, the Qi family treated them well. However, after his master's life was uncertain, the Qi family chased his uncle's family out. His grandfather's family was a family of blacksmiths. They forged weapons for others. They could have made a good living with their skills, but in the end, they were suppressed by the Qi family. Pretty good. The old blacksmith smiled reluctantly. It was obvious that he didn't want Qi Su to worry. Uncle, did mother come? Qi Su sighed and asked. The old blacksmith was stunned. Don't you know that your mother is locked up? This sentence caused Qi Su's expression to change greatly. That bastard Qizheng locked my mother up? The old blacksmith smiled coldly. That inhumane bastard, what can't he do? A few months ago, your aunt fell ill. Your mother secretly brought some money over and wanted me to treat your aunt's illness. In the end, Qizheng found out and brought a group of people to snatch the money back. He even beat your mother up. At this point, the old blacksmith sighed. He said that the silver belonged to the Qi family. Your mother was a freeloader in the Qi family. She didn't have the right to give it to an outsider. However, the Qi family's fortune was earned with your master's help. Qi Su clenched his fist tightly. Even though Qi Ling was unhappy that Lin Qing didn't speak up for them, she was still angry when she heard that her mother was beaten up. Uncle, how's aunt? Has she recovered? Qi Su asked worriedly. The old blacksmith's eyes darkened. Still the same. Furthermore, his condition had worsened. He might not live for more than a few days. Of course, he did not say this to Qi Su. Qi Su had already gone through a lot. How could he drag him down? Uncle, bring me to see aunt later. I want to talk about serious matters first. Qi Su's expression turned serious. Let me introduce you, this is Miss Yun Luofeng Yun, she's also my master. Little Ling's master. Qi Su did not hide Yun Luofeng's identity in front of the old blacksmith. He was willing to become Yun Luofeng's subordinate. The old blacksmith looked at Yun Luofeng in surprise. His nephew had always been arrogant, but there was actually a day where he was willing to submit to others. This girl didn't look simple. Miss Yun, my uncle is a trustworthy person. Chi Su smiled and said. Yun Luofeng did not say much. She trusted Chi Su. Uncle, we came to the imperial city this time to open a medicinal hall. Uncle, are you willing to sell your smithy to us? Chi Su asked seriously. The old blacksmith smiled. If you want it, just take it. I don't have any business anyway. It's just a waste of time to leave it here. Chi Su was stunned and subconsciously looked at Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng nodded without hesitation. If that's the case, I'll accept this shop. As a reward, let me treat Chi Su's aunt's illness. Chapter 1834. The old blacksmith was stunned and turned to Chi Su. Your master, is a doctor. Miss Yun is not only a doctor, she is also very capable. If she is willing to treat aunt, then let her. Perhaps she can cure it? Chi Su smiled ambiguously. He had great confidence in Yun Luofeng. She was someone who even had the formula for the spirit-gathering solution. What else could she not do? All right. The old blacksmith was excited. To make it easier to take care of your aunt, she is now lying inside. Miss Yun, follow me. After the old blacksmith walked into the shop, Yun Luofeng followed him in. As soon as she entered the shop, she heard coughing sounds. She frowned slightly and slowly walked into the inner hall. There was a small bed in the inner hall. A pale woman was lying on the bed. She had heard the conversation outside, so she was not surprised to see Chi Su and his younger sister. Ling, it's good that you're back. They did not have to worry about these two children anymore. Aunt, don't speak. Chi Su quickly walked to the bed and held the woman's hand. His eyes were slightly red. Let Miss Yun take a look at you. The woman nodded. Thank you, Miss Yun. The old blacksmith and his wife did not have children, so they had always treated Chi Su and Chi Ling as their own. Her illness was caused by worrying about Chi Su and his sister, causing her to fall ill from worry. Because she could not get treatment, it became more and more serious. If Chi Su had not returned, she would not have long to live. It's not a serious illness. Yun Luofeng glanced at the woman and concluded, Chi Su, I have a few herbs here. Boil them for her and it will immediately cure her. The old blacksmith opened his mouth in shock. Miss Yun, how can I do that? Just tell us the formula. How can I let you spend money on me buying the herbs? First, the Qi family is bullying you. The entire medicinal hall in the imperial city is controlled by the Qi family. How can you buy the herbs? Yun Luofeng looked at the old blacksmith and said, Second, you gave me this shop for free. So what if I give you a few herbs? The old blacksmith immediately stopped talking. He knew that Yun Luofeng was speaking the truth. The Qi family would not sell the herbs to him. Even if he were to sell it, it would definitely be at a sky-high price. What's more, he didn't have much money on hand. Otherwise, he wouldn't be unable to hire a doctor. Also, Yun Luofeng paused for a moment. I see that your blacksmithing skills are not bad. Are you willing to help me forge something? Since he wanted to use puppets to control the wind cloud continent, he would need a large number of them. She obviously couldn't do it by herself. She wouldn't spend so much time on making puppets. Of course, puppets were different from the spirit-gathering elixir. He could let Chi Su concoct the spirit-gathering elixir, but he had to control the puppets himself. Therefore, she only planned to let the old blacksmith make some basic things. In the end, it had to go through her hands in order to make the puppet work. This was the reason why she chose to help the old blacksmith. Of course, I will give you a decent salary. Yun Luofeng curled the corner of his mouth and slowly said. Seeing that the old blacksmith was still in a daze, Chi Su became anxious and hurriedly said, Uncle, quickly agree to Miss Yun's request. Also, you must not tell anyone that Miss Yun is my master. Otherwise, it will bring trouble to Miss Yun. Chapter 1835. The old blacksmith returned to his senses and looked at Yun Luofeng gratefully. Miss Yun, thank you. If it wasn't for you, in the end, his voice was choked with sobs, and his eyes were filled with tears. Chi Su is my man, so I want him to work for me without any worries. Yes. She had another reason for helping the old blacksmith. That was so that Chi Su would not have any worries. This was the only way she could help him wholeheartedly. After the shop was settled, Yun Luofeng began to prepare for the opening. During these 3 months, Chi Su did not do nothing. He had prepared quite a lot of spiritual gathering elixirs for this medicinal hall. With the spirit gathering liquid, he would be able to open the shop in the shortest time possible. However, these few days, Chi Su noticed that Qi Ling was frowning and had a listless look. At first, he thought that Qi Ling was sick and asked Yun Luofeng to treat her. However, Yun Luofeng knew that this little girl had something on her mind when he looked at her. Chi Su asked many times, but Qi Ling only shook her head and said nothing. In the end, he could only give up. One day, when Yun Luofeng came out of the shop, Chi Su held Qi Ling's little hand and walked to her side. Miss Yun, the shop will open in 2 days. Why don't we take advantage of today and have a good meal? Previously in Maplewood Town, the medicinal ingredients in the medicine hall had been sold out due to the popularity of the spirit-gathering liquid. However, Chi Su did not hand over the money to the Qi family. He had always kept it in his hands. Therefore, he could afford to treat Yun Luofeng to a meal. Yun Luofeng thought for a while and said, "All right, let's go." Chi Su smiled. "I know a restaurant in the Imperial City that serves good food. Unfortunately, it's hard to book a private room there. I'll have to trouble Miss Yun to stay in the hall." "It's fine." Yun Luofeng shrugged. She did not care about these things. Also, Yun Luofeng paused and glanced at Qi Ling. You should bring Qi Ling around to relax. No matter what, Qi Ling was only a 5-year-old little girl. After experiencing so many changes, it was inevitable that she would be a little depressed. Moreover, Yun Luofeng really liked this little girl. Qi Ling looked as if she wanted to say something, but was hesitant to do so. Chi Su, Yun Luofeng seemed to see that Qi Ling wanted to say something. He paused, then said, "Can you let me talk to Qi Ling first?" Chi Su was a little surprised, but he knew that Qi Ling had been acting weird recently, so he didn't refuse. "All right, then I'll go to the Dragon and Phoenix restaurant first. Xiao Ling knows where it is. You can find me there after you're done talking." After saying this, he looked at Qi Ling worriedly, but in the end, he turned around and left. He was worried about Qi Ling, but it naturally had nothing to do with Yun Luofeng. He was just worried that Qi Ling was hiding something in her heart and was unwilling to say it out. "Your brother has left." Yun Luofeng lowered his head to look at Qi Ling and asked, "You've been conflicted for a few days. Don't you have anything to say to me?" Qi Ling bit her lip and lowered her head. I want to wait for Big Brother to establish himself in the Imperial City before going to Nemesis Forest. So, Master, can you take me there?" Actually, Yun Luofeng would have gone there himself even if Qi Ling hadn't asked. She only wanted to know if Yun Yuqing was by Ling because of the speculation in her heart. Chapter 1836. But, Yun Luofeng never thought that Qi Ling would have such an idea. "Qi Ling," Yun Luofeng was silent for a moment, "stay with your brother, I'll go find her." After all, Qi Ling was too young. How could she bring her to a place like Nemesis Forest? But, no buts. Yun Luofeng's expression darkened. "You're my disciple, so you must listen to me." Qi Ling felt wronged, but she would not disobey Yun Luofeng's words. She could only say, "All right, then I'll stay with brother." Hearing this, Yun Luofeng's expression softened. Her fingers gently stroked Qi Ling's head. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring her back. With this guarantee, Qi Ling immediately beamed with joy. The matter that was hidden in her heart just now was also thrown out in an instant. Master, Ling believes in you. Since Master has said so, Aunt Yun will definitely return, right, Master? When I have time, I want to visit Sister Mu. I'm worried about her. Qi Ling blinked her large eyes and looked pitifully at Yun Luofeng. She was afraid that Yun Luofeng would reject her. Yun Luofeng was stunned. She thought of the bedridden emperor and concubine Qin, who was related to the Qi family. So, her eyes darkened slightly. Master, if you don't want me to go, then I won't go. Qi Ling saw Yun Luofeng's gaze and thought that Yun Luofeng did not want her to interact with the royal family and said hurriedly. I'm not asking you not to see her, it's just that. Yun Luofeng paused. I need to find a suitable time to enter the palace. More importantly, even if Qi Ling wanted to see Mu Xuexin, no one would let her. Unless, they could meet outside, but it was obvious that Mu Xuexin was busy with the emperor's serious illness and had no time to wander outside. Qi Ling could not enter the palace, so naturally, she would not be able to see her. When the two of them stepped into the Dragon Phoenix restaurant, they saw Qi Su waiting for them. Qi Su's eyes lit up with joy. Just as she was about to welcome them, a disdainful voice sounded from the side. Oh, I was wondering who it was. So it's the Qi siblings. You two drowning dogs still dare to return? Qi Su frowned a little. He coldly glanced to the side and immediately recognized a few people who were walking over. The leader of the group was a pair of brother and sister. The boy was handsome, but he looked like a ruffian. The corners of his mouth curled up into an arrogant smile. As for the woman beside her, she was dressed in gorgeous clothes, dignified, beautiful, and charming. However, when her beautiful eyes looked at Qi Su, a trace of resentment appeared. That kind of resentment was like being abandoned by a lover, and love turned into hatred. Seeing the appearance of these two people, Qi Ling's body trembled and she subconsciously burrowed into Yun Luofeng's embrace. A trace of fear appeared on her small face. It was obvious that these two people had a great influence on Qi Ling when she was in the imperial city. Jiao Chao, Jiao Ku, why are you here? The world was too small. Qi Su had not intended to let anyone know that he had returned. Who would have thought that he would actually meet the Jiao siblings at the entrance of the restaurant? Qi Su. Jiao Ku looked at Qi Su resentfully, then turned to look at Yun Luofeng. A trace of hatred flashed across his eyes. When I confessed to you previously, didn't you say that you would only marry Mu Xuexin in this lifetime? Then who is this woman? You've fallen in love with someone else so quickly? It seems that you, Qi Su, are only a so-so. Chapter 1837. Of course, Jiao Ku had not said all this because of Mu Xuexin. She had once been jealous of Mu Xuexin for becoming Qi Su's fiancée, while he had not treated her properly. However, Mu Xuexin was a princess after all. So what if she was jealous? She did not have the guts to hate Mu Xuexin, but she hated Qi Su. At that time, she had already lost all her dignity. She was even willing to become a concubine, but Qi Su had rejected her coldly. Fortunately, heaven had eyes. Qi Su's backer had fallen and he had been chased out of the Qi family. At that time, she had mocked and ridiculed the Qi siblings. She had even secretly beaten Qi Ling up when no one was paying attention. If Qi Su had not rushed over just in time, her men would have destroyed Qi Ling's innocence. As such, even though more than a year had passed, Qi Ling still felt fear from the bottom of her heart. Her entire body trembled in Yun Luofeng's arms. The past was unbearable. When Qi Su recalled what these people had done, a murderous intent shot out from his cold eyes. Yun Luofeng knew Qi Su's character. Under normal circumstances, he would not want to kill anyone unless the other party had done something infuriating. Coupled with Qi Ling's fear, it was not difficult to guess what these people had done to Qi Ling. As Yun Luofeng comforted Qi Ling, he swept a sinister glance at the few people who had approached him. His slightly narrowed eyes were already filled with an eerie chill. Jiao Ku, Qi Su clenched his fists tightly. All I did was reject your request to be my concubine and you bear a grudge against me. You even took the opportunity to kidnap my sister. If I hadn't arrived in time, my sister would have died in your hands. How are we going to settle this score? At this moment, many people had gathered at the entrance of the restaurant. When they heard Qi Su's words, they looked at Jiao Ku in shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and astonishment. Jiao Ku's beautiful face instantly turned pale. She was so angry that her delicate body trembled. Qi Su, don't slander me. Who wants to be your concubine? A person with no status like you doesn't even have the right to ask me to marry you. Yet you want me to be your concubine? This matter was simply a humiliation. She must have been out of her mind to have done such a thing back then. Of course, not only was Qi Su handsome and powerful, he also had Yun Yueqing's protection and was the rightful successor of the Qi family. It was impossible for her not to like such an outstanding Qi Su. Qi Su? Was this young man Qi Su from the Qi clan? The one who was kicked out of the Qi family a year ago? TSK, I didn't expect him to come back. I didn't expect the Grand Tutor's daughter to want to be Qi Su's concubine. She even flew into a rage out of humiliation after being rejected. Those who were watching a good show would never complain about the matter blowing up. Jiao Ku was so angry that his face turned pale. His angry eyes swept over those who were discussing. Whoever dares to spout nonsense again, don't blame me for being impolite. Jiao Ku raised her chin and looked at Qi Su condescendingly. Qi Su, do you think a person like you is qualified to be with me? How dare you slander me? You're just being fickle-minded. Having a wife like the princess isn't enough. You want to take me as a concubine, but I don't agree, so you're blaming me instead? Let me tell you, I don't even want a proper wife, much less a concubine. I, Jiao Ku, would rather marry a poor man as a wife than marry a rich man as a concubine. I don't even care about the past you. Better to be a poor man's wife than a rich man's concubine. This was originally an extremely noble statement, but when it came from Jiao Ku's mouth, Yun Luofeng felt that it was very artificial. Chapter 1838. She trusted Qi Su. Therefore, if Jiao Ku had not done such a thing, Qi Su would not have said such a thing. However, she did not interfere in this matter because she believed that Qi Su could solve it himself. The eldest daughter of the Jiao family is really strong. She would rather be a poor man's wife than a rich man's concubine. With such a noble character, I believe that she is not the kind of person who would beg to be a concubine. I believe Miss Jiao. It must be Qi Su from the Qi family who wanted to have two beauties, but was rejected by the prideful Miss Jiao. That's why he slandered her. Everyone spoke one after another, looking at Qi Su and his sister with disdain. Jiao Ku's lips curled into a smile. She glanced at Yun Luofeng, who was holding Qi Ling in his arms, and a vicious light flashed in her eyes. Even if she didn't like Qi Su, it didn't mean that other women could stand by her side. She didn't dare to offend Mu Xuexin, but it didn't mean that she couldn't touch other women. As the daughter of the Jiao family, I naturally have my pride, unlike some people who see a good-looking man and try to be his concubine. This kind of person is simply a disgrace to us women. Her gaze was fixed on Yun Luofeng, and the woman she was talking about was naturally the other party. Yun Luofeng didn't want to get involved in this matter at first. He wanted to let Qi Su handle it himself. Who would have thought that the other person would direct the topic to her? Instantly, she lifted her black eyes and shot a sharp glare at Jiao Ku. This gaze made Jiao Ku feel as if needles were stabbing into her back. She was so frightened that she broke out in a cold sweat. But when she thought about how Yun Luofeng was willing to be the concubine of a destitute person like Qi Su, she knew that he definitely didn't have any background. Therefore, she quickly regained her composure. Pa! Without waiting for Yun Luofeng to make a move, Qi Su quickly stepped forward and slapped Jiao Ku. He didn't retract his strength, so when the slap landed, Jiao Ku's entire body was sent flying. Qi Su stood where Jiao Ku had been standing. He clenched his fists so tightly that they made cracking sounds. His delicate eyes were filled with anger. Jiao Ku, I haven't settled the score with you yet. How dare you humiliate Miss Yun? She is Qi Ling's master. How dare you say that about her? Do you really think that I, Qi Su, am a pushover? Qi Su had long wanted to beat Jiao Ku up. Regardless of the matter of Yun Luofeng or not, he would not let her go. However, he had originally planned to do it secretly. Who would have thought that Jiao Ku's framing would completely ignite Qi Su's anger, causing him to lose control of his violent temper? Ku air. Jiao Chao finally regained his senses and quickly walked to Jiao Ku's side and helped him up from the ground. How is it? Are you alright? At this point, he turned to look at Qi Su, his eyes filled with anger. Qi Su, how dare you hit my sister? Not only will I beat her, but I will also kill her sooner or later. When he said the word kill, Qi Su did not control his murderous aura at all. You. Jiao Chao's expression changed. Qi Su, my sister wasn't wrong. You said that it's impossible for my sister to become your concubine. You have a princess as your fiancée. With my sister's character, she would never do something like snatching someone else's man. In comparison, the woman next to you can't even compare to a single hair on my sister's head. In reality, Jiao Chao himself did not know that Jiao Ku had found Qi Su to confess. If he had known, he would definitely have stopped it. This was not because he had righteous values, but because he was afraid that Jiao Ku would implicate the Grand Tutor's residence. Chapter 1839. After all, Qi Su's backing had not fallen, the emperor had not been seriously ill, and he had doted on the fourth princess. If the fourth princess had complained, the Grand Tutor residence would have been finished. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes and glanced at Jiao Ku, who was being helped up by Jiao Chao. At that moment, Jiao Ku's face was ghastly pale. Her pitiful appearance made the people around her feel sorry for her. They cursed at Qi Su and expressed their disdain towards Yun Luofeng. You say that this woman is Qi Ling's master? What a joke. Why does a good-for-nothing like Qi Ling need a master? Why can't you find a better excuse? She was clearly the one who seduced you. Jiao Chao saw his sister being bullied and would not tolerate it. He glared fiercely at Yun Luofeng, his eyes full of disdain. You baddies, don't bully my master. Qi Ling had been terrified when she saw the Jiao siblings and had been hiding in Yun Luofeng's arms. However, when she heard that her most respected master was being humiliated, she was completely enraged. She immediately struggled out of Yun Luofeng's arms and pounced towards Jiao Chao. However, Jiao Chao did not move. He did not feel that it was embarrassing to attack a little girl in public. He just did not want to dirty his own feet. Jiao Chao did not move. Instead, an 8 or 9-year-old youth flashed out from behind him and attacked Qi Ling angrily. Xiao Ling. Qi Su's heart skipped a beat. Although Xiao Ling was no longer a good-for-nothing, she had only started cultivating not long ago. Furthermore, she was young and weak. How could she be a match for an 8 or 9-year-old youth? Yun Luofeng stood at the side without batting an eyelid. She wanted to see how far Qi Ling had progressed in her cultivation over the past few months. While helping Qi Ling cultivate, she also used spiritual energy to temper her body. Furthermore, she provided her with not only the spiritual energy in the space, but also countless spirit-gathering medicinal liquids. Therefore, Yun Luofeng was confident that Qi Ling's 3 months of cultivation was completely inferior to the 3 years of cultivation of others. Otherwise, if she could not defeat this 8 or 9-year-old youth under such generous conditions, then her talent could not be any worse. The youth had already pounced towards Qi Ling. A fierce look flashed across his eyes. His palm was also swift and fierce. He did not treat his opponent as a 5-year-old girl. Just when everyone thought that Qi Ling would either die or be severely injured, Qi Ling suddenly dodged the youth's attack. The young man was stunned. Before he could react, Qi Ling quickly grabbed the young man's arm and bit him. Ah! The young man cried out in pain and raised his hand to shake Qi Ling off. However, Qi Ling bit her tightly and showed no signs of letting go. Let go! The youth flew into a rage and slammed his palm towards Qi Ling's head. A glint flashed across Qi Ling's eyes. The moment the young man slapped down, she quickly let out a breath and dodged. But, the young man could no longer retract his hand. He slapped his arm, and the crowd could only hear the sound of dislocation, followed by a painful wail. I'll beat you to death for being the lackey of those two bad guys. Qi Ling's little face flushed with anger. Taking advantage of the fact that the teenager was still in a daze, she quickly pounced on him and pressed him firmly to the ground. Her little fist was wrapped in a layer of spiritual energy, and she fiercely punched the teenager's chest. Those who are with those two bad guys are not good people. Who asked you to bully my master? Hence, Qi Ling did not feel the slightest bit ashamed of beating this young man. Who asked him to be the lackey of the Jiao siblings? Chapter 1840. Jiao Ku and her sister had ugly expressions on their faces. The young man was their cousin. Although he wasn't extremely talented, he wasn't bad either. They didn't expect him to be crushed by Qi Ling. Qi Ling was only 5 years old. She had been a good-for-nothing a year ago. Yes, they were talking about a year ago. Qi Ling had indeed been a good-for-nothing back then. Who would have thought that she would be able to cultivate after a year? In an instant, everyone's gaze fell on Yun Luofeng's face. If Qi Ling could cultivate, did that mean that Qi Su was telling the truth? This woman was Qi Ling's master? Jiao Chao didn't think that way. He knew that Yun Yuqing had disappeared to find medicine for Qi Ling. Now that Qi Ling could cultivate, did that mean that Yun Yuqing had returned? Furthermore, why did this woman look so familiar? She looked similar to Yun Yuqing. Jiao Chao jumped in fright. His expression turned even uglier. Go away. Jiao Ku didn't think too much about it. She quickly stepped forward and was about to kick Qi Ling with her delicate leg. At this moment, an arm reached out from the side and pinched her leg firmly. Jiao Ku was shocked. She had just seen Yun Luofeng standing next to Qi Su. When did he appear here without anyone noticing? She didn't even have a chance to react. Looks like you don't want this leg. If that's the case. Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes. Then, with a slap, a clear sound suddenly rang out, followed by Jiao Ku's heart-wrenching cry of pain. Ah! My leg, my leg! Bang! Yun Luofeng pushed hard, and Jiao Ku fell to the ground. She clutched the leg that Yun Luofeng had broken, her face pale. This was too shocking. So shocking that no one could react. Qi Su had been shocked by Qi Ling's strength, so he had let Yun Luofeng teach Jiao Ku a lesson first. But he felt that crippling Jiao Ku's leg was letting her off easy. Back then, Jiao Ku had wanted to find someone to humiliate Qi Ling. At that time, Qi Ling had only been a 4-year-old child. But, there was still time. He and Jiao Ku would be settled bit by bit. Master. Qi Ling climbed down from the youth's body and stood next to Yun Luofeng. Her long eyelashes fluttered, making her look like a doll, very likable. Are you hurt? Yun Luofeng asked with concern. Qi Ling shook her head. They bullied Master. They're all bad guys. Yun Luofeng picked Qi Ling up. Although the little girl was young, she was quite heavy in his arms. It was obvious that Qi Su had not treated her badly for a year when she was chased out of the Qi family. Ku-er. Jiao Chao finally reacted and let out an angry roar. Qi Su, you've touched Ku-er. My father will never let you off. Just you wait. After that, he asked someone to carry Jiao Ku away. He had been frightened by Qi Ling just now, so he thought that Yun Yuqing had returned. But if Yun Yuqing really came back, would the Qi family be safe and sound? Therefore, the reason why Qi Ling was able to cultivate was probably because he had encountered some kind of opportunity in the past year. As for Yun Luofeng's resemblance to Yun Yueqing's, there were people who looked alike in this world. It must be a coincidence. Qi Su, let's go in. Qi Ling is probably hungry. Yun Luofeng carried Qi Ling and walked into the restaurant. Qi Su's appetite was not affected by Jiao Chao and his sister's appearance. His handsome face was very cold as he silently followed behind Yun Luofeng. Chapter 1841. The Qi Family. In the courtyard, a beautiful woman walked in with a girl who was about the same age as Qi Su. Behind her was a group of guards and maids. Her posture was comparable to that of an emperor on a tour. She looked down at the grass and trees in the garden. Who transplanted these flowers and trees here? Second Madam, these were all personally picked by First Madam. The beautiful woman was very unhappy with the way she was addressed as Second Madam. She frowned and said, "Hurry up and flatten these flowers and trees. They're an eyesore." But those are First Madam's painstaking efforts. The butler seemed a little reserved as he replied submissively. At that moment, Qi Zheng and Qi Mo had already rushed over. Qi Mo was furious when he heard that person's words. "Didn't you hear what Second Madam said? Hurry up and flatten these eyesores." The butler was dumbfounded. Wasn't young Master Qi Mo the son of First Madam? Why was he speaking up for his concubine? Moreover, not only did the family head keep a woman outside, but he also had an illegitimate daughter. He had also hidden it for so many years. At the thought of this, the butler felt that it was unfair for Lin Qing. He had received Lin Qing's kindness before, so he naturally stood on her side. However, under such circumstances, he couldn't say anything at all. "Husband." The beautiful woman was very aggrieved, and tears flowed out of her eyes. She leaned against Qi Zheng weakly and cried uncontrollably. "I know that I'm just your mistress for many years. These people must be on my sister's side. I don't want to fight with her for anything. I even gave her the son I gave birth to. Why is she still treating me like this? What did I do to let her down? He even gave her the son he gave birth to." The beautiful woman's words made everyone dumbfounded. They didn't understand what she meant. Since Qi Zheng had agreed to bring back his mistress, he didn't intend to hide Qi Mo's identity. He coughed and said, "Announce that Second Madam's status in the residence is second only to me. Also, she's Mo's biological mother." Like 5 bolts of lightning striking their heads, everyone was stunned. Qi Mo was Second Madam's son. What about First Madam? Back then, First Madam gave birth to a stillborn child. In order to comfort her, I had no choice but to separate Fei and her son. I've let them down all these years, so I decided to bring her into the residence to make it up to them. What? Everyone was even more astonished. Back then, the Second Madam and the First Madam gave birth at the same time. In the end, the doctor gave birth to a stillborn child, so he used the Second Madam's son. It was impossible for Qi Zheng to tell others that he had strangled his own son to death. Even if his actions were pardonable, he would still be criticized by others. Qi Zheng frowned, "Where's that woman? Didn't I tell you to let her go first and let her pour tea for your mother today? Why isn't she here yet?" Qi Zheng was probably the only one who could make the official wife pour tea for the concubine. Everyone wanted face, so even if many people doted on their concubines, they wouldn't go too far. Qi Zheng felt that he owed Jian Fei a lot, so he decided to support her in the mansion. There was a rule in the Drifting Wind country that a concubine could only remarry after the official wife had died. As long as the official wife was still alive, the concubine would not be able to take the position. That was why Jian Feifei was the second madam. However, with Qi Zheng's protection, Jian Feifei's status in the residence was much higher than Lin Qing's. However, that way, Qi Mo would not be able to become the legitimate son. But what did it matter? Who stipulated that the family property must be given to the legitimate son? As long as his father liked it, he could give it to whoever he wanted. Chapter 1842. Therefore, the wind-cloud continent did not have a strong sense of propriety. The son of a concubine would not be looked down upon. They only looked down on losers and weaklings. Otherwise, the selfish Qi Mo would definitely not allow his mother to be vindicated. "Father, that woman said that she's not feeling well, so she's not coming," Qi Mo replied coldly. "What?" Qi Zheng was furious. "Feifei returned home, but she's not even going to appear? She doesn't even listen to my orders?" "Husband." Jian Feifei snuggled into Qi Zheng's arms as if there was no one else around. "Forget it. She's your wife after all, and I'm just a concubine. It's better not to let her pour tea for me. If people find out, they'll think that you favor your concubine over your wife. I don't want you to be misunderstood like that." Jian Feifei looked as if she had suffered a huge grievance. Qi Zheng's heart ached. However, this was the imperial city, not Maplewood Town. If the officials heard about this, it would definitely affect concubine Qin. Although the little prince was His Majesty's only son, His Majesty still had nephews, right? No one in the imperial city even knew that he wanted to sell Qi Ling out. "Father," the young girl at the side immediately pouted and said angrily, "I don't think there's anything wrong with letting that woman, Lin Qing, pour tea. She has done so many wrong things to mother all these years." "Lu, stop it." Jian Feifei's face turned pale as she scolded her. "No, I'll keep talking." Qi Lu still looked angry. She first took away mother's time to accompany father, and then she took away big brother and mother's familial love. For the past 10 years, mother has been alone in her room every day because of her. I've tried to persuade mother to look for you many times, but mother refused. She said that Lin Qing was a jealous person and would not allow her to exist. She would rather suffer grievances herself than cause trouble for you, father. Mother is so reasonable, but what about her? If she really cared about father, she would accept the woman you like. Qi Lu gritted his teeth as if Lin Qing was the third party. Moreover, she caused so much harm to my mother. Shouldn't she pour tea and apologize? Lu, Jian Feifei hurriedly stopped her again. Of course, if she really wanted to stop Qi Lu, she would have covered her mouth when Qi Lu was speaking. However, she obviously waited until Qi Lu finished speaking before she pretended to scold her. Qi Mo. Qi Zheng was enraged by these words, but his anger was not directed at Qi Lu, but at Lin Qing. "Go and drag that woman here to apologize to me. Even if she's dying, as long as she's still breathing, drag her here." If someone who didn't know the truth saw this scene, they would really think that Lin Qing had done something so heinous to them that she had to apologize even though she was beyond cure. "Alright, I'll go find her now." With Qi Zheng's words, a sinister smile appeared on Qi Mo's face. He made a victorious gesture at his sister and walked towards the backyard. "Feifei, let's wait for her in the lobby." "Feifei, let's wait for her in the lobby." Qi Zheng held Jian Feifei's hand. He looked at her beautiful face, and the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. "You've been wronged for more than a decade. You've worked hard to bring Lu up, but I haven't been able to see you even once. Now, I want the culprit who caused this matter to pour tea and apologize to you. It's up to you whether to forgive her or not." Chapter 1843. After saying that, Qi Zheng walked into the hall with Jian Feifei and her daughter. He sat high up and waited for the sinner to appear. A moment later, a pale woman was carried over by Qi Mo. The woman's face was very pale. She was obviously ill. Even when she walked, she staggered as if she would fall at any moment. Qi Zheng did not sympathize with her at all. He felt that Lin Qing deserved it. Lin Qing, kneel down to Fei Fei. Qi Zheng shouted. Lin Qing's body trembled. She bit her lips tightly. Why should I kneel down to a concubine? Because you took away Fei Fei's son and Fei Fei's love. It was as if Lin Qing wanted to snatch Qi Mo away. He was the one who strangled Lin Qing's son and asked Qi Mo to pretend to be him. In the end, it was Lin Qing's fault. Lin Qing's body trembled even more. She finally understood that no matter how good she was to Qi Mo, he would not care about it. So, Qi Mo was not her son. She had raised someone else's son for so many years. She, who had been kept in the dark, was being forced to apologize. Qi Zheng, I've already given up on you. A year ago, you chased Su, and Ling away. I thought that leaving the Qi family was a good choice for them. Even if they lived a hard life outside, it was better than being humiliated here. I didn't stop you, nor did I say a word for them. Lin Qing's face was filled with pain. But I didn't know that you wanted to sell Ling, She still remembered how Qi Ling hugged her leg and cried when she was chased out. However, she wanted them to stay away from the Qi family. Therefore, she did not help her daughter. She did not even say a word. At that time, her daughter was very sad. She would never forget the disappointment in her eyes. If she knew Qi Zheng's real motive, she would risk her life to protect her child. Yesterday, you told me that you had an affair and gave birth to a daughter. I also agreed to let you bring her back. Lin Qing's expression was very sad. But you're actually so inhumane. You made me raise her son for so many years, and you even want me to apologize? Impudent. Qi Zheng slammed his palm on the table and shouted angrily, you are enjoying the happiness that belongs to others. Shouldn't you apologize? Fine. You said that Qi Mo isn't my son and you brought this woman back. However, Yu Qing earned the family business. Aren't you going to return it to him? Qi Zheng narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Qing coldly. Yun Yuqing is dead, and I am the head of the Qi family. These things belong to me. I haven't settled the score with you yet, and you still dare to mention the Qi family's business to me? Tell me the truth, did Yun Yuqing give Qi Su the formula for the spirit-gathering elixir? Qi Su even sold the recipe that Yun Yuqing left behind to the second prince of the state of Tianqi. He sold something that originally belonged to Mo. Not only do you have to apologize, you also have to repay the debt. Lin Qing's body stiffened. She truly felt that she had been blind. Why had she been deceived by such a man in the past? What if I don't? Then don't blame me for not showing mercy. Someone, prepare some tea for First Madam. Someone had already prepared the tea. When they heard this, they immediately walked over to Lin Qing's side. First Madam, please. You. Lin Qing trembled in anger. She couldn't take it anymore. Chapter 1844. Lin Qing, your children are still in my hands. If you don't want Qi Ling to be betrayed, apologize for your mistake immediately. Qi Zheng's face was cold as he berated in a stern voice. Lin Qing panicked. What are you going to do to Ling? Apologize. Otherwise, you know what will happen to Qi Ling. Qi Zheng said coldly. To Lin Qing, such a life was worse than death. Therefore, she had already made up her mind. She would rather die than submit. However, she had someone she cared about the most. Those people were her son and daughter. Husband. Jian Feifei looked at Lin Qing with pity. She held Qi Zheng's arm coquettishly and said, forget it. It doesn't matter how much I suffer. I've been like this all these years. Sister, on the other hand, has been pampered for so many years. How can she bear such humiliation? So. In name, she was pleading for mercy, but in fact, it was adding fuel to the fire. It made Qi Zheng even more furious. Kneel! Bang! Qi Mo, who was standing behind Lin Qing, kicked her knee, causing her to kneel on the ground. She was in pain, and her face turned even paler. Hold the teacup and apologize. Qi Zheng gave a look to the guard beside him. The guard placed the teacup in Lin Qing's hand. Lin Qing held the teacup tightly. She wanted to smash it a few times, but she thought of the young Qi Ling and restrained her impulse. Please, have some tea. This sentence seemed to have used up all of Lin Qing's strength. Her body swayed and she almost fell to the ground. Jian Feifei lowered her eyes to hide the smug smile in her eyes. She reached out to touch the teacup in Lin Qing's hand, but she secretly used her spiritual energy. Lin Qing's palm hurt, and the tea rolled down. Ah! The tea splashed on Jian Feifei's hand, and she cried out in pain. The back of her hand was red, and her eyes were red with tears. Mother! Qi Mo and Qi Lu rushed to Jian Feifei's side. Their eyes were filled with worry. Then, they glared at Lin Qing angrily. Lin Qing, I know you're jealous, but I didn't expect it to be to this extent. Can you not tolerate Feifei at all? Qi Zheng angrily slammed his palm towards Lin Qing's chest. In that instant, her body flew out like an arrow. Moreover, Qi Zheng did not even allow her to explain herself. In fact, even if she said it, Qi Zheng wouldn't believe her. The moment she fell, Qi Su and Qi Ling's faces appeared in Lin Qing's mind. A bitter smile hung on her lips as she slowly closed her eyes. Mother! Suddenly, a heart-wrenching sound rang out. It was familiar yet distant, and it caused Lin Qing's head to explode. Su-er? Was it her Su-er? Why did he return to the imperial city? Lin Qing tried her best to open her eyes and look at her son, whom she had been missing day and night. However, she had no strength left in her body. She didn't even have the strength to open her mouth. Her entire head felt dizzy. In the front hall, Qi Su quickly rushed in, followed by Yun Luofeng who was carrying Qi Ling. He immediately saw Lin Qing, who had been hit by Qi Zheng. His handsome face was pale, and his eyes were filled with worry and anger. The last person to enter the hall was the old blacksmith. The old blacksmith had been conflicted for a few days about the news of Qi Su's return. However, he still felt that he should tell Lin Qing. Just as he was about to enter the Qi family's residence, he met the butler who was walking out quickly. The butler told him that Qi Zheng had brought back a concubine and wanted to make things difficult for Lin Qing. Chapter 1845. After hearing this news, the old blacksmith hurried to find Qi Su. This was why Qi Su had returned to the Qi family. Qi Su, who allowed you to come back? Qi Zheng's expression changed the moment he saw the Qi siblings, and he shouted angrily. However, Qi Su did not even look at him. She looked at Yun Luofeng with pleading eyes. Miss Yun, could you please take a look at my mother? Yun Luofeng nodded lightly and walked to Lin Qing's side. With one look, she could not help but frown. She was malnourished, which caused her to be physically weak. In addition, she suffered a heavy blow, which is why she fainted. Malnourished? Qi Su's heart skipped a beat. Martial artists could use spiritual energy as food, but this was only possible after they had reached a certain level of cultivation. Lin Qing was not very talented, so her abilities were naturally not very high. Thus, she had to replenish her nutrients through food. Yun Luofeng claimed that she was malnourished, which meant that Qi Zheng had treated her harshly. Take her to rest first. Yun Luofeng looked at Lin Qing and ordered in a low voice. Her words were naturally directed at the old blacksmith standing behind her. When the old blacksmith saw that his sister was unconscious, he had long been worried. With Yun Luofeng's orders, he naturally went forward to carry Lin Qing from the ground and walked in the direction of the Qi family's backyard. Who allowed her to leave? Qi Zheng slammed his palm on the table and shouted angrily, Lin Qing has not even apologized to Feifei. What right does she have to leave? Men, take them down for me. I'd like to see who dares. Boom. At this moment, Yun Luofeng's aura surged. Her sharp eyes shot towards the guards who had drawn their swords, and she berated them in an imposing manner. Needless to say, her words were accompanied by the power that was released, causing the guards to tremble and stop in their tracks. Their eyes were still filled with fear. Perhaps they had not expected that a little girl like Yun Luofeng could give them such a powerful aura. Even the clan leader was not even 1/10 as powerful as she was. However, as the two sides clashed, the old blacksmith had already left with Lin Qing. Who do you think you are? How dare you meddle in the affairs of my Qi family? Qi Zheng shouted angrily. His gaze towards Yun Luofeng gradually became fiery. Yun Luofeng did not speak. She did not even look at Qi Zheng. It was as if she had completely ignored him as she continued to comfort the trembling Qi Ling. Of course, Qi Ling wasn't scared, but angry. I only have one question for you. Why did you ask my mother to apologize? What did she do wrong? Qi Su's eyes flashed coldly as he asked. Qi Zheng snorted. Your mother deprived Feifei of her rights as the second madam of the Qi family and separated me from Lu for so many years. More importantly, she snatched Mo away and caused Feifei to suffer for so many years. Shouldn't she apologize? In fact, Qi Zheng already knew everything when he arrived at the Qi family. Now, hearing Qi Zheng's shameless words, Qi Su's handsome face flashed with anger. Didn't you arrange for Qi Mo to come to the Qi family? My mother was the one who raised her when she was growing up. It's fine if you're not grateful, but you're blaming me instead. Moreover, you've kept the matter of having an affair a secret from my mother for so many years. Isn't this your fault? You even pushed all the blame to my mother. Qi Zheng's expression changed. He was in the wrong. How could he be in the wrong? Chapter 1846. Qi Su, Jian Feifei saw Qi Zheng's ugly expression and hurriedly stood up. She said bitterly, You've misunderstood your father. This is not your father's fault. It's me. I was the one who was willing to stay alone for so many years. I was also the one who was willing to give up Mo just to fulfill your mother's wish to raise her son. If you want to blame someone, blame me. He's innocent. With these words, Jian Feifei not only exonerated Qi Zheng, she also proved that she was innocent. On the contrary, it made people feel that Lin Qing was too ruthless. She stole someone else's son and even let him stay alone for so many years. Feifei, it's not your fault. It's Lin Qing's fault. Don't take the blame on yourself. Qi Zheng's originally ugly expression became much more restrained after hearing Jian Feifei's words. He looked at her, touched. What virtue or ability did he have in this life to be able to have a woman who was so considerate of him? In comparison, Lin Qing was too much of a scum. Qi Zheng. Seeing that Qi Zheng was about to say something, Yun Luofeng's eyes darkened. His lips curled into a sinister smile. Do you think it's interesting to argue with such a shameless person? Qi Zheng was startled. He turned to Yun Luofeng in confusion. Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes. Let me teach you a trick. If you can't pretend to be wronged and pretend to be someone else, then make yourself more fierce. So, what are you waiting for now? Go beat him up. I'll take responsibility if he dies. Her voice was arrogant and domineering. It was as if she didn't put the Qi family in her eyes. In reality, Yun Luofeng didn't want to expose herself so quickly. However, the world was unpredictable. If she didn't teach these people a lesson, she might not be able to get over it. Bitch, don't go too far. This is the Qi family. Killing you is as easy as killing an ant. Qi Lu stomped his feet angrily. At this moment, a red light came from behind Yun Luofeng. Then, a little girl dressed in red appeared out of thin air in front of her. Pa! The little girl raised her hand and ruthlessly slapped Qi Li's face. In an instant, a bright red handprint appeared on her face. Clean your mouth. You dare to scold my master? You're courting death. When the word courting death fell, Fire's body was enraged, and his red hair stood on end. Qi Zheng had been looking at Qi Su, so he didn't notice when the little girl appeared. When she appeared, he wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Qi Su, it seems like you don't want to live anymore. I'll satisfy you. Boom! Qi Zheng stood up angrily. Of course, the first person he looked for was the Fire who had slapped Qi Lu. However, before he could even reach Fire, he was blocked by a sturdy body. This was a man with an expressionless face. His appearance was ordinary, but he was very capable. His two burly and powerful arms suddenly stretched forward, blasting towards the charging Qi Zheng. Bang! Qi Zheng hurriedly met his opponent's attack, but he was forced to take a few steps back. There was a metallic taste in his throat, and his face turned red like a pig's liver. God! What? Was this man a god? Where did he come from? And when did it appear? Just as everyone was puzzled, Yun Luofeng's evil and cold voice slowly rang out, Yun Yi, as long as he doesn't die, beat him up as much as you want. It meant that it didn't matter if he was beaten until half of his body was paralyzed. However, Yun Luofeng did not plan to kill Qi Zheng for the time being. Just based on what he had done, he had to be in despair before he could die. Humph, you think you can defeat me just because you ambushed me? How laughable. No matter what, I am an invincible person who has defeated gods. With just you alone, you are no match for me. Qi Zheng sneered disapprovingly. Then, he leaped up and attacked Yun Yi. Chapter 1847. His every move was aimed at the vital points. If it was an ordinary person, they would indeed be severely injured even if they didn't die. However, Yun Yi was a puppet. As a lifeless puppet, he naturally didn't have any vital points. Bang! Qi Zheng's fist landed on Yun Yi's heart. He exerted force with his palm and a wave of spiritual energy entered his heart. A smug smile appeared on his face. Was this guy stupid? He didn't even protect his heart. If his heart was attacked, he would definitely die. However, his smile soon froze, because Yun Yi had already grabbed his arm. He suddenly raised his hand and a powerful force hit Qi Zheng's chest. His body flew backward in an instant. How is this possible? He had clearly attacked his heart. Why was he still safe and sound? Before Qi Zheng could think about it, Yun Yi had already appeared in front of him again. He grabbed Qi Zheng, lifted him up high, and smashed him back down. With a loud bang, a pit was formed on the ground. Yun Yi's movements were so fast that Qi Zheng didn't have a chance to react. He only came back to his senses when he felt a sharp pain coming from his bones. He was defeated? Impossible. He, who had defeated the invincible deity, actually failed. Of course, Yun Yi wouldn't let Qi Zheng off just because he was defeated. Although he was a puppet, he was absolutely loyal to Yun Luofeng's orders. Since his master told him to beat him up, he definitely wouldn't let Qi Zheng off so easily. So, Qi Zheng, whose heart was full of pain, had not yet walked out of this misery when he saw Yun Yi jump up high and land on the ground with a bang, stepping on his chest. So, pft! Qi Zheng spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. In the deity realm, Qi Zheng was indeed very strong. However, the person he met was Yun Yi, who was a puppet. He was even injured because of his carelessness. Think about it. In the same level, one person could feel pain and couldn't fight if he was injured. He might even die. The other person was immortal and didn't feel pain or injury. How could he fight? There was no comparison at all. Qi Lu and Qi Mo's mouths were wide open in shock. Their bodies were trembling. Father was defeated? How could this be possible? Compared to the siblings, Jian Feifei screamed and rushed towards Qi Zheng. She cried, "Husband, you can't be hurt. You can't be hurt. What would I do if something happened to you? Who will back me up? What right do I have to act like a tyrant?" Unfortunately, Jian Feifei didn't say the last 3 sentences out loud. She did not know if Qi Zheng was faking it or if he had really fainted. Yun Luofeng turned around and looked at Qi Mo. "Didn't you want to avenge your mother?" Qi Su finally came back to his senses. The way he looked at Jian Feifei and the others could be described as a knife. "Do you think my mother should apologize to you?" Qi Mo's face was shrouded in a cold glint. "Moreover, in this huge Qi family, how could my mother starve to the point of malnutrition?" Qi Mo's expression changed. He looked at Qi Su angrily. "Qi Su, you colluded with outsiders and injured father. You want to obtain the Qi family's assets. You deserve to die." "Obtain the Qi family's assets?" Qi Zheng laughed out loud. "The Qi family was mine to begin with. You shameless bastard stole the assets that my master left me. How dare you say that I want the Qi family's assets? I'm just taking back what belongs to me." Chapter 1848. Qi Mo was so angry that his entire body was trembling. If looks could kill, Qi Su would have died 1,000 times over. "Mo, stop talking." Jian Feifei's face was covered in tears as she slowly stood up from the ground. Her beautiful eyes were filled with grief, as if Qi Su was an evil person. "Su, I'm your second mother after all. I know you hate your father, but he's innocent. Which man on this continent doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? If it wasn't for your mother's permission, your father, he wouldn't have to suffer so much." These words made Qi Zheng's mistress become an innocent person, while Lin Qing was unforgivable. Besides, as the eldest son of the Qi family, Mo should have inherited all the property. If you bring outsiders to attack your father, wouldn't that mean you've obtained the Qi family's property? Second mother? Qi Su smiled mockingly. "I don't even recognize Qi Zheng. What kind of second mother are you? Furthermore, a concubine dares to claim to be my mother. You're shameless, but I think you're embarrassing." When he thought about how Lin Qing had been abused by these people, and how she had been forced to pour tea and apologize even though she had done nothing wrong, he was furious. "Originally, I didn't hit women, but if they were despicable, then it would be a different story. You." Jian Feifei's face paled and she opened her mouth to speak. Qi Su felt that her words were too disgusting, so he didn't give her a chance to speak. He immediately rushed in front of her and kicked Jian Feifei in the chest. "Brother, help me capture her. Let me beat her up." Qi Ling had wanted to make a move for a long time. When she saw Qi Su rush over first, she immediately said. Her voice was soft and didn't have much of a deterrent force. But who told her to have a brother like Qi Su? Therefore, when he heard his sister's words, Qi Su grabbed Jian Feifei's hair and pulled her hands behind her back, not allowing her to move. "Bad woman, I'll let you bully my mother." Qi Ling quickly ran in front of Jian Feifei. Her sharp claws slashed across Jian Feifei's face, and a bright red claw mark appeared on her cheek. "Little bitch, how dare you hurt my mother?" Qi Lu was furious and wanted to teach Qi Ling a lesson. Before she could take 2 steps, Fire, who had been standing at the side, immediately slapped her away. Qi Mo was frightened by Fire and didn't dare to move. He was glad that he wasn't the one who made the first move. "Ah!" Jian Feifei screamed hysterically. Her eyes were red, and tears of grievance rolled down her cheeks. The sound was too painful. Qi Su, who was lying on the ground, moved his eyelids, but he still couldn't open his eyes. In fact, he didn't faint just now. He was afraid that he would be tortured even more severely if he was awake, so he pretended to be unconscious. Humans were selfish by nature. Even though he doted on Jian Feifei, the person he loved the most was himself. Therefore, even though Jian Feifei was being tortured, he did not get up to help. In any case, he would make it up to Feifei after everything was over. Women fight differently from men. If Qi Su were to make a move, he would at most slap her a few times and kick her a few times. It would be different if it was Qi Ling. The sharp little claws had scratched her entire face, and a large piece of her hair had been torn off. Even her scalp was bleeding. It was so painful that Jian Feifei couldn't help but wail a few times. Qi Su, Qi Ling, enough. Qi Mo shouted. Due to fire standing at the side, he did not dare to make a move. Qi Su, Imperial concubine Qin is my aunt, and the little prince is also the future emperor. Aren't you afraid of Imperial concubine Qin's revenge for treating the Qi family like this? Qi Mo's eyes flashed with anger. You have to know that there are 2 ultimate gods and more than 10 divine kings in the royal family. Chapter 1849. Indeed, Qi Su had reached an agreement with the second prince because he was afraid of Imperial concubine Qin. But now, even if he asked Imperial concubine Qin to punish him, he had to teach Jian Feifei a lesson. Imperial concubine Qin? So what? It's the Qi family's fault. What's wrong with me taking revenge for my mother? Besides, I'm just teaching a concubine a lesson. Does Imperial concubine Qin have to care about such a small matter? Qi Su smiled coldly. Qi Mo was filled with anger. He seemed to have thought of something and said disdainfully, Qi Su, you probably don't know this, but Imperial concubine Qin has already made the decision to make the 4th princess my concubine. Aren't you in love with the 4th princess? Then I'll let you watch how the woman you like lies under me and is tortured to death. What did you say? Qi Su's voice turned cold, and it wasn't hard to hear the anger in it. I said, your former fiancée will become my concubine. A woman who's only worthy of being my concubine is the woman you liked back then. Don't you think it's embarrassing? Qi Mo gritted his teeth and said. Bang! Suddenly, a kick landed on Qi Mo's face. Qi Mo quickly took a few steps back. His nose and lips were purple, and blood kept flowing out. Don't you dare touch her. A murderous aura surged from Qi Su's body. That aura completely frightened Qi Mo, and his face turned pale. However, he still didn't want to lose to Qi Su. He said forcefully, even if you don't agree, there's nothing you can do. Imperial concubine Qin has already decided, and no one can stop her. If you have the ability, go and fight with her. Let's see how many lives you have. Smack! Qi Su's foot was aimed at Qi Mo's face. This kick almost killed Qi Mo. Who asked him to be so mean? He knew that Qi Su liked Mu Xuexin and knew that he wasn't Qi Su's match, but he still provoked him. Wasn't he asking for a beating? Yun Luofeng's lips curled up, and he crossed his arms. He leaned against the door lazily and looked at the chaotic hall. Not a single guard in the entire Qi family dared to make a move. It wasn't that they didn't care about Qi Zheng, but they were frightened by Yun Yi's power and Qi Su's hostility. Qi Su, Yun Luofeng saw that they were almost done with their fight, then slowly opened his mouth. The Qi family courtyard, was it bought by your master? In the past, the Qi family wasn't in the imperial city. They only moved here after they became stronger. That was why she asked such a question. Qi Su nodded slightly. Everything in the Qi family belongs to my master. It was also because of this that he was so angry when he found out that the Qi family had starved Lin Qing to the point of malnutrition. Moreover, when Qi Su's aunt fell ill, Lin Qing secretly went to give some money to Qi Zheng. When Qi Zheng found out, he gave her a beating. All these things added together made Qi Zheng have the urge to annihilate the Qi clan. Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes. If that's the case, then we'll live here in the Qi family. After all, these are your master's things. Oh right, I just looked around. The Qi family's treasury has a lot of precious items, and there's also a lot of gold and silver. You take all of them, and don't leave a single copper coin for them. Qi Su returned to Yun Luofeng's side. What about these people? Do you want me to chase them away? Actually, Qi Su had wanted to wait until he was strong enough to fight against the royal family before killing his way back to the Qi family. However, because of Lin Qing, he had no choice but to return first. Chapter 1850. Since she had already done it, she might as well do it even more ruthlessly. She would take back all of the Qi family's belongings and force these people out. No need, Yun Luofeng smiled evilly, I will allow them to stay in the Qi family. Qi Su looked at Yun Luofeng in shock, not understanding why she did not kick these people out. But he did not question it. Miss Yun had her reasons for everything she did. He only needed to obey. However, Yun Luofeng clearly understood Qi Su's doubts and smiled slightly. What do you think they can do if they stay in the Qi family? Or continue to bully your mother? Since they cannot bully you, why not let them stay? But, I feel that Miss Yun is not a kind person. Qi Su was silent for a while before asking. I am definitely not kind. If they stay, you can vent your anger on them when you are angry. When you're in a bad mood, you can torture them a few times. Yes. Yun Luofeng kept them so that Qi Su could vent his anger. When she said she wanted to take back the Qi family's belongings, Qi Zheng's eyelid twitched. Hearing this, his expression became even uglier. But he did not open his eyes. The Qi family still had concubine Qin. When the time came, he would complain to concubine Qin and make these people suffer. As for the guards of the Qi family, Yun Luofeng paused, change them. Do not keep those who are not loyal. Okay. Qi Su nodded, agreeing with Yun Luofeng's words. Let's go, we will go see your mother first. Also. Yun Luofeng paused, Yun Yi, look after these people. Do not allow them to take one step out of the Qi family. The expressions of Qi Zheng and the others changed immediately. If they were not allowed to leave, how could they complain to concubine Qin? How could concubine Qin avenge them? Especially Jian Feifei. She did not show anything on her face, but she was going crazy inside. She wanted to kill Yun Luofeng. And Lin Qing and her 2 children, they all deserved to die. Inner courtyard of the palace. Mu Xuexin was walking in the imperial garden when she suddenly saw a figure in front of her. She frowned and decided to ignore it. Fourth princess, please wait. Unexpectedly, that woman actually called out to her to stop her footsteps. Mu Xuexin's footsteps paused. She turned around to look at the woman and asked, what business does eldest Miss Lu have with this princess? This woman was the daughter of Lord Lu. If Yun Luofeng were here, he would have recognized her as the person who had followed behind the Jiao siblings that day. However, she hadn't said a single word from beginning to end, so Yun Luofeng and the others didn't pay much attention to her. Does the 4th princess know that the 2nd young master of the Qi family has returned? Lu Yu's face was filled with a gentle smile as she spoke in a completely unpretentious voice. Mu Xuexin's body trembled, and joy flashed in her heart. Qi Su is back. However, when she thought of the recent situation in the court, her joy suddenly disappeared and was replaced by helplessness. So what? Lu Yu's eyes flickered a few times. Your Highness, there's another woman beside Qi Su. Woman? Mu Xuexin was startled, and the image of the white-clothed woman she had seen in the Spirit River Mountain surfaced in her mind. If she was by Qi Su's side, it should be her savior, Qi Ling's master. She had also come. Back then, she hadn't been able to properly thank her. Since she had come to the imperial city, she must go and see her. Chapter 1851. Furthermore, she misses Qi Su. Lu Yu saw that Mu Xuexin did not respond and gritted her teeth. Princess, I think that woman and Qi Su have an unusual relationship. Unusual? Of course it's unusual. She was Qi Ling's master and had helped Qi Ling with his cultivation. How could their relationship be ordinary? Mu Xuexin furrowed her brows and her expression sank. What are you trying to say? Princess, you are engaged to the second master of the Qi family. Can you tolerate another woman following him? I think that Qi Su likes that woman very much. Mu Xuexin's expression turned even uglier. Of course, she was targeting Lu Yu and not Yun Luofeng. Eldest Lady Lu, aren't you being a busybody? Does anyone following Qi Su have anything to do with you? Or are you saying that you like Qi Su? Mu Xuexin's lips curled into a sarcastic smile as she stared coldly at Lu Yu. Lu Yu lowered her gaze. Princess, I'm thinking for your sake. I have no selfish motives. After all, I think only you are worthy of standing by Qi Su's side. So what if Qi Su has been chased out of the Qi family? He was handsome and had great talent. Just this point alone was enough to attract the attention of all the women. As for Lu Yu, she has liked Qi Su since a long time ago and that has never changed. In the past, Qi Su had the princess by his side. Aside from envy, she had no other feelings for him. No matter how much she liked him, she could only watch silently from afar. However, forget about the princess. Who does that woman think she is? What right does she have to occupy the position next to Qi Su? Unfortunately, the Jiao siblings had suffered at her hands. Naturally, she did not dare to act rashly. After much thought, she decided to tell the fourth princess about this and use her to get rid of her. She never thought that the princess would remain unmoved. Could it be that she does not like Qi Su? Regardless of what Lu Yu guessed, she did not dare to question Mu Xuexin further. She could only watch unwillingly as Mu Xuexin left. Her beautiful face was filled with anger. At the Qi family home. In the most remote and dilapidated western courtyard, Qi Zheng was thrown onto a bed in a half-dead state. Only after the person had left did he suddenly open his eyes. His eyes were filled with viciousness and murderous intent. Qi Su, one day, the people I want to help you will die a horrible death. If someone who didn't know the truth saw this, they would think that Qi Su had an irreconcilable hatred with him. They wouldn't even think that Qi Su was his son. Husband. Jian Feifei sat at the head of the bed. Her messy hair made her look like a crazy woman. Her face was covered in blood-red claw marks. Her eyes were bloodshot and her delicate body was trembling slightly. It was truly a pitiful sight. That is, if you ignore her face. Originally, Jian Feifei was beautiful and could naturally capture a man's heart. But now, she was as messy as a madman and her face was ruined. How could she still arouse a man's desire? Feifei, Qi Zheng's eyes did not have the heartache he used to have, only a touch of guilt. I've implicated you in this matter. Don't worry, if there's a chance in the future, I'll tie those people up and let you vent your anger. Jian Feifei shook her head. I don't want revenge nor do I want to vent my anger. I only want you to be well, husband. That's more important than anything else. Her words made Qi Zheng feel even more guilty. He really could not understand how those people could bear to hurt Jian Feifei, such a good woman. Feifei, when concubine Qin finds out about what has happened to us, she will definitely come for revenge. However, she's probably busy dealing with Mu Xuexin now, so we'll need to wait. Qi Zheng comforted Jian Feifei. When the time comes, they will definitely pay the price. I know that you're kind-hearted and can't bear to take revenge, but you don't need to show them any mercy. Chapter 1852. Jian Feifei lowered her head and sobbed softly. Therefore, Qi Zheng did not see the viciousness hidden in her eyes when she lowered her head. Since Qi Zheng had moved back to the Qi family, he also brought the old blacksmith and his wife over. Now that the Qi family was back in Qi Zheng's hands, all the treasures in the treasure pavilion were also under his control. However, he knew that one day, Qin Fei would know everything that happened to the Qi family. Therefore, he had to do his best to improve his strength during this period. At this time, Yun Luofeng's medicine hall opened for business. It was called the Spirit Gathering Medicinal Hall. The news of the Spirit Gathering medicinal liquid appearing in Maplewood Town had already spread a few months ago. As soon as they heard the word Spirit Gathering Medicinal Hall, many people associated it with the Spirit Gathering medicinal liquid in Maplewood Town. Therefore, even though the Spirit Gathering Medicinal Hall was located in the extremely remote West City, it was still bustling with people that day. Many people came for the Spirit Gathering medicinal liquid. Everyone, apart from the Spirit Gathering medicinal liquid, our medicine hall is selling something else today. Shopkeeper Zhao greeted the customers with a smile and said politely. As soon as he finished speaking, the people who were originally rushing to buy the Spirit Gathering medicinal liquid all turned to look at him. Men, bring the puppets here. Shopkeeper Zhao did not explain much and ordered directly. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 servants carried a few cages over. When they saw the people in the cages, everyone turned pale with fright. People? The Spirit Gathering medicinal hall is human trafficking? No, didn't you hear what shopkeeper Zhao just said? These are puppets. Puppets? Heavens, there are people in this world who can make puppets? Is this real? Am I dreaming? Everyone knew what puppets represented. However, they had only heard of them and had never seen them before. Now that they saw the cages being carried over, they could not help but be shocked. Following that, shopkeeper Zhao's next sentence was like a heavy stick, smashing everyone until they were dizzy. These are not just ordinary puppets. They are at the divine spirit realm. Can you imagine what a divine spirit realm puppet represents? Shopkeeper Zhao didn't say much, but his words left everyone dumbfounded. Not only was it a puppet, but it was also a puppet at the divine spirit realm. If they could buy him, it would prove that their family had a deity. Good heavens! This was simply inconceivable. Of course, although everyone was shocked, they also knew that divine spirit realm puppets were not the same as spirit gathering elixir. It was not something that could be bought with money. Due to the uniqueness of these puppets, the materials are hard to find and even harder to make, so we only sell 3 of them per month. Also, shopkeeper Zhao paused for a moment. According to my master's request, the puppets do not accept any gold coins. They must be exchanged with items of high value. If 1 isn't enough, then 2 will be used until we can afford the price. Hearing this, a voice came from the crowd. Shopkeeper Zhao, what kind of items can be exchanged for a puppet? Shopkeeper Zhao had also asked Qi Su about this matter, and Qi Su had asked Yun Luofeng about it. Thus, when he heard this question, shopkeeper Zhao immediately replied, the meteoric iron core. The heart of meteoric iron was different from ordinary meteoric iron. It contained the essence of the meteoric iron. It was extremely precious and difficult to find. However, a divine spirit realm puppet was completely worth this price. Shopkeeper Zhao, is the spirit gathering elixir that you are selling the same spirit gathering elixir that was widely known in Maplewood Town? Chapter 1853. Shopkeeper Zhao smiled, that's right. May I know who's behind this hall of spirit gathering? The man continued to ask. Shopkeeper Zhao did not show any signs of impatience and continued to answer, please forgive me for not being able to tell you. The man was not satisfied, but just as he was about to ask more questions, a voice called out from behind him. Get out of the way, all of you get out of the way. The crowd paused and made way for a path. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a group of soldiers approached from behind. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man. His face was filled with arrogance and a scar across his face made him look ferocious. His eyes carried a fierce light. Take everyone from the Hall of Medicine away. What? Hearing this, the crowd was shocked. Why are these soldiers taking everyone from the Hall of Medicine away? General Li, don't you think you're going too far? Qi Su walked out from behind shopkeeper Zhao with a cold expression. What crime did the people of the Hall of Medicine commit? Why are you taking everyone from the Hall of Medicine away? General Li was shocked when he saw Qi Su. You're the owner of this Hall of Spirit Gathering? No, I'm just doing my job for someone else. Qi Su frowned. General Li, can you tell me why you're here? Humph. General Li scoffed. Even though it was Qi Su, he did not give him any face. The recipe for this spirit gathering liquid came from the Imperial Palace and was stolen some time ago. Now that you're selling the spirit gathering liquid, it proves that you've broken into the Imperial Palace to steal it. Guards, take everyone away and seal the Hall of Spirit Gathering. Qi Su frowned. He finally understood General Li's intentions. Originally, he thought that the people from the Imperial Palace would need some time to get their hands on the spirit gathering liquid. He did not expect them to show up on the first day of business. It seemed that someone must have heard about the spirit gathering liquid and wanted to get their hands on it. According to General Li, the recipe for the spirit gathering liquid belongs to the Imperial Palace and even the puppet-making technique belongs to the Imperial Palace? Qi Su's lips curled as a cold light flashed across his eyes. Of course. General Li raised his head arrogantly. He was following concubine Qin's orders. She was the future Empress Dowager, who would dare to refuse something she wanted. What? This spirit-gathering liquid was stolen from the palace? And puppeteering? These people are really bold. They actually dared to steal things from the Imperial Palace. Now they're here, aren't they? When the crowd heard this, they started discussing and looked at the elixir-gathering hall with disdain. Qi Su's face darkened. Since General Li thinks that we stole the recipe from the Imperial Palace, there must be someone in the Imperial Palace who knows how to make the elixir. Why don't you ask that person to come here and demonstrate how to make the elixir? If someone can make it successfully, I will immediately go to the Imperial Palace and plead guilty. General Li was stunned. Qin Fei had asked him to come not only to seal up the medicine hall, but also to snatch the recipe. But Qi Su had asked him to find someone to demonstrate the concoction? Where was he going to find them? Seeing General Li's unsightly expression, Qi Su sneered and said, "So this is how the people of the Imperial Palace rob others? You even used such a high-sounding reason to frame my elixir-gathering hall? General Li, you used to be a decent man. I didn't expect you to become so shameless in just a year." Chapter 1854. A year had changed a lot. No matter what kind of person General Li was in the past, the current him was shameless. General Li's face turned from green to white and from white to green. His gaze suddenly turned vicious. Qi Su, are you going to become enemies with the royal family? Qi Su said coldly, I'm not an enemy of the royal family. I'm only an enemy of Imperial concubine Qin. I don't need to guess, I know that it must be Imperial concubine Qin who sent you here. In the royal palace, only she would do such a thing. Nonsense. General Li's expression changed and a trace of guilt flashed in his eyes. Qi Su, you're committing treason. Qin Fei is a virtuous lady, how could she do such a thing? I'm here under the orders of the fourth princess, she asked me to seal up the spirit-gathering medicinal hall. Yes. This was also Qin Fei's order. Not only did she want to obtain the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid, she also wanted to discredit Mu Xuexin. She wanted everyone to know that the fourth princess was a spoiled person. Unfortunately, of all the people she could have sent, she had to send a brainless general. If it was really the fourth princess's order, would you use such a tone to expose her? On the contrary, you're protecting Qin Fei? Qi Su's eyes flashed coldly, from your words, I can tell who you're working for. However, it's fine if you praise Qin Fei, but you have to slander the fourth princess. In fact, in order to gather the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid, other than the ordinary families, there were also many officials and nobles. How could these people be fools? If General Li was really on the fourth princess side, then he would have been more than happy to protect her. Why would he expose himself? On the contrary, not only did Qin Fei claim that she was virtuous, she was even angered when Qi Su mentioned her. From this, it could be seen whose order it was. In the drifting wind country, General Li's strength was not bad, but he was brainless and only had brute force. Originally, Qin Fei thought that he was strong, so she sent him here and thought that sealing up the medicinal hall would be a simple matter. However, how could she have known that General Li would say such a thing? This would undoubtedly expose her, and it would also make the image that she had painstakingly maintained appear in front of everyone. Humph. General Li snorted, Qi Su, no matter what you say, it's useless. Today, I'm sealing up this medicinal hall. Men, take all these people away. In an instant, the group of guards standing behind General Li drew their swords and were about to attack Qi Su. But at this moment, Qi Su slowly raised his hand and gradually lowered it. Everyone was confused, not knowing what he wanted to do. However, in the next second, everyone realized the intention of Qi Su's gesture. Shopkeeper Zhao opened the cage, and the puppets that were originally in the cage quickly flashed out. With a bang, they fell to the ground like a huge mountain, causing the entire ground to tremble. They released their auras without holding back as they looked at the uninvited guests expressionlessly. This, gods? General Li turned pale with fright. There was a deity by Qi Su's side? Although he had also become a deity, he wasn't facing just one deity. Qi Su, are these puppets? General Li thought of what Qi Su had just said and asked while gritting his teeth. Qi Su sneered, didn't you say that my master stole the puppet-making technique from the imperial palace? Then why are you asking me if they are puppets? Chapter 1855. In reality, General Li did not know that the elixir gathering hall sold puppets, and concubine Qin had never mentioned this to him. Thus, he was only playing along with Qi Su's words. At the thought of this, General Li lifted his chin. His arrogant face carried a look of determination. That's right, these puppets came from the palace. I'm only returning them to their rightful owners. Qi Su, if you know what's good for you, you'd better hand over the elixir gathering hall. Otherwise, your fate will be miserable. Then I'd like to know how miserable my fate will be. Qi Su had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen someone this shameless. No wonder General Li and concubine Qin were birds of a feather. How dare you? As soon as General Li shouted, the puppets moved. They stared coldly at General Li as if they were looking at a dead man. General Li's expression changed abruptly. He could feel the aura emanating from these puppets, so he sucked in a breath of cold air. Qi Su, you will pay for your arrogance today. Then, he waved his hand and shouted, let's go. A wise man submits to circumstances. The royal family was so powerful, how could they not deal with Qi Su? The most important thing now was to return to the palace and report to concubine Qin. The palace was luxurious and unique. The beautiful woman leaned lazily on the chaise longue. Two palace maids stood to the side, fanning her. There were even people kneeling on the ground with teacups in their hands, waiting for her to drink. The beautiful woman was extremely beautiful. Her skin was smooth and her eyebrows were curved like crescent moons. At first glance, she looked gentle and pleasant, but her seductive eyes were filled with viciousness. Mother. Suddenly, a little boy around 7 or 8 years old ran in from outside the door. He dove into the beautiful woman's arms and asked, Mother, why is father not dead yet? If the ministers in the palace heard this, it would definitely cause a storm. However, everyone in the palace was her confidant, so there was no need to restrain them. The beautiful woman lowered her eyes and gently stroked the little boy's head. The viciousness in her eyes was replaced by love. The doctors have already concluded that your father won't live for more than a few months. Can't you wait for a few more months? The little prince curled his lips and said in an arrogant and willful manner, if he had died earlier, the drifting wind country would have become my territory. When that time comes, I'll torture that bitch, Mu Xiaofan. Who asked him to win Imperial Father's love? Like mother like son. What kind of a mother was she? How good could a son be? Although the little prince was young, under concubine Zither's teachings, he already hated Mu Xiaofan to the bone. He even hated his father. My son, do you really want your father to die so badly? Of course. The little prince held his head high and puffed out his chest. I am my father's only son, but he doesn't even pamper me. He only has eyes for that bitch, Mu Xiaofan. As a son, I should be the most pampered. Why do I have to dote on a daughter? All the commoners know that a married daughter is like spilled water. It's useless no matter how much he dotes on her. In the end, she will be given to someone else. Concubine Zither's eyes were filled with gratification. My son's thoughts are correct. However, you can't say these things outside. After all, there are many ministers in the palace who stand on Mu Xiaofan's side. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, there are some things that we should keep to ourselves. Chapter 1856. Yes, Imperial Mother, I understand. The little prince buried his head in Imperial concubine Qin's embrace and complained, but Imperial Mother, those ministers still want to save Imperial Father and won't let me become emperor. Do you think they're stupid? I'm Imperial Father's only son. If I don't become emperor, who will? Either way, the throne would definitely be his. No one could compete with him. Since Imperial Son wants him to die so much, Imperial Mother will think of a way for you. Go to your Imperial Father's palace first. Remember, when you see your Imperial Father, you must cry to show your filial piety. Imperial Mother will take care of everything else for you. Imperial concubine Qin slightly lowered her eyes as a cold light flashed across them. The little prince didn't bother her anymore and bowed to Imperial concubine Qin before retreating. Imperial concubine Qin's eyes turned cold as she watched the little prince leave. Someone, summon the Imperial physician. Yes, Imperial concubine Qin. One of the palace maids retreated upon hearing the order. Not long later, a middle-aged man slowly walked over under the palace maid's lead. After the middle-aged man walked in, Imperial concubine Qin dismissed her attendants and a cold light flashed across her eyes. Imperial physician Yu, this consort wants you to find a way to make the emperor die in 3 days. Imperial physician Yu was stunned as he looked at Imperial concubine Qin in astonishment. Imperial concubine Qin, you can't wait? Yes, the emperor's illness was related to Imperial concubine Qin. The emperor's health had been deteriorating ever since the empress passed away until he was bedridden. Of course, if he was careful, it wasn't impossible for him to recover. Unfortunately, Imperial physician Yu, the head of the imperial hospital, was already concubine Qin's woman. There was no other way. Who told Imperial concubine Qin to have a hold on him? He could only be loyal to her. Imperial physician Yu purposely worsened the emperor's condition, causing the emperor to fall into a coma. That's right. Imperial concubine Qin sneered, who told this dog emperor to spoil his daughter and not his son? He's still unwilling to make my son the crown prince? Therefore, she had brought this upon herself. Imperial physician Yu, help this consort with one last thing. When this consort's son ascends the throne, I won't mistreat you. I can even make the decision to give you 100 stalks of spirit herbs. Greed flashed across Imperial physician Yu's eyes. To him, status wasn't important. What he wanted the most was the spiritual medicine formula. Back then, he had also secretly taken the Imperial Physician Academy's spirit medicine and was discovered by concubine Qin's people. That was why he and concubine Qin were in cahoots. After all, if this matter were to reach His Majesty's ears, what awaited him would not only be a complete loss of reputation, but he would also be thrown into jail. What does Empress Qin want me to do? When you feed His Majesty the medicine today, put one more strain of poison and let him die 3 days later. I believe that Imperial Physician you have a way to do it without anyone noticing. Imperial Physician Yu was silent for a while before asking, why 3 days later? Because I want to frame that bitch, Mu Xuexin, for His Majesty's death. Consort Qin had never seen the Empress before, but from Mu Xuexin, she could tell how beautiful the Empress was. No wonder the Emperor couldn't forget her even after so many years. Because of this, Consort Qin's hatred for Mu Xuexin deepened. But she had never thought that the Emperor not loving her had nothing to do with the Empress. It was because she herself couldn't attract the Emperor's attention. Imperial Physician Yu was shocked and couldn't help sighing. It looked like Consort Qin couldn't tolerate Mu Xuexin after the Emperor's death. Chapter 1857. Not long after Imperial Physician Yu left, General Li hurried over with an ugly expression on his face. Imperial concubine Qin, Qi Su is in charge of the elixir gathering hall, but that little bastard Qi Su is too much. How dare he humiliate the royal family in public? He doesn't put the royal family in his eyes at all. Imperial concubine Qin's eyes darkened. I told you to seal up the spirit-gathering medicinal hall, but you failed? And that spirit-gathering medicinal hall is related to Qi Su? The spirit-gathering medicinal liquid was in Maplewood Town, so Imperial concubine Qin naturally didn't know about it. Qi Zheng didn't tell her either, afraid that she would snatch the formula away first. However, since the spirit-gathering medicinal hall was opened in the Imperial City, with Imperial concubine Qin's eyes and ears, there was no reason for her not to know. It's that little bastard Qi Su. General Li gritted his teeth in hatred. Not only does he have the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid, but he also created Divine Spirit Realm puppets. Divine Spirit Realm puppets? Imperial concubine Qin's heart suddenly moved, and a light flashed in her eyes. If these puppets were given to her, then she would have the ability to fight against those ministers. You told Qi Su to come see me, so it's understandable that he didn't know it was my order at first. If he knew that I wanted the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid, he would definitely hand it over with both hands. Imperial concubine Qin raised her chest and ordered arrogantly. General Li's expression was a bit ugly. Qi Su, he knows that I'm your person. What? Imperial concubine Qin's expression changed. He knows it's me? He actually dares not to come see me? I'm his aunt. She doesn't even listen to the orders of her elders? This Qi Su was really too much. He didn't have any upbringing at all. How did his mother educate him? Also, General Li carefully looked at Imperial concubine Qin. Before I came, I asked around. Qi Su originally had the formula for the spirit-gathering medicinal liquid, but he sold it to the second prince of the state of Tian Qi a few days ago. I reckon that the person who opened this medicinal hall is the second prince. Although General Li was stupid, he knew what to do. After he left in a huff, he asked about the spirit-gathering medicinal hall's master. After asking around, he actually found out about it. The situation in the Imperial City didn't know about what happened in Maplewood Town, but some outsiders had heard about it. As for the formula being sold to the second prince, it was the second prince who helped Qi Su deliberately spread the news, in order to create an illusion for these people. If the medicinal hall belonged to the second prince, it would not be so easy to take it by force, otherwise, it would definitely cause a war between the two countries, and the losses would outweigh the gains. Qin Fei was so angry that she almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Her beautiful face was twisted. Qi Su, that little bastard, sold the recipe to the second prince, but he didn't even give it to his aunt. The Qi family really raised him for nothing. Imperial concubine Qin, that little bastard has gone too far. He would rather sell it to the second prince than to our drifting wind country. He's an ungrateful wretch. Originally, General Li was just going along with Qin Fei's words, but who would have thought that his words would make Qin Fei even angrier? What do you mean by selling it to our drifting wind country? Not only am I the imperial concubine, but I am also his aunt. It is his honor to take something from him. Why should I charge him? Qin Fei clenched her fists tightly. If Qi Su was standing in front of her, she would definitely not be able to resist killing him. Imperial concubine, then are we just going to let this matter go? General Li asked carefully. Qin Fei's face was ashen. I have no way of taking over the spirit-gathering medicinal hall, but I definitely won't let Qi Su go. It's just that I have more important things to do now. The day my son is registered as the emperor will be the day the Qi siblings die. Chapter 1858. Her face contorted in anger, and her trembling body sent chills down her spine. Compared to Qi Su, dealing with Mu Xuexin was more important, thus, she spared his life for now. General Li, come with me to see His Majesty. Concubine Qin took a deep breath and stood up from the chaise lounge. The time for His Majesty to take the medicine had passed, so Imperial Physician, you must have succeeded, in the bedroom. The little prince knelt in front of the Emperor's bed and cried as if the Emperor was already dead. However, his head was covered on the bed, so no one noticed that he was actually crying. There were no traces of tears on his face. Of course, the little prince's heart-wrenching cries still moved the officials who were guarding the bedchamber. Sigh, the little prince is so filial. He basically comes to see His Majesty every day. On the other hand, the fourth princess has gone somewhere. His Majesty used to love the fourth princess the most, but she's not filial enough. She can't even compare to a single hair on the little prince's head. The officials shook their heads and sighed with disapproval in their eyes. Perhaps it was because Mu Xuexin hadn't appeared in the emperor's bedroom for a few days, which made everyone feel disappointed. After all, the emperor loved the fourth princess the most. Greetings, concubine Qin. A voice came from outside the door. Then, concubine Qin pushed open the door and slowly walked to the emperor's bed. The fourth princess isn't here yet? Concubine Qin's eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. This fourth princess is too much. His Majesty is already so sick, but she still doesn't know how long she'll be here. She even came to find me yesterday and said that she's in love with Qi Mo from the Qi family, so she wants me to bestow the marriage on His Majesty's behalf. What? Unsurprisingly, Qin Fei's words were like a heavy stick that caused everyone to pale in fright. The fourth princess wants to marry Qi Mo? Isn't she engaged to Qi Su? Although Qi Su has already been expelled from the Qi family, His Majesty is seriously ill now. How can she still think about love and abandon His Majesty at a time like this? At this moment, all the ministers were dissatisfied with Mu Xuexin's actions. Only a few of them felt that she wouldn't be so unfilial. Qin Fei's lips curled into a smile as she lowered her eyes to hide the smugness in them. She quietly looked at the man lying on the bed as a cold light flashed across her eyes. Your Majesty, since you love the fourth princess so much and can't forget the Empress, I will reunite your family in a few days. Fourth princess. Just when Qin Fei was thinking about how to torture Mu Xuexin, a palace maid's voice sounded from outside. Shortly after, Mu Xuexin, who was dressed in a pink dress, walked in. When she saw Qin Fei, hatred flashed in her eyes. Fourth princess, you've finally come, Qin Fei smiled faintly. I had thought that you no longer cared for His Majesty. His Majesty's love for you has been in vain. Mu Xuexin snorted coldly, is staying by Imperial Father's side to prove my filial piety? If you have the time, you might as well think of a way to save Father. Then has Princess found a way to save His Majesty? Qin Fei's eyes flashed as she asked gently. Mu Xuexin bit her lips, not at the moment, but I will do my best to save him. Is that so? Qin Fei sneered, the mockery in her eyes obvious. The ministers couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but criticize her. Chapter 1859. Your Highness, His Majesty doesn't have much time left. If you remember that he has doted on you for so many years, then you should stay by His Majesty's side for the next few days. The one who said this was Lu Yu's father, Lu Yi. That's right. Grand Tutor Jiao also looked at Mu Xuexin with a disapproving gaze. Official Lu's words are reasonable. The moment you arrived, you criticized concubine Qin and the little prince. But the concubine and the little prince have been guarding His Majesty for many days. In comparison, you have been missing all day. You even asked concubine Qin to bestow a marriage for you at this critical moment. Your Highness, it's your business that you and Qi Mo are in love with each other, but His Majesty is bedridden. You still have the mood to talk about love? Are you worthy of His Majesty? Lu Yi said angrily, his expression somewhat bitter. Mu Xuexin's eyes widened. She and Qi Mo were in love? She even asked concubine Qin to bestow a marriage? How shameless was this woman? Mu Xuexin glared at concubine Qin angrily. Concubine Qin, you shameless person. How dare you ruin my reputation? When did Qi Mo and I fall in love? You were the one who wanted to give me to Qi Mo as a concubine. Following Mu Xuexin's words, all the officials looked at concubine Qin's face. Concubine Qin covered her mouth in shock and looked at Mu Xuexin with a pained gaze. Her gaze seemed to be accusing Mu Xuexin of framing her. Of course, during this period, concubine Qin pinched the little prince's leg when no one was paying attention. The little prince's tears immediately flowed down and he pounced towards Mu Xuexin. You bad woman, you slandered my mother. I saw you flirting with cousin Qi Mo outside with my own eyes. I also saw you kneeling and begging my mother to bestow a marriage. His fist landed on Mu Xuexin's body fiercely. Logically speaking, Mu Xuexin could send the little prince flying with one palm. However, General Li's aura made Mu Xuexin unable to move. His aura was only targeted at Mu Xuexin. No one else could sense it. Bad woman, what a waste of father's affection for you. You are a scourge of the royal family. You are a disgrace. The little prince glared at Mu Xuexin fiercely. Mu Xuexin sucked in a mouthful of cold air in pain as she glared at the little prince. But Mu Xuexin clearly didn't do anything, but the little prince's body suddenly fell backward, landing on the ground with a loud thud. My son. Imperial concubine Qin quickly went forward and helped the little prince up. She looked at Mu Xuexin with a pained expression. When you came to find this concubine, you begged this concubine to bestow a marriage for you. You even wanted this concubine to take the blame for you, saying that this concubine forced you to marry so that you wouldn't have to bear the name of being unfilial. However, this concubine didn't want His Majesty to be so pitiful, so this concubine revealed this matter. But Qin Fei's tears flowed down her face. This consort didn't think you would accuse this consort like this just because this consort exposed your true face? It's fine if you falsely accuse me, but why did you have to harm my son? He is still a child. No matter how many mistakes he has made, how can you, as an imperial sister, hurt him? Mu Xuexin had never seen such a shameless person. She was so angry that her body trembled, and her beautiful face turned deathly pale. I didn't hurt him, he was the one who kept hitting me. Fourth Princess. Qin Fei stood up with the little prince in her arms. She stared at Mu Xuexin with a pained expression. There was no anger in her eyes, only disappointment. You said that you didn't hit my son? Then why did he fall for no reason? Chapter 1860. Mu Xuexin slowly closed her eyes. After a long time, she opened them again. That pair of clear eyes no longer had any excess emotions. Firstly, this princess did not touch a finger of his, and I am not willing to take the blame. Secondly, so what if this princess hit him? He was the one who made the first move. This princess only wants to warn you, the heavens are watching what people do. If you do too many bad things, there will be retribution. Bad woman, you will have retribution. You deserve to die a horrible death. The little prince raised his head and glared at Mu Xuexin fiercely. Imperial mother said that it was because of this woman that imperial father ignored her. It was this woman who took away her father. So, she deserved to die. Mu Xiaofan coldly snorted and looked at the man on the bed. This time, I am here to take Imperial Father away. No. The first to object was Lu Yi. He frowned. The Emperor is already seriously ill and can't take any more trouble. Where do you want to take him? This princess wants to take Imperial Father to the princess residence outside the palace. The Emperor had always doted on Mu Xiaofan. Other than the princess residence in the palace, there was also one outside the palace. However, Mu Xiaofan rarely stayed there. So, other than a few cleaning servants, there was not a single maid in the residence. Imperial concubine Qin's eyes flickered. She originally wanted to force Mu Xiaofan to stay by the emperor's side. When the emperor died from the poison, she could push the blame onto her. Who knew that this woman wanted to take the emperor away? This way, her plan could be carried out even more easily. Princess, I'm afraid this is not appropriate. There is no doctor outside the palace, how can His Majesty be treated? Doctor? Mu Xiaofan sneered. Imperial Father was originally sick from worry. If he was nursed well, even if he couldn't recover, he wouldn't be like this now. Isn't it all because of this group of quacks? Don't worry, this princess will look for famous doctors to treat Imperial Father. If they can't cure him, this princess is willing to use my life as an apology. Look for famous doctors? In this world, there was a doctor that could cure Imperial Father? She wanted to take Imperial Father away because she didn't want to meet Imperial concubine Qin and her son every time she came. She might as well spend a few months outside peacefully. Moreover, she felt that it would be better to follow her father after his death than to become Qi Mo's concubine. Lord Lu, seeing that Louis still wanted to say something, Qin Fei immediately cut him off. Since the princess has this filial piety, why not satisfy her? At that time, I will also leave the palace to visit His Majesty. The emperor was ill and the most powerful person in the palace was Qin Fei. Since she had spoken, no one could stop her. Sweeping a cold glance at Qin Fei, Mu Xiaofan ordered, "Men, bring Imperial Father away. Furthermore, no one is allowed to enter my princess manor during this period of time." She was referring to Imperial concubine Qin by miscellaneous people. Qin Fei's expression changed, but she quickly recovered and her lips curled into a vicious smile. Mu Xiaofan, I'll let you be complacent for a while longer. 3 days from now will be the day of your death. At this moment, in the courtyard of the Qi family, Yun Luofeng sat quietly in a pavilion, listening to Qi Su's report. Miss Yun, although General Li brought his men to cause a ruckus, he still managed to sell out all the medicinal liquids and the 3 puppets. Furthermore, someone really brought the meteoric iron core. Meteoric iron core? Yun Luofeng's eyes suddenly moved. With this meteoric iron core, she could forge puppets similar to azure wings. Chapter 1861. Apart from that, did anything else happen? Yun Luofeng took the meteoric iron heart from Qi Su and asked with a smile. Qi Su was silent for a while. He seemed to be worried. Are you worried about the 4th princess? Yun Luofeng could tell what she was thinking at once. Qi Su nodded. I didn't want to see her so soon, but I heard that concubine Qin wanted to marry her to Qi Mo as a concubine. I'm a little worried, with Mu Xiaofan's temperament, how could she endure such grievances? Then let me ask you, is there a way to see Mu Xiaofan? Yun Luofeng tapped on the table and asked. There are 2 princesses' residences in the imperial city. One is in the palace, and the other is outside the palace. However, she rarely stays there. So, if you want to see her, you can only go to the palace. With his current status, he couldn't enter the palace. Those people wouldn't let him see Mu Xiaofan either. Second young master. At this moment, a guard hurried over. Of course, this guard wasn't from the Qi family. He had been following Qi Su for a long time. What's the matter? Qi Su frowned and asked. The fourth princess is here. She wants to see second young master. Qi Su's body trembled. A ray of light flashed across his eyes. His heart was filled with joy, but he tried his best to restrain himself. How did know that I'm in the Qi family? Let her in. Yes, second young master. The guard left slowly. After a while, Mu Xuexin was led in by the guard. She saw the tall young man from afar, and her clear eyes were filled with emotion. The young man was still so handsome after a year, but she felt as though she had been separated from him for a lifetime. Qi Su, she stopped not far from Qi Su and stared at him, as if she was looking at her entire world. You're here? Qi Su didn't ask how she knew that he was in the Qi family. There was no need to ask. The young man's eyes were filled with the young girl in front of him. Qi Su, you shouldn't have come back. Mu Xuexin smiled bitterly. The situation in the imperial city is unstable now, and father is bedridden. I can't help you. This time, I came back to seek justice for myself. A cold glint flashed across Qi Su's eyes. The Qi family is where it is today because of my master. I will never hand over the world that my master conquered to the Qi family. Mu Xuexin felt a lump in her throat. She suddenly felt that Qi Su had grown a lot in the past year, Miss Yun. Suddenly, she saw the woman sitting in the pavilion. A smile appeared on her pretty face and her eyes were filled with gratitude. I heard that there was a lady following Qi Su. I immediately guessed that it was you. Thank you for saving me that day. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have been buried on that Spirit River mountain. Ah, Sister Mu, you're here. Mu Xuexin didn't wait for Yun Luofeng's reply before a small figure rushed over. Qi Ling's body was soft and her smile was very sweet. She looked innocent and pure. She was no longer as timid as when she first met Yun Luofeng. In the end, Yun Luofeng put down the book in his hand and slightly raised his head. His evil eyes slowly landed on Mu Xuexin's body. The Emperor of Drifting Wind Country is bedridden? I wonder what illness it is. Mu Xuexin's eyes darkened. He has missed my mother for many years, causing him to fall ill from worry. However, because of those quacks in the Imperial Hospital, not only did he not recover, he has even fallen into a coma. Chapter 1862. I wonder if you can bring me to see him? Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes as a glint flashed across them. If she could defeat her enemy without lifting a finger, she would try not to do it herself. As such, if she could cure the Emperor of Drifting Wind Country, she would not have to deal with the Qi family or consort Qin. Mu Xuexin was stunned and shook her head with a bitter smile. Miss Yun, my father cannot be cured. You should not get involved in this. Otherwise, you will be dragged into this. She and her father would not be able to escape death anyway. Why should she drag an innocent person into this? Especially since this innocent person was not only Qi Ling's master but also her savior. Sister Mu, please bring my master to see him. My master is very powerful. She will definitely be able to cure his majesty. To Qi Ling, Yun Luofeng was an omnipotent god. There was nothing in this world that Yun Luofeng could not do. Mu Xuexin helplessly smiled at Qi Ling's expectant gaze. She raised her head to look at Yun Luofeng and said, I've already brought my father out of the palace. I can bring you to see him. If he can't be cured, then you can leave quietly. If they were in the palace, it would be very inconvenient with so many eyes watching. Fortunately, she had already brought father out of the palace. Even if Yun Luofeng could not cure him, no one would say anything. Let's go. Yun Luofeng closed the book in his hand and said calmly. Now? Mu Xuexin was stunned and asked in surprise. Yun Luofeng glanced at her indifferently. That's right. Is it inconvenient for you? That's not it, Mu Xuexin said helplessly. then come with me. The princess residence. Silence reigned. 2 guards stood guard outside the east wing. When the 2 guards saw Mu Xiuexin walking over, they cupped their fists respectfully. Your Highness. I have brought someone to see father. Stand guard here and don't let anyone disturb him. Yes, Your Highness. The 2 guards stood guard at the door. Miss Yun, these guards were left to me by father. They are absolutely loyal to me. You don't have to worry about them telling anyone about what happened here. Mu Xiuexin opened the door after saying this. It's fine if he cannot be cured. Anyway, she didn't have much hope. Inside the door, on the bed, the man's face was pale. His rather handsome face was filled with pain, and his breathing was extremely weak. It was as if it could disappear at any moment. When Yun Luofeng saw the man lying on the bed, his face darkened. Miss Yun, what's wrong? Mu Xiuexin noticed the change in Yun Luofeng and asked in confusion. Yun Luofeng frowned. Who fed him the medicine today? The medicine was fed by a palace maid. Is there a problem? Mu Xiuexin's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that there was something wrong with the soup today? Today, among the medicine he took, there was a spirit herb called Dream Revival Grass. Yun Luofeng's eyes darkened bit by bit. This dream grass's medicinal properties are very strong. After taking it, you will die in your sleep within 3 days. Dream grass? Mu Xiuexin's face turned deathly pale. How did you know that Imperial Father consumed the Dream Revival Grass? He has the aura of the Dream Revival Grass on him. In reality, since Imperial Physician you dared to feed the Emperor with the Dream Revival Grass, this spirit herb must be colorless and odorless. After taking it, there was no way to detect it. Yun Luofeng's mental energy was too strong, and the Dream Revival Grass was a kind of mental-type spirit herb. That was why she could sense it through her mental energy. Chapter 1863. Of course, she would not tell this to Mu Xiuexin, and Mu Xiuexin was not a doctor, so she naturally did not know that the dream grass was colorless and tasteless. Then what should we do? Mu Xiuexin's body was a little weak, and she tightly bit her lips. I originally thought that father would be able to accompany me for a few more months. I did not expect, actually. Yun Luofeng paused, and continued, even without this dream grass, he only has 2 months left to live. Chi Su had not said a word since he entered the room. His hand supported Mu Xiuexin's trembling body, afraid that she would not be able to withstand such a blow. Master, Qi Ling hugged Yun Luofeng's 2 legs, and looked at her pitifully. Do you have a way to save the emperor? Yun Luofeng stared deeply at the man lying on the bed. His illness was originally not a big problem. With the help of elixirs, it would not take long for him to recover, but... Yun Luofeng paused. I don't know who gave him the prescription, but the heavenly spirit ginseng in the elixirs was replaced with ginseng from the swamp, so that not only did his illness not recover, but it dragged down his entire body. Mu Xiuexin forced herself to calm down, and asked, what's the difference between these two? The difference is that the heavenly spirit ginseng in the swamp is infected with the swamp's poison, and it is difficult to distinguish it from the normal heavenly spirit ginseng. This poison will not take his life immediately, but it will gradually worsen his body. With the heavenly spirit ginseng and the dream grass, how could Mu Xiuexin not know that there must be someone who wanted to harm father? Qin Fei, it must be her. Other than this woman, Mu Xiuexin could not think of anyone else. Miss Yun, Mu Xiuexin suddenly knelt in front of Yun Luofeng, and begged, since you saw father's illness, then you must have a way to cure him. Please help me save father. As long as you save him, I am willing to listen to your orders for the rest of my life. Dignity? What was that? Was it more important than father's life? Not to mention losing her dignity, she was willing to exchange her life for his. Seeing Mu Xiuexin kneeling on the ground, Chi Su also hurriedly knelt in front of Yun Luofeng. Master, you must have a way. Because there were no outsiders here, he no longer called Yun Luofeng Miss Yun. Instead, he called her master. Qi Ling blinked her eyes and knelt down to the ground. Master, please help Sister Mu. Yun Luofeng looked at the three people kneeling in front of him, then turned his gaze to Mu Xiaofan, whose face was full of tears. I didn't say I wouldn't save him. Mu Xiaofan was overjoyed. She raised her head and looked at Yun Luofeng with surprise in her eyes. Miss Yun, are you willing to help me save my imperial father? Saving him is also helping myself. Yun Luofeng's voice paused for a moment before he continued. Besides, Qi Su and Qi Ling have asked me for help, how can I not save them? Even if it was for Qi Ling's sake, she would not leave him in the lurch. However, right now, the poison of the dream revival grass has already taken effect. Within the poison of the dream revival grass, he will see the person he wants to see the most. Moreover, he will be entangled with her for 3 days. After 3 days, he will immediately bleed from his 7 orifices and die. Yun Luofeng rubbed his chin and said in a low voice, so, I must first cure him of this poison. Miss Yun, if you need any spiritual medicine, just tell me. I will go get it for you. Mu Xiaofan's face was filled with joy. In the beginning, she did not have much hope. But now that she saw that Yun Luofeng could easily diagnose her father's illness and even tell him the medicinal herbs he had taken, Mu Xiaofan's heart was filled with hope. Chapter 1864. She was like a drowning person clutching at the last straw, unwilling to let go. All right, Yun Luofeng nodded, I'll write down the spiritual herbs I need for you. Go find them for me. Of course, the sooner the better. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for long. After Yun Luofeng finished speaking, Mu Xiaofan had someone bring over a brush and paper. Yun Luofeng held the brush in his hand and quickly wrote down the medicinal ingredients needed for the detoxification. After you find these spiritual herbs, boil them with 100 buckets of water and let him take a medicinal bath. After a day and night, the poison of the dream revival grass will be completely detoxified. After handing the prescription to Mu Xiaofan, Yun Luofeng wrote down another piece of paper. This is the prescription to detoxify the swamp poison. However, it's not a medicinal bath, just feed it to him. 2 days later, the swamp poison will be completely detoxified and he will wake up immediately. Yun Luofeng's hand paused as he continued, lastly, I'll write a prescription for conditioning the body. When your royal father wakes up, brew the medicine and feed it to him. In less than half a month, your royal father's body will completely recover. Mu Xiaofan gripped the prescription tightly, her eyes filled with unspeakable gratitude. If Yun Luofeng could really cure her royal father, she would be the benefactor of Drifting Wind Country. Also, Yun Luofeng paused, his gaze sweeping across Mu Xiaofan, since there are people who want to harm her, for safety's sake, you should stay close to the emperor for the next few days to avoid giving them another chance to act. This time, even if Yun Luofeng did not say anything, Mu Xiaofan knew what to do. Thinking of those people who wanted to harm her royal father for the sake of power, a cold light shot out from her eyes. I understand, Miss Yun. Thank you so much. Regardless of whether my royal father really recovers, I will use my entire life to repay your kindness. Yun Luofeng smiled faintly and turned to look at Qi Su, are you staying here or leaving with me? Qi Su was startled. He really wanted to stay and accompany Mu Xiaofan, but in the end, he shook his head. There are many things I need to deal with in the spirit gathering medicinal hall. Furthermore, a complicated look appeared in his eyes, if I stay, I will definitely bring trouble to Mu. If concubine Qin's people knew that he was in the princess palace, they would definitely send people over. At that time, if the matter of him treating the emperor was exposed, they would definitely attack again. To be on the safe side, it was better not to see the emperor for the next few days. Thinking up to here, Qi Su looked at Mu Xiaofan once more with a trace of reluctance in his lowered eyes. Little Ling, let's go. Okay, big brother. There was an innocent smile on Qi Ling's face. She seemed to have thought of something as she tilted her head and looked at Mu Xiaofan with her big, clear eyes. Big Sister Mu, will come and see you after my big brother finishes his business. Mu Xiaofan smiled and did not ask them to stay. Right now, all her thoughts were on the emperor. How could she be in the mood to talk about love? Moreover, Qi Su was not wrong. With the current situation, it was not suitable for them to stay here. Qi Su held Qi Ling's hand and slowly walked out of the door. When they walked out of the room, he paused for a moment and pursed his lips in deep thought. Even though he did not say a word, Yun Luofeng could still see the worry on his face for Mu Xiaofan. I don't know if we can get through these 3 days unscathed. 3 days later, Her Majesty will wake up. At that time, no one in the drifting wind country will be able to hurt her. Chapter 1865. If you are worried, I can lend you 2 puppets to protect her in secret. Yun Luofeng was silent for a moment before she spoke slowly. She was never stingy with her own people. Since Qi Su was working for her, she would never mistreat him. Thank you. Qi Su's voice was choked with emotions but his eyes were filled with gratitude. Helping Mu is equivalent to helping me. In the future, as long as you need me, I will not hesitate to go through fire and water for you. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. Her expression was proud and arrogant. She had an insufferably arrogant demeanor. I've said it before. My goal from the beginning has been the entire mainland. And you, as someone by my side, must follow me to the top and be crowned king. So, you don't need to thank me. You just need to help me take care of everything. The woman's voice was crisp and sweet but it easily provoked Qi Su's heart. Take over the mainland? Be crowned king? Who else but her? This was the first time Qi Su felt his blood boiling. Perhaps, the only thing he felt fortunate about in this life was picking him up that day. Also, what about the people I asked you to find for me? Yun Luofeng frowned. The wind cloud continent was only so big. Where would Yun Xiao and Ji Jiutian be? I'm sending people to look for them. I believe that there will be news in the future. At this point, Qi Su felt a little helpless. He had been helping Yun Luofeng look for people for a very long time but to no avail. However, he was not going to give up. After all, Yun Luofeng had only asked this to him. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes and gazed at the blue sky not far away. An inexplicable ray of light appeared in her demonic and cold eyes. She was determined. I understand. Now that you have more or less the Qi family in your hands, you can send more people to look for him. You must find him. Yes. Qi Su responded respectfully. However, he was puzzled. What relationship did the 2 men have with Miss Yun for her to think so highly of them, thousands of miles away from Qin Mountain? Lofty and precipitous. The originally azure sky was now covered by dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. In the void, 2 men stood back to back. Their clothes fluttered in the wind. The 2 men were equally matched. One of the men had black hair and red clothes that fluttered in the wind. There was a cinnabar dot between his eyebrows, and he looked extremely charming. However, this man looked so demonic. The corners of his lips were slightly raised, revealing a cold intent. Opposite her was a man dressed in black. In front of such a devilishly handsome man, it did not cover up his brilliance. Instead, it made him shine even brighter. His handsome face was like that of a deity, instantly causing people to hold their breaths. His eyes were cold and sharp like an eagle's, appearing extremely deep and cold in the darkness. Ghost Emperor, a smile flashed across Ji Jiutian's phoenix-like eyes. I never thought that I would need your help at this time. Yun Zhao's face was expressionless and he was cold like a god of death. His aura was imposing as he looked down on everyone. The people she hates, I destroy. The people she cares about, I protect. You don't have to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank him. Logically speaking, Ji Zhoutian's eyes lit up every time he saw Yun Luofeng. He should have treated him as a rival in love. But, Ji Zhoutian was different from Bai Su. Bai Su did not have deep feelings for Yun Luofeng. He only fancied Yun Luofeng's ability and wanted to obtain her. In reality, he was hurting Yun Luofeng every time. Chapter 1866. That was why Yun Shao wanted to kill him time and time again. Even though Ji Zhoutian liked Yun Luofeng, he never did anything to hurt her. On top of that, he saved her multiple times. How could he bear to see her sad? Plus, so what if this man was his rival in love? He had faith in his Feng heir and he had faith in himself. Nobody can steal his woman. Ji Zhoutian grinned. Ghost Emperor, in my entire life, I have never admired anyone. You are the only one. Based on how much he trusted and loved Yun Luofeng, how many people in this world could do that? Same to you. Yun Shao coldly replied with 2 words, a pair of sharp and murderous eyes looking at the crowd surrounding the two of them. Ghost Emperor, other than the first time we fought, we have never fought. How about? His smile was peerless and extraordinarily beautiful. How about we see who can kill more people? Do you dare? Other than Yun Luofeng, Yun Shao was cold to everyone. Therefore, after Ji Zhoutian spoke, he used his actions to prove his decision. More and more people surrounded them. But under his sharp sword, blood flowed like a river. Killing people? To him, this was nothing out of the ordinary. Just like when he first met the young girl, he told her that before he met her, he only knew how to kill people. It was her appearance that turned into the only ray of light in his life and lit up his entire world. When he thought of that peerlessly beautiful woman with her evil and unbridled actions, the corners of Yun Zhao's mouth couldn't help but slowly curl upwards, forming a shallow and imperceptible smile. It seemed like he had to get rid of these people as soon as possible. Then, he would be able to reunite with her. No matter how many people surrounded them, how could they fight against these 2 men? No matter how many people came, they would only die. Ji Zhoutian laughed wildly. His jet-black hair fluttered in the wind, looking both arrogant and evil. Ghost Emperor, I never thought that one day, I would join hands with you to fight against the enemy. But this kind of feeling makes this seat very happy. So what if they were rivals in love? As rivals in love, he couldn't stop himself from admiring Yun Shao. With a man like this by Yun Luofeng's side in this lifetime, why would he be worried? Sometimes, liking someone isn't about possessing them, it's about helping them. So from the very beginning, he had never thought of snatching her to his side. All of them collapsed. Fresh blood flowed all over the mountains and fields, creating a glaring red. Stop. Suddenly, a tender voice sounded. Ji Zhoutian did not stop. He raised his saber and the last person fell to the ground. It was a red-clothed girl. Her skin was as white as jade, and she was beautiful and moving. She bit her lips and looked at Ji Zhoutian with pain and sorrow. Ji Zhoutian, do you really want to do this to me? What's wrong with me? Do you dislike me that much? Ji Zhoutian raised his eyes slightly and looked down at the young girl's bitter face. He sneered, you're not good at all. In my eyes, even a beggar is more outstanding than you. The man's voice was heartless, and his gaze was as if he was looking down on ants. The young girl's heart instantly shattered into several pieces. Perhaps she didn't expect Ji Zhoutian to say such heartless words. Ji Zhoutian, I really like you. I've liked you since the first time we met. She vaguely remembered that a few months ago, she saw this man in the garden. At that time, he stood under the peach blossom tree. His red clothes were peerless, and his looks could topple cities. Chapter 1867. She had never seen such a peerlessly beautiful man before and was instantly mesmerized. However, his eyes were filled with arrogance, and condescension. But that one look was enough to make her fall and she would never be able to walk out of it for the rest of her life. For your father's sake, I will spare your life. Ji Jiutian raised his phoenix eyes and spoke in an arrogant tone, however, even if you can avoid death, you cannot escape punishment. In order to make me marry you, you sent people to kill me. This debt cannot be forgiven. The young girl's sorrowful eyes were suddenly filled with fear and she subconsciously took a few steps back. You. What do you want? Of course. Ji Jiutian laughed impudently, to destroy you. The young girl's body trembled. She wanted to escape but her body seemed to be pressed down by a huge rock and she could not move. You should know that I have never shown tender feelings for the fairer sex, especially towards a woman with delusions. Ji Jiutian's eyes swept over her and his fingers gently pinched the young girl's chin. His voice was bloodthirsty. I wonder if you would dare to do this after your face is destroyed. Ah! Just as the girl was about to beg for mercy, she felt pain on her cheek. Blood slowly flowed down her white skin. She was in so much pain that tears almost flowed down her cheeks. She shouted in panic, Ji Jiutian, what did I do wrong? Is it wrong to love you? If you weren't unwilling to listen to my father and marry me, would I have sent people to kill you? However, she never thought that Ji Jiutian would have this kind of power. And the man next to him was equally enigmatic and had extraordinary power. The young girl bit her lips. In reality, when she first saw the man that Ji Jiutian called the Ghost Emperor, she was also shocked. However, she had fallen in love with Ji Jiutian first and because of this, she only wanted Ji Jiutian. However, she had a noble status and was peerlessly beautiful. Ji Jiutian did not like her because the woman he liked was not her type. This did not mean that any man would not love her. Even though she loved Ji Jiutian deeply, she could not care less for the sake of her own survival. This. Sir. The young girl bit her lips tightly as she turned to look at Yun Shao. I beg you, ask Ji Jiutian to let me go. I don't want to die and I don't want to be disfigured. As long as you let me go, I'm willing to offer everything I have to you. But, Yun Shao did not even look at him, as though she did not see his existence. What? Since you failed to seduce me, you want to seduce someone else? Ji Jiutian smiled sinisterly. The young girl was a little dumbfounded. Was Ji Jiutian unhappy because she was talking to another man? Could it be that he actually had a place for her in his heart? Was it because she had pushed him too hard that he became so furious? That must be it. This knowledge filled the young girl with joy, and she hurriedly explained, Jiutian, I only like you. I was just trying to survive, don't misunderstand. Ah. Before she could finish speaking, Ji Jiutian's fingers exerted force. The young girl's tears instantly fell, her eyes filled with grievance. If you want to seduce a man, you need to find a good partner. Who do you think you are? The Ghost Emperor would not want such a good woman like my Xiaofan, Would he be tempted by you? Ji Jiutian's brows were filled with hostility. The young girl's attempt to seduce Yun Shao made him even angrier. He would never allow anyone to destroy Yun Luofeng's happiness. He knew that Yun Shao would not be tempted. Yun Shao had frowned slightly because of Ji Jiutian's words about my Xiaofan, However, when she heard the last sentence, her expression improved. Chapter 1868. Jiutian, since you lack a man so much, I don't mind helping you. Ji Jiutian's anger is very strong and he has reached his limit with this woman. Also, do you really think that I'm afraid of your father? I went to find your father because I wanted to cooperate with him. Since that's the case, I no longer need to let you go for your father's sake. As Ji Jiutian let go, the young girl's body softened and she slowly fell to the ground. Her face was filled with despair and pain as if she understood that Ji Jiutian would never like her again. However, her heart was filled with jealousy when she thought about Lin Fenger that Ji Jiutian mentioned. Why is it that as a woman, that woman can receive the deep love of an outstanding man and the protection of another man? This is too unfair. Ji Jiutian should be protecting me. That woman took everything away from me. Yun Xiao didn't look at the young girl, but his senses were very sensitive and he naturally felt the young girl's hatred. Instantly, his expression turned cold. This woman can't possibly hate Ji Jiutian and she also can't hate me. Then, the only person she hates is Lin Feng'er. You've caused trouble for Lin Feng'er. Yun Xiao's voice was very cold and emotionless. Ji Jiutian finally reacted and smiled nonchalantly. Previously, I planned to let her live. But now, I still think that letting her go will only cause trouble. Women were always troublesome. Of course, his Lin Feng'er was an exception. No. The young girl widened her eyes in fear. She opened her mouth to beg for mercy, but she felt a hand strangling her neck. With a sudden pull, her body softened and fell to the ground. She was lifeless. Even in death, the young girl didn't understand why Ji Jiutian would kill her so cruelly. She only showed a hint of hatred and didn't do anything. He just said that he would let her live. Ji Jiutian took out a handkerchief and wiped his hand. He then threw it on the ground and his beautiful yet demonic eyes turned to the man next to him. Let's split up and find her. Since Yun Luofeng is here, they must find her no matter what. Okay. Yun Xiao's voice was as cold and callous as ever, her meaning was concise and shocking. Then, without waiting for Ji Jiutian to say another word, the eagle-like figure quickly shot into the distance and disappeared without a trace. Ji Jiutian stared coldly at the young maiden, who could not be more dead, and raised the corners of his lips eerily. Initially, I had wanted to spare your life, but who asked me to accidentally expose Xiaofan? Your Jian clan is the #1 clan in the kingdom of Tianqi. With Lin Feng'er's current strength, I'm not sure if he can handle it. Therefore, I can only kill you first to avoid trouble for Lin Feng'er. As for the Jian family, Ji Jiutian narrowed his eyes. If they don't know what's good for them, I don't mind exterminating them. Kingdom of Tianqi. The Jian family. The man who had been sitting cross-legged in the room suddenly opened his eyes. His face was pale and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. 5 elders. His voice fell slowly. Then, an old figure appeared out of thin air and stood in front of the middle-aged man. He cupped his fists respectfully and said, Master, what are your orders? Tell me honestly, where did Tian'er go? Chapter 1869. The 5 old men were stunned, and a trace of surprise flashed across their aged faces. Master, the eldest lady. Tell me the truth, where did she go? The middle-aged man's expression was extremely ugly as he gritted his teeth. The 5 elders realized that they could no longer hide the truth and said helplessly, Master Ji was unwilling to marry into the Jian family and even found an excuse to leave. The eldest lady was not convinced and chased after him with her men. Idiot! The middle-aged man slammed his fist on the table angrily with an ugly look on his face. Patriarch, did something happen to the young miss? The 5 elders were slightly stunned when they saw the middle-aged man's expression and asked worriedly. The middle-aged man's body trembled, and he closed his eyes. After a long time, he opened them again and said, all the members of the Jian clan have a connection. Just now, I felt that the connection was broken. In other words, the odds are against her. What? The 5 elders turned pale with fright. Every member of the Jian family had a connection in their bloodline after they were born. Only the members of the Jian family knew about this. Outsiders were not aware of this. If the master said that the eldest lady was in danger, then something must have happened to her. The 5 elders were filled with regret at the thought of this. They should not have allowed the eldest lady to chase after Ji Jiutian. Instead, they should have stopped her at all costs. Master, should we bring our men to chase after Ji Jiutian? Chase? The middle-aged man laughed coldly. To be honest, I don't know how powerful Ji Jiutian is. Even if we ignore his strength, his potential is limitless. Losing a daughter is one thing, but I can't afford to lose the entire Jian family. Then what do you want, master? Fifth uncle asked after a moment of silence. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered. Tian'er has a fiery temperament. No wonder Ji Jiutian doesn't like him. How about this, let Tian'er marry him? The third lady? The five elders were shocked, but the third lady is a concubine's daughter. Would Ji Jiutian marry a concubine's daughter? In the Windy Continent, the concept of concubine's inheritance was not very strong. However, the five elders did not think that Ji Jiutian would marry a concubine's daughter. Aside from Tian'er, only second brother, Ir, is a concubine's daughter. However, second brother is going to marry the second prince. Since that's the case, I can only let an do it. With an Er's quiet personality, Ji Jiutian will definitely like him. A trace of calculation flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes. Apart from the royal family, all the young experts were also his targets. So what if he sacrificed some of his daughters for these people? In any case, daughters were meant for marriage alliances. It was a pity that Jianan was a daughter of a concubine who was not favored by him. He had never thought of using Jianan for marriage in the first place. Now that he was forced into a corner, he would take out any daughter that he could use. Fortunately, the middle-aged man did not see Yun Shao. Otherwise, Yun Shao would have been part of his scheme. Five elders, in the entire kingdom of Tian Qi, our Jian family's daughters are the most beautiful. These beautiful daughters are the sharp weapons in my hands. How can the heroes of the world overcome the barrier of beauties? No man can escape the temptation of beauty. Only the most outstanding man in the world is worthy of the Jian family's daughter. The middle-aged man's expression gradually changed, as if he was not affected by the death of his eldest daughter. Even if he felt heartache at the beginning, it was only because he had lost a bargaining chip. He did not really feel heartache for his daughter. The five elders laughed bitterly. They always felt that Ji Jiutian would not fancy the third lady. Chapter 1870. Drifting Wind Country. Princess Residence. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these 3 days, the princess residence was peaceful. Even Qin Fei, who had always been against Mu Xuexin, did not come to disturb her. However, this tranquility was broken after 3 days. A group of people came to the princess residence with Qin Fei at their head. The group was led by Qin Fei and they charged over. No matter how the people of the princess residence tried to stop them, they couldn't do anything. What's going on? Mu Xuexin heard the commotion outside and walked out of the residence. She immediately saw the cold expression on Qin Fei's face and she couldn't help but frown. Mu Xuexin, how dare you? Qin Fei roared angrily, causing Mu Xuexin's eardrums to hurt. She rubbed her aching ears with an expression of dissatisfaction. Did you come here to disturb my father's rest? Qin Fei's face was filled with grief as she pointed a finger at Mu Xuexin. You still dare to mention His Majesty. I've had people pay attention to your princess residence during this period of time. Why didn't you report His Majesty's death? Or do you feel guilty? Mu Xuexin's face darkened. Qin Fei, there's no proof. Aren't you afraid of suffering the consequences of your actions? In reality, Mu Xuexin knew why Qin Fei had come the moment she appeared. However, when she thought of what Yun Luofeng had said, a trace of killing intent appeared in her cold eyes. Princess, you still dare to argue? Qin Fei was heartbroken. I heard from Imperial Physician Yu that you went to the pharmacy to get a dream return grass. What do you want it for? If you really have a clear conscience, why don't you let us see His Majesty? I've already said that His Majesty is resting and no one is allowed to disturb him. Mu Xuexin straightened her chest and stood in front of Qin Fei. She stubbornly raised her chin with a trace of coldness in her eyes. The ministers didn't believe Qin Fei's words at first, but now that they saw Mu Xuexin blocking them from entering, could it be that something had really happened to the emperor? At this moment, the ministers panicked. If His Majesty had really died, then drifting wind country would definitely be in chaos. Princess, an old minister took 2 steps forward. This official believes in the princess' innocence. Princess, please let us see His Majesty. Mu Xuexin furrowed her brows. Miss Yun had said that her father would wake up today, but it would take time for him to wake up. During this period of time, no one was allowed to disturb his father. I've already said that no one is allowed in. Mu Xuexin roared. When Imperial Father wakes up, I'll let you see him. Wake up? Qin Fei laughed coldly in her heart. His Majesty would probably never wake up again. It seems like the princess is feeling guilty and doesn't dare to let us see His Majesty. She's afraid that we'll find out that you poisoned him. Qin Fei's eyes were filled with tears. Poor His Majesty loved you, but you plotted against him like this. Princess, please make way. If His Majesty is really fine, why not let us see him? General Li sneered and stepped forward to attack Mu Xuexin. At this moment, the 2 divine puppets who had been secretly protecting Mu Xuexin descended from the sky and landed on the ground with a loud bang. Their burly bodies blocked the group's path. Mu Xuexin was a little stunned. The aura of these 2 people was very unusual, but she was sure that she didn't know these 2 people. There. General Li was stunned. He suddenly sensed something and quickly retracted his outstretched hand. They're puppets from the Elixir Gathering Hall. Chapter 1871. Puppet? Qi Su? Mu Xuexin also knew about the Spirit Gathering Medicinal Hall. Now that she heard that these were the puppets of the Spirit Gathering Medicinal Hall, her heart was filled with warmth. Whoever dares to step in will be killed without mercy. She quickly came back to her senses, and her cold voice resounded in the courtyard, carrying with it an austere aura. The 2 guards were originally ordered to protect Mu Xuexin. Now that they heard her command, they immediately stepped forward and stared coldly at the group of people in front of them. Qin Fei was a bit annoyed. She had underestimated this girl. She had actually borrowed a puppet from Qi Su. It seemed like she already knew that this would happen. Unfortunately, because she did not place Mu Xuexin in her eyes, she did not bring the imperial family's experts. Mu Xuexin, you plotted against His Majesty. You deserve death. Qin Fei's eyes spun as she coldly said, don't think that you'll be safe with these puppets. Don't forget, the royal clan doesn't lack experts. Do you think these puppets can protect you? This consort advises you to confess to your crimes as soon as possible so that you don't implicate others. The other people she was referring to was Qi Su. She was very clear about Mu Xuexin's feelings for Qi Su. For Qi Su, she would definitely bow down and admit her guilt. However, facing concubine Qin's threat, Mu Xuexin only sneered, you said that I plotted against Imperial Father, but where's the evidence? Just based on your one-sided statement? I also said that you wanted to harm my father, but in the end, you framed me. What nonsense are you saying? Consort Qin flew into a rage out of humiliation. This consort has deep feelings for His Majesty, how could I plot against him? Even my son is filial, unlike an ingrate like you. Only you would plot against her. Mu Xuexin's lips curled up as disdain appeared in her eyes. Then why are you so sure that father has passed away? This. Concubine Zither sneered, of course it's because I was worried about His Majesty, so I sent someone to investigate, but found that His Majesty had already passed away. Mu Xuexin tilted her head, then can I ask Imperial Concubine Qin, what is the reason for my murder? How would this Empress know what reason you have? Anyway, people like you never need a reason to kill. Qin Fei had a look that said, I'm sure you killed the Emperor. Looking at her shameless face, a smile appeared on Mu Xuexin's face, and the killing intent in her heart intensified. Princess, if you are not humble, then open the door. If His Majesty is still alive, we will leave this place. The Grand Tutor furrowed his brows and there was a hint of anger in his eyes. Qin Fei's face was filled with pride. Since the Emperor was already dead, Mu Xiaofan was destined to be buried with him. No matter how she tried to stop him, she still couldn't escape the crime. But, just as Qin Fei was feeling pleased with herself, a deep and magnetic voice sounded from within the room. "Let them in." In that instant, Qin Fei's face stiffened and her eyes widened as if she was hallucinating. His Majesty's voice? Impossible. Even if His Majesty was not poisoned to death, he would definitely not wake up. At the same time, the ministers present also heard that voice. Among these people, some were pleasantly surprised, some were in disbelief, and some were panicking. It's His Majesty. It's really His Majesty's voice. So I didn't hear wrong, His Majesty has woken up? Just when everyone was filled with different emotions, Mu Xiaofan had already pushed open the door. He saw the man lying on the bed with his eyes open. At this moment, Mu Xiaofan's voice was choked with emotions. All the grievances she had suffered over the past year had erupted at this moment. Chapter 1872. Father. Mu Zhentian looked at her affectionately as usual. His eyes were filled with love, but she felt that it was unreal. "Xiaofan, I'm sorry." Mu Xiaofan finally couldn't control her emotions anymore. She rushed into Mu Zhentian's arms and burst into tears. "Father, you're fine. That's great, you're finally fine. I thought I would never see you again in this life." It was Yun Luofeng. If it wasn't for Yun Luofeng, she would have met her father in the underworld. Her appearance had not only saved her father, but also saved her. Imperial concubine Qin froze at the door. She was drenched in cold sweat. She couldn't even move her feet, as if she was rooted to the ground. "Imperial concubine Qin, didn't you say that His Majesty had passed away? And you said that it was the princess' fault? What's going on now?" One of the loyal officials shouted in a stern voice, his face filled with anger. Imperial concubine Qin's face was pale and her lips were trembling. She had calculated so much, but she didn't expect His Majesty to wake up. It's over. This time, everything was over for her. Mu Zhentian heard the official's words and his sharp gaze fell on Imperial concubine Qin. "Imperial concubine Qin, shouldn't you explain to me what's going on? I've only been sick for a while. How can you bully my precious daughter like this? Your Majesty," plop. Imperial concubine Qin knelt on the ground. Her face was covered in tears and her expression was pitiful. "I didn't do it on purpose. Someone purposely used me to frame you. I'm innocent." Then, she looked at Mu Xiaofan. "Your Highness, it's all because I didn't trust others. Please forgive me. Beg for mercy." Mu Xiaofan smiled coldly. "Wasn't it too late? Imperial concubine Qin, you said that you were wronged, but what if you want me to be Qi Mo's concubine?" Bang! When Mu Xiaofan said that, Mu Zhentian was furious. He clenched his fist and slammed it on the side of the bed. Because his body had not fully recovered, this punch did not have much strength, but everyone in the room was so scared that they did not even dare to breathe. "It seems that a lot of things have happened while I was sick. My beloved daughter is only fit to be a concubine?" As the last word fell, Qin Fei felt a powerful aura lock onto her. She was so scared that her legs went soft and she almost fell to the ground. "Your Majesty. I didn't make such a decision. Someone must have framed me. Also." Mu Xiaofan smiled. "In front of all the officials, you framed me for dating Qi Mo when my father was seriously ill. You even claimed that I went to find you to bestow a marriage. What makes you think that I would like someone like Qi Mo?" Cold sweat had already appeared on Qin Fei's forehead. Her body was weak and her gaze was unfocused. Mu Zhentian clenched his fists, and the blue veins on his forehead bulged. He wished he could strangle this woman alive. "Xiaofan and Qi Su are engaged, or do you think that Qi Su isn't as outstanding as Qi Mo?" She wants to marry Chi Mo instead of Chi Su. Do you think others are stupid, or are you stupid? Hearing this, the officials did not dare to say anything. Didn't His Majesty mean that they were stupid? Who told them to believe Qin Fei's words? Your Majesty. Chapter 1873. Qin Fei wanted to defend herself, but was interrupted by Mu Xuexin again. When father was seriously ill, you used filial piety to force me to go to the Ling River mountain to find the medicine, but you didn't give me the imperial experts. Fortunately, I met Miss Yun and she saved my life. Otherwise, I would have died on the Ling River mountain. Mu Zhintian's face became even uglier. He didn't expect that his daughter almost died on the Ling River mountain. What kind of place was the Ling River mountain? There were countless powerful spirit beasts there. If there were no experts, how could she leave safely? Qin Fei's behavior was equivalent to forcing his daughter to die. But, Mu Zhintian was very interested in Miss Yun, and he was even more grateful for her help. Otherwise, even if he woke up, he would be separated from his daughter. Anne. Mu Xuexin continued as if she didn't see Qin Fei's increasingly pale face. There was no medicine on the Ling River mountain. I didn't find it, so you framed me as a coward who didn't dare to go to the Ling River mountain and said that I was an ingrate. Mu Zhintian took a deep breath, and his heart ached as if it was being torn apart. What his daughter had suffered these days was not criticism. If it wasn't for her strong mind, she would have collapsed. Qin Fei, you really disappoint me. Mu Zhintian slowly closed his eyes, and after a long time, he suddenly opened them with a murderous look in his eyes. Someone, take Qin Fei away and let her think about it. Until she knows that she was wrong. Mu Zhintian was obviously furious, but he didn't punish Qin Fei, but only let her think about it. Some of the officials who knew Mu Zhintian's temper weren't shocked, but they knew that there must be a reason why His Majesty didn't punish Qin Fei. But Qin Fei didn't think so. She thought that she was going to die, but in the end, she only got to think about it. He didn't even put her in confinement. This surprise came too suddenly. Did His Majesty really love her? Did he deliberately let her go? All of you can leave. I will stay in the princess residence for the time being. Mu Zhintian waved his hand and closed his eyes. He was really afraid that he couldn't control himself and would kill Qin Fei. Soon, all the courtiers left, leaving only Mu Zhintian and his daughter in the room. Father, Mu Xuexin curled her lips, this Qin Fei has bad intentions. She was the one who caused you to be poisoned and even your illness is related to her. If it wasn't for Miss Yun, you would have died long ago. Hearing this, Mu Zhintian became even more curious about Yun Luofeng. It seems that I have to thank that Miss Yun of yours this time. When I have time, I will personally visit her to thank her. Mu Xuexin was a little annoyed. Imperial Father, you know what she has done. Why did you let her off? Xuexin, Mu Zhintian sighed helplessly. Because I want to know whose son Mu Ran is. Mu Ran was concubine Qin's son and the only prince. Mu Xuexin was stunned. What did father mean by that? Actually, before he fell ill, father had already learned of one thing. Due to the years of worry and exhaustion, he has long been unable to have children. But this doesn't mean that Mu Ran isn't your son. Perhaps when you gave birth to Mu Ran, concubine Qin was pregnant? So. Mu Zhintian smiled faintly. I sent someone to secretly take his blood and do a blood test. It turns out that I have no relationship with him. But before I had time to investigate, I was bedridden. Do you think that I will let her off after being cuckolded? Chapter 1874. He didn't punish Qin Fei for the time being because he wanted to know who was having an affair with Qin Fei. Imperial Father, you can also punish Qin Fei. What if that man exposed himself when he saw that Qin Fei was in danger? Mu Xuexin's eyes flickered and her voice was charming. This is a very risky method. If that man is afraid of death, would Qin Fei come out when she's in danger? Mu Zhintian's eyes were cold. At that time, he would have definitely escaped. Xiaofan, you must keep this matter a secret. When that man shows himself, I'll definitely make them wish they were dead. What he couldn't tolerate was what concubine Qin had done to his daughter in the past year. Thinking about the result of the blood test, Mu Zhintian let out a deep sigh. No wonder he had never liked his youngest son. It was because they were not related by blood. No matter what, he could not bring himself to like him. On the contrary, Xiaofan was only his daughter, but she was his darling. However, Mu Zhintian's eyes flashed with sharpness. I won't punish Qin Fei openly, but I can do something in secret. Xiaofan, don't worry. Imperial Father will avenge you. It was night and the moonlight was like water. Qin Fei lay on the chaise lounge with a smile on her face. I've made so many mistakes in the past few days, but His Majesty still tolerated me. I must hold a very high position in his heart. Sooner or later, I'll be able to push that damned girl down. She picked up the teacup in front of her and was about to take a sip. Suddenly, there was a sound that caused the quilt in her hand to fall. Who? Bang! As soon as she finished speaking, the door was kicked open and a group of black-clothed men rushed in, punching and kicking Qin Fei. Who are you people? How dare you? I won't let you off. Ah! The sharp pain made Qin Fei scream even more furiously. Is it that bitch Mu Xiaofan? She must have sent you guys. Go back and tell her to wait for me. I'll make her die without a burial. As she said this, Qin Fei's voice became somewhat hoarse and her last words were drowned out by her cries of pain. Outside the room, the young prince saw a group of people ganging up on his imperial concubine mother, and a wave of terror came over him. Then, he ran away without looking back, afraid that these men in black would beat him up as well. At this moment, Qin Fei didn't think that the son she had raised would be so careless. In order to not drag her down, he didn't care about her at all. If she saw the scene of the little prince turning around and running away, would her heart turn cold? Of course, Qi Zheng and his son didn't know what had happened to Qin Fei. They were not having an easy time these days. Qi Su hated him to the core and had no father-son relationship with him. Therefore, he often found an excuse to beat him up. Unfortunately, Qi Su was protected by azure wings, so Qi Zheng had no response. He wanted to resist, but was quickly beaten down by azure wings. Now, he could only hope that Qin Fei would discover his suffering and come to save him. Unfortunately, Qin Fei was heavily injured and was bedridden for an entire 3 months before she could get out of bed. During these 3 months, those people didn't come to beat her up. Instead, they would bring a man to rape her every day. Chapter 1875. She had tried to complain to the emperor, but the emperor didn't believe what Mu Xiaofan had done to her. What made her even more terrified was that on the night of the beating, she had screamed so loudly but no one had heard her. It was as if there was no one around. It must be Mu Xiaofan. The emperor had woken up and she had regained her power. Only she had the ability to do such a thing. However, what made Qin Fei even more terrified was yet to come. 3 months of inhumane living had made her pregnant. She panicked, but it was hard for her to say it out loud. She was afraid that His Majesty would find out. After all, His Majesty hadn't doted on her for 3 months. If she was found to be pregnant, she would definitely be killed and lose His Majesty's love. Thinking of this, Qin Fei bit her lips and shouted, "Come, prepare the carriage for this consort. This consort wants to leave the palace to see elder brother." Abortion in the palace wasn't realistic. She had to go to the Qi family to solve this child. Yes, Qin Fei. The palace maid responded and left to prepare the carriage. Qi family. As the announcement of Qin Fei's arrival was announced, the servants at the door knelt in a row. She slowly walked down from the carriage and walked towards the Qi family's door. "This consort is here, why hasn't elder brother come to receive this consort? Qin Fei raised her eyebrows, her face full of dissatisfaction. If it was in the past, Qi Zheng and his son would have already received her. Why weren't they here yet? Imperial concubine Qin is really arrogant, putting on airs in my Qi family? A cold voice came from behind, causing Qin Fei's expression to darken. She looked coldly at the people walking over. There were 3 people slowly walking over. 2 of them were Qi Su and his sister. She didn't stop and turned to look at Yun Luofeng. In that instant, she clenched her fists so hard that her nails dug into her flesh. This face was too beautiful, so beautiful that she had been jealous for many years. Even though she knew that the person standing here wasn't Yun Wuqing, she still couldn't help but feel jealous. Moreover, this face was even more beautiful than Yun Yueqing's, and even younger. Qi Su. Qin Fei snorted and turned to look at Qi Su, asking coldly, "Why are you here?" Qi Su sneered, "This is my home. Where else would I be if not here?" Impudent. Qin Fei shouted angrily, "Who said this is your home? This is my Qi family. Who do you think you are to have the qualifications to step into my Qi family's doorstep?" He was just a person who had been expelled from his family and had no right to enter the Qi family. Qi Su's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. "Imperial concubine Qin, you seem to have forgotten that you're already married. I, Qi Su, am the young master of the Qi family. How am I not a member of the Qi family? As for you, I think the one who should scram is you. How dare you?" When the eunuch saw Qi Su acting so rudely, he shouted. The guards at the side also drew their weapons and pointed them at Qi Su. "Qi Su," Qin Fei walked arrogantly towards Qi Su, "Ben Gong is His Majesty's concubine and you are just a commoner. In front of Ben Gong is not inferior and you dare to be so rude?" Qi Su curled his lips. "When Master was still alive, His Majesty had already exempted me from kneeling. I don't even need to kneel to His Majesty. What right do you have?" Qin Fei's expression changed. She had really forgotten about this. When she thought of this, she gritted her teeth and turned her furious gaze towards Yun Luofeng. "Why don't you kneel when you see Ben Gong?" The Qi siblings had His Majesty's decree and did not need to kneel to the imperial family. This woman was just an ordinary person. If she used her power to suppress people, no one would dare to say anything. Chapter 1876. Yun Luofeng glanced at her indifferently. "Scram." At that moment, Qin Fei's expression was ferocious. "Good, very good. These people didn't even put her, the imperial concubine, in their eyes? A commoner dares to be so arrogant? This concubine will immediately order the annihilation of your entire family." Qin Fei's words caused the Qi siblings to unconsciously turn to look at her. Their eyes were filled with mockery and schadenfreude. This Qin Fei was as brainless as always. She didn't even understand the situation and dared to be so arrogant. What's more, His Majesty was saved by Miss Yun. She still dared to use her authority to suppress her? Not scram. Yun Luofeng's eyes gradually darkened and his lips curved into an evil smile. "Then do you want to die?" Boom! In an instant, a powerful pressure pressed down. Under this pressure, Qin Fei's breathing became sluggish, as if a knife was pressed against her neck. She actually felt that death was so close. Yes, Qin Fei felt the aura of death. Even her eyes were filled with shock as she retreated step by step. No, impossible. Not only did this woman look similar to Yun Wuqing, even her eyes were as terrifying as her own. "You." Qin Fei took a deep breath. "This concubine will not argue with you for now and will spare your life. This concubine is here to see Qi Zheng. Unrelated people, please leave." After saying this, she led a group of people to enter the Qi residence. Yun Luofeng looked at her back and curled his lips. "Did I give you permission to leave?" Qin Fei's body stiffened and her face became extremely pale. She turned her head and suppressed the anger in her heart. What do you want? Didn't you want me to kneel? Yun Luofeng slowly walked forward and lifted his chin slightly, looking down from above. Now, kneel. How dare you? Qin Fei was furious and couldn't control her temper anymore. However, just as she finished speaking, she felt a pain in her knee and knelt in front of Yun Luofeng with a bang. Her expression was extremely ugly and her eyes were filled with anger. The surrounding people were scared silly. This woman told Qin Fei to kneel and she really knelt. When did Qin Fei become so easy to talk to? Qi Zheng had been standing next to Yun Luofeng the entire time, staring coldly at Qin Fei who was kneeling on the ground. When he thought of what these people had done after his master had disappeared, he wanted to tear them into pieces. You. Qin Fei's face was livid with anger, her whole body trembling. What are you waiting for? Capture this woman. When the palace guards saw this, they drew their swords and stepped forward. However, before they could reach Yun Luofeng's side, Qi Su suddenly attacked. Before they could see Qi Su's movements clearly, they felt a foot land on their chests. Their bodies felt heavy and they fell backwards. With this fall, the guards all felt like their bodies were falling apart. They were in so much pain that they couldn't get up from the ground. Qin Fei struggled to get up, her body trembling even more. Where is Qi Zheng? Hurry up and ask him to come out. Are we going to let this bastard treat his aunt like this? Aunt? These two words made Qi Su want to laugh. At a time like this, he still wanted to put on the airs of a senior in front of him? Did they really think he could be bullied? Your Highness. As Qin Fei's expression became uglier, a sorrowful and angry voice came from behind. Your Highness, you've finally come. You have to take justice for me. Hearing this, Qin Fei's expression became slightly better. However, thinking of Qi Su's rudeness towards her, her face darkened again. She turned to look at the people walking over. Chapter 1877. Her gaze slowly swept across Qi Zheng and his son's faces before finally noticing the delicate woman who was following closely behind. She frowned and disgust flashed across her eyes. Why did Big Brother bring this woman back? Although she didn't like Lin Qing, as a woman, she hated seductresses who seduced men even more. This woman's delicate and pretentious expression made her even more unhappy. However, she also understood that this wasn't the time for her to look for trouble. Big Brother, why did you come so late? Didn't you see that little bastard Qi Su looking for trouble with me? Your Qi family must give me a reason today. Qin Fei's expression darkened as she shouted harshly. Qi Su didn't refute her words. The corners of his lips curled up slightly as his eyes were filled with disdain and mockery. Hearing this, a trace of awkwardness flashed across Qi Zheng's face. He also wanted to come out earlier, but this damned man was watching him closely and didn't give him a chance at all. At this point, he glanced at Yun Yi behind him and gritted his teeth. Now that Qin Fei was here, he wanted to see how these people would bully him. In reality, Qi Zheng could only come out because Yun Luofeng had sent a soul message to Yun Yi, allowing him to let Qi Zheng's family of 3 leave the forbidden grounds. That was why they had appeared here earlier. After all, if they wanted to deal with Qin Fei, they would have to deal with the Qi family as well. However, the corners of Yun Luofeng's lips curled up as she narrowed her eyes slightly. A trace of a smile flashed across her eyes. She didn't intend to make a move and wanted Qi Zheng to deal with it himself. Your Highness, I also wanted to come out earlier, Qi Zheng cried with snot and tears running down his face, but these people won't let me and I have no choice. Furthermore, Qi Zheng has brought these outsiders to my Qi family these days and wants to steal the Qi family's assets. He's even imprisoned me. I have no choice. What? Hearing this, Qin Fei gritted her teeth in hatred as her gaze swept towards Qi Su. Little bastard, who allowed you to steal the Qi family's assets? You've been expelled from the Qi family, what right do you have? Her voice was filled with sharpness. If the Qi family's assets were in Qi Zheng's hands, she might be able to enjoy them. But if Qi Su took them, based on this brat's personality, he definitely wouldn't give her a single copper coin. How could she allow that? I know, your spirit-gathering liquid and puppets belong to the Qi family. You stole from the Qi family and dared to sell them to the second prince. How dare you? Qin Fei raised her brows and shouted. These two were worthy of being siblings. They could shamelessly claim other people's treasures as their own. Qi Zheng was overjoyed. With imperial concubine Qin taking charge, let's see who Qi Su could find to help her this time. Pa! As soon as Qin Fei finished speaking, Qi Su suddenly appeared in front of her and gave her a slap. I don't want to hit women, but some people are asking for it, so don't blame me. Qin Fei was stunned. She didn't think that Qi Su would hit her in front of so many people. How could they accept this? Qi Su, looks like you want to die. Qin Fei's eyes suddenly burst out with coldness as she said through gritted teeth. As expected of that bitch Lin Qing's woman. She has no upbringing at all. She even dares to hit her aunt. Qi Su's aura suddenly changed. He grabbed Qin Fei's neck and lifted her up. His voice was extremely cold as he said, "Say that again?" At this moment, Qin Fei's expression finally changed. Her heart was filled with anger. Those guards were really useless. All of them were so weak and Qi Zheng didn't even come to help her. Chapter 1878. In fact, those guards had been injured by Qi Zheng and had yet to get up. As for Qi Zheng, didn't he see that Yun Yi was still behind him? Would he dare to act rashly? Even Qi Mo, who had always been arrogant and domineering, did not say a word, let alone Qi Zheng. It wasn't that he had forgiven Qi Su, but, ever since Qi Su returned to the Qi family, he had been living like a different person. Would he still dare to go against Qi Su after being tortured so badly? Unless Qin Fei was confident that she could kill Qi Su, yes. At that moment, Qi Mo had a feeling that Qin Fei didn't have the ability to kill Qi Su. Otherwise, Qi Su wouldn't be so arrogant. Brat, you've got guts. How dare you hurt my imperial concubine? Right at this moment, a cold shout came from the sky and exploded in the crowd. Qi Su felt his chest tighten when he heard that voice, as if a hammer had smashed into his chest. His hand that was holding Qin Fei suddenly loosened and she fell to the ground. The old man stood in the void with his hands behind his back and looked at the noisy crowd coldly. Anger gradually appeared in his eyes. Old Wang, save me! Qin Fei cried out as if she had seen her savior when she saw the old man. Old Wang didn't say anything. He stared at Qi Su coldly with a murderous look in his eyes. With a boom, a powerful aura crushed over. Qi Su felt a pain in his chest and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Heavenly God! This old man was the heavenly god of drifting wind country. Qi Su suppressed the shock in his heart and quickly thought of a way to tell Mu about this. However, just as Qi Su was about to collapse under the pressure, a snow-white figure floated over and stood in front of him. Qi Su, take care of your sister. Qi Ling had also been affected by the old man's appearance. Her face was pale, and she couldn't even speak. Qi Su was shocked. He didn't know why the pressure disappeared when Miss Yun stood in front of him. Could it be that Miss Yun was also a heavenly god? That was impossible. Miss, are you going to meddle in other people's business? The old man's eyes darkened. I just heard someone report that someone is taking advantage of his power to bully others and humiliate the members of the imperial family. This time, I'm only here to seek justice for the imperial family. You'd better not get involved in this matter. Just now, concubine Qin's men had already rushed to the palace to ask for reinforcements. Old Wang was cultivating when he heard the report and immediately rushed over. Although he was already a god-king powerhouse, he still had to listen to His Majesty's orders in the palace. After all, His Majesty was protected by two ultimate gods. This Qin Fei was the person in His Majesty's heart, and His Majesty didn't punish her for bullying the princess. It could be seen that His Majesty was sincere towards Qin Fei. He would definitely stand by Qin Fei's side unconditionally. Even if Qin Fei was wrong. Old Wang, don't let this woman go. She's in cahoots with Qi Su. Not only did she look down on the imperial family, she even insulted His Majesty. She even forced me to kneel and said that only members of the royal family are worthy of kneeling to her. Qin Fei sneered and glared at Yun Luofeng. Although there were many people watching, Qin Fei thought that no one dared to offend her. As expected, no one dared to defend Yun Luofeng and Qi Su after hearing Qin Fei's words. The world was indeed fickle, and human nature was fickle. Oh. Old Wang's eyes darkened and he said coldly, "Only members of the royal family are worthy of kneeling to you? Humph, I want to see what ability you have to be so arrogant." Chapter 1879. He didn't doubt Qin Fei's words. No matter what Qin Fei said, he had decided to stand on her side. Since that was the case, there was no need for her to frame him. It seems that the elites of the sovereign family are just so. The corners of Yun Luofeng's lips curled up. Looks like all of you have cultivated your brains to the point that you can't tell right from wrong. Just because she's the imperial family's empress, she can come and take things by force? Aren't you afraid of losing your reputation? Old man Wang's face darkened. Compared to Yun Luofeng, he trusted Qin Fei more. Yun Luofeng slowly stepped into the air. Her white robes were devastatingly beautiful, like a woman in a painting. Her beauty was indescribable. Besides, imperial concubine Zither has no say in this drifting wind country. After saying that, Yun Luofeng was already standing high up in the sky, facing off against Elder Wang. However, his aura did not lose out to Elder Wang at all. Humph, no matter what the reason is, you won't be able to escape death today. It would seem that the cultivators of the imperial family were so ignorant of right and wrong that they had no regard for the reputation of the drifting wind country. After he finished speaking, Elder Wang didn't waste any more words and swiftly charged towards Yun Luofeng. His hands were like eagle claws, powerful and fast. Boom! Yun Luofeng retreated and attacked Old Man Wang. Their palms collided in the air. At that moment, everyone could clearly feel that under this powerful force, even the space was distorted. In that instant, Yun Luofeng retreated several steps. A trickle of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. "Miss Yun." "Master." Qi Su's expression changed drastically. Qi Ling was so anxious that she burst into tears. If Aunt Yun was still around, who would dare to be so presumptuous? Once Aunt Yun left, they became so lawless. Ling, Qi Su's breath froze. "Hurry and find Mu, Qi Ling's eyes lit up. How could she forget about Sister Mu? Thinking of this, she quickly turned around and rushed in the direction of the princess mansion. "Quick, stop that bitch." Qin Fei gritted her teeth and yelled. Just as the guard was about to step forward, he was stopped by Qi Zheng. "Let's see who dares to touch Ling, His aura was very strong. It blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it pressed down on the group of guards. Sure enough, under this imposing aura, these guards didn't dare to move. "Big brother, what are you doing?" Qin Fei turned to Qi Zheng angrily, "Hurry up and capture this little bastard." Qi Zheng was in a difficult situation. He did not dare to act rashly. Otherwise, the man standing behind him would definitely beat him up again. Qin Fei stomped her feet in anger. Could it be that Big Brother still cared about the relationship between father and son at this time? The funny thing was that Qin Fei didn't expect that Qi Zheng didn't dare to make a move because of Yun Yi and instead thought that he was sentimental. If Qi Zheng was really a father and son person, why would he have expelled Qi Su from the Qi family? He even wanted to sell Qi Ling. In the sky, Yun Luofeng lifted his head to look at the elder in front of him. A cold light flashed across his pitch-black eyes. Was this the strength of a heavenly god? Once one reached the level of a divine being, it would be difficult for one to fight someone of a higher level. Fortunately, his physical constitution was relatively strong. Otherwise, he would not have suffered such a light injury from that palm strike. Little girl, I admit that you're quite talented. You've reached the level of a divine being at such a young age. Unfortunately, no matter how talented you are, you'll still lose to me. The elder scoffed coldly, his face expressionless. Yun Luofeng exhaled a mouthful of foul air. Then, under everyone's gaze, she slowly closed her eyes. No one knew what she was doing and they were all in a daze. Could it be that, this woman knew that she was going to lose, so she wasn't going to resist? Chapter 1880. However, not long after, dragon scales grew on the woman's body. Yes, it was indeed an armor in the shape of dragon scales, shining brightly under the sunlight. Qin Fei, who had been observing the entire time, widened her eyes as greed flashed across her eyes. This dragon scale armor also belongs to our Qi family. Qi Su, this little bastard, actually dared to steal our Qi family's treasure just to win a woman's favor. Elder Wang, you must strip this armor off this woman. She's not worthy of such a good thing. Hearing this, Qi Su curled his lips as a mocking smile flashed across his eyes. Your Highness Qin Fei, why don't you just say that all the treasures in this world belong to your Qi family? In an instant, everyone's gazes landed on Qin Fei. Although the crowd didn't dare to say a word due to the royal family's pressure, their hearts were as clear as a mirror. However, they didn't expect Qin Fei to be so greedy. No matter what others took out, she would say it was hers. Old Wang's eyes darkened as he looked at Qin Fei with dissatisfaction. He had believed Qin Fei's words earlier, but now, he was a little hesitant. Qin Fei couldn't be blamed for her lack of knowledge. However, he clearly knew that this dragon scale armor was formed from consuming dragon blood. Of course, not all dragon blood had such an effect. Only 1 in 10,000 dragon blood could condense dragon scale armor. The process was naturally very arduous. He didn't think that anyone in the Qi family could endure this kind of hardship. No matter how much doubt old Wang had, he didn't say it out in front of everyone. His face darkened slightly. Little girl, looks like I've underestimated you. You actually have such a good thing on you. Since that's the case, I'll use all my strength to fight you. Whoosh. This time, old Wang didn't hold back and threw a punch at Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng's figure was like a light breeze as he quickly dodged old Wang's attack. Then, he cleverly circled behind old Wang and a long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. The sword descended from the sky and slashed down. Old Wang sensed the cold light behind him and hurriedly dodged to the side. With a boom, the long sword created a long pit in the ground, and old Wang was in an even more sorry state. Originally, there were many people on the street who were watching the show, but they were frightened by the battle between the two of them. They retreated one after another, afraid that this battle would affect them. The battle was not over yet. Although Yun Luofeng was a god spirit, her speed was no slower than a god king's. Furthermore, with the protection of the dragon scale armor, her body's toughness had increased significantly. Therefore, those with lower strength could only see sparks flying in the air, unable to see the battle between the two. Qin Fei panicked. Elder Wang, didn't you say you were going to fight her with your full strength? This girl is just a god. Even if you use a third of your power, you can still defeat her immediately. Why are you still going easy on her? Hurry up and kill her. Give me back my dragon scale armor. Old Wang, who was in the air, had already taken out his weapon. He no longer dared to underestimate his opponent. However, even so, he was still forced into a sorry state against Yun Luofeng, who had the protection of the dragon scale armor. Old Wang, who was already filled with anxiety, heard Qin Fei's words and his face immediately darkened. A bitter taste appeared on the corner of his mouth. He never thought that one day, he would be forced into such a state by a little girl. Chapter 1881. Especially, after the battle, Old Wang's spiritual power was rapidly depleted and he gradually felt powerless. On the contrary, Yun Luofeng's attacks became more ferocious as if he possessed limitless spiritual power. Old Wang became increasingly anxious. He had come out in a hurry this time. Otherwise, he would not have been forced to this extent even if he had called the other old men. Just as Elder Wang was about to be unable to hold on any longer, a clear voice suddenly rang out from within the crowd. "Old Wang, you help me. If you dare to hurt Chi Su and Miss Yun, I will not let you off." Old Wang's expression suddenly changed. Why was the fourth princess here? However, the fourth princess and Chi Su were engaged, so it was normal for her to be here. But, what did she mean by hurting this woman? He was clearly the one who was being bullied, all right? Mu Xuexin quickly rushed in from the crowd. Her face was flushed red, evidently because she had run too quickly. Qi Ling followed behind her, also panting heavily. She was so tired that she could not even speak. However, when she saw the scene in the void, Mu Xuexin was dumbfounded. What? What was going on? Wasn't Miss Yun being bullied by Old Wang? Why did it feel like Old Wang was at a disadvantage? When Yun Luofeng saw that Mu Xuexin had arrived, she did not put away her sword and calmly walked down from the void. When Old Wang saw this, he rushed towards Yun Luofeng in a flash. A cold light flashed across his eyes and he was about to attack her. However, it was as if Yun Luofeng had eyes on her back. When Old Wang was in front of her, she suddenly turned around and her palm landed on Old Wang's chest. Elder Wang hadn't expected his sneak attack to be discovered, so he hadn't put up any defenses. The punch hit his heart, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. He fell from the sky and smashed into the ground, creating a large crater. In the pit, he panted heavily. He felt that his heart was in so much pain that even breathing was difficult. Fortunately, he was a heaven god. He only needed to rest for a while before he gradually recovered. If he was slightly weaker, he might have died immediately. Qi Zheng's face was already pale with fear. If it was this woman instead of Yun Yi who had attacked him, he would definitely not have been able to withstand the blow and would have died immediately. When he thought of this, Qi Zheng felt somewhat fortunate. He was glad that he was still alive. The moment Yun Luofeng fell from the sky, the time limit of the dragon scale armor was already up. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stopped so quickly. "Miss Yun, are you all right?" Mu Xuexin recovered from her shock and heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Yun Luofeng was safe and sound. No matter what, Yun Luofeng was her father's savior. If something really went wrong and she was injured by the royal family, she would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. "Princess." Without waiting for Yun Luofeng to speak, Elder Wang had already climbed out of the pit. His hand was clutching his heart and his face was pale. "I know that you and Chi Su were engaged, but now, Chi Su and this woman are humiliating the royal family. You can't protect them. Insult the royal family?" Mu Xuexin smiled coldly. She looked at Qin Fei, whose face had turned pale, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. "Did you see it with your own eyes or heard it with your own ears?" This. Elder Wang was stunned. It was imperial concubine Qin who said that. She also said that this woman forced her to kneel and even claimed that only members of the royal family were worthy of kneeling to her. Chapter 1882. Mu Xuexin's expression turned even colder. "How can you believe Qin Fei's words? Shouldn't you be thanking me if I say that Qin Fei has an affair with someone and is pregnant with a bastard child?" It was just a casual remark, but it made Qin Fei's heart skip a beat and her face turn pale. It was indeed Mu Xuexin's doing. Otherwise, how would she know that she was pregnant? Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth in hatred. "Princess, how can you speak so casually? Framing others? Old Wang was very displeased. To be honest, he was very unhappy with how His Majesty doted on the fourth princess. The fourth princess was just a woman. No matter how much he doted on her, she would still have to be betrothed to someone else. It was better to give more care to the little prince. The little prince was a part of the royal family. Mu Xiaofan shrugged. You already said that I'm framing her, so why do you believe Qin Fei's words? Old Wang's expression was very ugly. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. I saw Qi Su trying to strangle Her Highness with my own eyes. She should be executed for plotting against the imperial consort. This time, he wanted to see how the fourth princess was going to help these people. Plotting against the royal family was a capital crime. That's right. Suddenly, a powerful voice sounded from behind the crowd. Plotting against the royal family is indeed a capital crime. With that, a middle-aged man walked over under the protection of a group of people. The man was handsome and looked somewhat similar to Mu Xiaofan. The aura of the people beside him wasn't any weaker than Old Wang. A divine king expert? There was only one person in the drifting wind country who could bring so many divine kings with him. Before the crowd could guess the man's identity, Old Wang and the guards knelt down. Greetings, Your Majesty. Joy flashed on Qin Fei's face. His Majesty said that plotting against the royal family was a capital crime? Could it be that he was here to stand up for her? That made sense. She had plotted against the princess, but His Majesty didn't punish her. This meant that he must have treated her as his true love. Now that she was almost killed, how could His Majesty not do anything? Perhaps it was because of the Emperor's arrival, but Qin Fei raised her head and said arrogantly, Qi Su, what else do you have to say? I'm a consort, and you dare to humiliate me? You're simply disrespecting His Majesty. Qi Zheng and Qi Mo heaved a sigh of relief. His Majesty was here and he was clearly on imperial concubine Qin's side. This time, no matter how powerful Yun Luofeng was, he wouldn't be able to escape death. Qi Su, Qi Zheng's face was cold. If you let your mother apologize to Fei Fei, I will save her life. Of course, she's no longer the first madam of the Qi family. She can only be a servant. From now on, Fei Fei will be the only madam of the Qi family. Jian Fei Fei's face was full of smiles, and she could not hide the pride in her eyes. Lin Qing, no matter how hard you try, you will never be able to defeat me in this lifetime. From now on, I'm the Qi family's matriarch, and you're just a servant. I'll pay you back for what you and your son have done to me these past few days. But, Jian Fei Fei did not reveal her thoughts. She said softly, Husband, isn't this too cruel? After all, Lin Qing has given birth to your children. Why don't you let her be your concubine? Fei Fei, you're so kind, unlike that evil woman, Lin Qing. Since you're so magnanimous, I'll treat you well. These people talked among themselves and did not notice the smile on Qi Su's face and the cold look on Mu Zhentian's face. I haven't finished speaking. Plotting against the royal family is a capital crime. However, imperial concubine Qin has already been demoted to a commoner. She's no longer my concubine. Chapter 1883. Qin Fei's smile froze. The smugness in Qi Zheng's and Jian Fei Fei's eyes hadn't disappeared yet. They were dumbfounded by Mu Zhentian's words. What did His Majesty say? Qin Fei was no longer a member of the royal family? Your Majesty! Imperial concubine Qin screamed and looked at him with a pitiful gaze. What has this subject's concubine done for your Majesty to treat this subject's concubine like this? Mu Zhentian's face darkened. You bullied my benefactor, and you bullied him. What should I do? Qin Fei's face paled and she asked weakly, Your Majesty, what do you mean? When did I bully your benefactor? Before she could finish her words, Mu Zhentian interrupted her coldly, Miss Yun is my savior. You brought people to bully her, and you still want me to stand up for you? Boom! As soon as Mu Xintian finished speaking, he struck out with his palm. Qin Fei's body flew 100 feet away and fell to the ground with a bang. Old man Wang was scared out of his wits. A chill ran from the bottom of his feet to the bottom of his heart. He shrunk his shoulders, subconsciously trying to reduce his presence. All of this had occurred too unexpectedly, and it was to the extent that he was still unable to react to it. Ah! Qin Fei let out a shrill scream. She clutched her stomach tightly as blood flowed out from her stomach. Her face was extremely pale. Qi Zheng wasn't proficient in medicine, but he had learned a few tricks when Yun Yuqing was around. He was startled when he saw Qin Fei's lower body bleeding. If it was just her period, there wouldn't be so much blood, could it be? Qi Zheng was overjoyed, but he calmly walked in front of Qin Fei and felt her pulse. When he felt her pulse, his expression suddenly became sorrowful. Your Majesty, the Empress has a miscarriage. Even if you don't love the Empress anymore, the child in her stomach is your child. Even if you don't give face to the monk, give face to the Buddha and save the Empress. He obviously didn't do it for Qin Fei, he just wanted to live. If Qin Fei had a child, His Majesty would definitely soften and the Qi family would be able to escape. However, Qi Zheng didn't notice that Qin Fei's face became paler and paler. She gripped her skirt tightly and her eyes were filled with despair. It's over. This time, it was all over no matter what he said. Ever since I fell sick, I have never touched Qi Qin again. How could she get pregnant? Perhaps it was because concubine Qin had angered Mu Xintian so much that he didn't even think about it. What? His Majesty did not touch imperial concubine Qin? Qi Zheng's face instantly turned pale, and he said timidly, Your Majesty, are you mistaken? Imperial concubine Qin had always been gentle and virtuous, how could she do such a dissolute thing? Your Majesty must have pampered her ladyship and forgotten. At this moment, Qi Zheng's words came out without thinking, which made Mu Xintian's face turn cold. Humph! Concubine Qin couldn't bear the loneliness and betrayed us. Now she wants us to be the scapegoat? Ever since I recovered, I have spent the past few months in my study. You can find out from the records. Mu Xintian's eyes were cold. Guards, take concubine Qin back and put her in custody. I'll deal with her after I find out the truth. Hearing this, Qin Fei hurriedly got up from the ground and staggered towards Mu Xintian. Your Majesty, I'm innocent. It's Mu Xuexin, she deliberately framed me. Hearing that Qin Fei wanted to frame Mu Xuexin, Mu Xintian became even angrier. Concubine Qin is unrepentant and wants to frame the fourth princess. She's guilty. Chapter 1884. Your Majesty, I'm not lying. Right, the Spirit Gathering Hall. The Spirit Gathering Hall was opened by the second prince of Tianqi country. Qi Su is already a citizen of Tianqi country. He betrayed the country. Mu Xuexin must know about this. They're working together to deal with Drifting Wind country. My son is the only prince of Drifting Wind country. She's doing this to drag my son down with her. Qin Fei panicked and wanted to push the blame onto Mu Xuexin. Even if she couldn't escape death, she wouldn't let these people off easily. Mu Xintian's eyes darkened. Speaking of this little prince, I wonder if he's my son. I'm going to test his blood when I return later. Qin Fei's body went limp and she lay on the ground. Her eyes were filled with despair as she bit her lips. But it's also a fact that Qi Su had an affair with the second prince of Tianqi country. How can you protect them, Your Majesty? Affair? An evil and cold voice came from the side. Qin Fei's lips trembled as she turned to look at the woman beside her. Yun Luofeng's lips curled. Who told you that the Spirit Gathering Hall belongs to the second prince of Tianqi country? Qin Fei was stunned. What did that mean? Didn't Qi Su sell the formula of the Spirit Gathering solution to the second prince? Otherwise, she wouldn't have let the Spirit Gathering Hall go. That's just a rumor. How can you take it seriously? Did you hear Qi Su admit it? Yun Luofeng glanced at Qin Fei expressionlessly. Qin Fei finally came back to her senses and wanted to pounce on Qi Su. Qi Su, you liar! How dare you lie to your aunt? I'm going to kill you. Qi Su took 2 steps back and frowned. He sneered, if I didn't say that, you wouldn't have taken advantage of His Majesty's illness and taken away my elixir-gathering hall. I remember General Li saying that my spirit-gathering hall belonged to the Qi family. You wanted to take it by force. This spirit-gathering hall belonged to the Qi family. You're the one who stole it. Qin Fei still didn't know how to repent. Mu Xintian gave the 2 people beside him a look. They immediately stepped forward and held Qin Fei down so that she couldn't move. What is the Qi family? Qi Su raised his head and looked at Mu Xintian. Your Majesty, I have one more thing to ask of your Majesty. Facing Qi Su, Mu Xintian looked much more relaxed. He quite liked this kid, and it wasn't just because of Mu Xuexin. Rather, this kid's talent was not bad, and his character was excellent. Only such a youth was worthy to be the son-in-law of the imperial family. Feel free to speak your mind. Your Majesty, Qi Zheng brought Jian Feifei back from outside previously. That's fine, but just now, I learned something. Qi Su looked at Qi Zheng coldly, and the killing intent in his eyes intensified. Qi Zheng is inhumane. He killed my brother and even asked Jian Feifei's son, Qi Mo, to pretend to be the eldest son of the Qi family. What? Everyone turned pale with fright and looked at Qi Zheng in disbelief. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. How could he do such a thing that went against his conscience? Qi Zheng's mouth was dry as he quibbled. What nonsense are you talking about? So many years had passed since then, so how could he have known? Do you want to know how I know? Qi Su sneered. Ever since I found out that Qi Mo wasn't my brother, I asked my uncle. When my mother was about to give birth, my aunt was also outside the door. She even heard the child crying. Yet, you said that my mother was pregnant with a stillborn child? For this reason, I made a special investigation. Fortunately, the heavens do not disappoint those who persevere. I found out that you once plotted against my elder brother. Chapter 1885. Su, is what you said true? A trembling voice came from inside the door. Qi Su was shocked. He looked up and saw a tear-stained face. Mother, why are you out? Su, I'm only asking you, is what you said true? Lin Qing clenched her fists tightly, her body trembling. Qi Su nodded with a bitter smile. It's true. Lin Qing knew that her son would never lie to her, so she glared at Qi Zheng angrily. Back then, you killed my son so that Jian Feifei's son could sneak into the Qi family and become the eldest son. In the end, you're saying that it's my fault? Qi Zheng, how can you be so inhumane? You were the one who harmed my innocent child and made me raise your child for your mistress. Yet, you forced me to apologize after bringing my mistress into the Qi family. Lin Qing staggered as she thought about what had happened that day. Tears flowed down her cheeks uncontrollably. 3 months ago, you said that I took away Jian Feifei's son and separated them, so it was all my fault. You forced me to kneel down and apologize to Jian Feifei. However, before that, I didn't know that Qi Mo wasn't my son. What I didn't know was that you killed my son. Everyone was furious because of Qi Zheng's actions. When they heard Lin Qing's sobbing voice, they became even more furious. There was actually such a shameless person in this world. First, she killed someone else's son and let the mistress's son sneak in. Then, she made someone else raise her son for more than 10 years. In the end, she even forced someone else to apologize. She said that she stole someone else's mother-son relationship. Even if she was shameless, there should be a limit. How did such a shameless person live to this day? Qi Zheng's face was already pale, but he still refused to admit it. Chi Su said that I killed him, so does that mean I killed him? Where's the evidence? Chi Su sneered. Do you have the guts to swear? Swear to the heavenly Tao that if you didn't kill my brother, you'll definitely go to hell after you die and never be reincarnated. Qi Zheng's face turned even paler when he heard that. A look of guilt flashed across his eyes. When the crowd saw this, they understood who was lying. So what if I did it? Qi Zheng gritted his teeth and admitted, that kid is a jinx. When he spoke, all the words in the backyard withered, and the midwives said that he was unlucky. Letting the flowers wither is bad luck? Yun Luofeng gave Qi Su a look to stop him from speaking. Then, he turned his gaze to Qi Zheng. Do you believe that I also have a way to make flowers wither? What? Qi Su was stunned. Yun Luofeng laughed evilly. There is a type of soil called yellow sky soil. Mix this soil with spirit flowers, grind it into powder, and sprinkle it on the flowers, and the flowers will wither. If you don't believe me, you can ask the doctors here. Even though Qi Zheng had learned some medical skills, unfortunately, he was not talented and was only a dabbler. Naturally, he did not know about this. There were also doctors among the people brought by Mu Zhentian. After hearing Yun Luofeng's words, they all nodded. That's right. This method can make flowers wither. Qi Zheng, who originally insisted on his own idea, suddenly changed his expression when he heard what the people from the royal family said. This is impossible. How could the things you mentioned be in the Qi family? The flowers of the Qi family withered in an instant. It's definitely not because of those things. Is that so? Qi Su sneered. He had already caught a glimpse of Jian Feifei's pale face. He continued, just in time, I found the midwife from back then. Chapter 1886. Back then, the Qi family wasn't very powerful. In addition, he was confident that he could deceive everyone, so he didn't kill the midwife. Even if someone questioned him, he would be the one who stood on the side of reason. Yes, Qi Su felt that he was right, so he wasn't worried about exposing himself. Besides, he didn't want Lin Qing to be too sad by letting him enter the residence. As for Jian Feifei, he wanted to deal with the midwife. However, the midwife was very cunning and didn't give Jian Feifei a chance. Besides, Jian Feifei wasn't strong enough back then, so the midwife escaped. Qi Su had spent a lot of effort to find her. Greetings, Your Majesty. The midwife walked out under the lead of two people and knelt in front of the emperor. When Jian Feifei saw the midwife, her body swayed a few times and she almost fainted. Tell me, what's going on? Mu Zhentian asked with a cold face. The midwife trembled. It's Jian Feifei. She gave me a bottle of medicine and asked me to apply it on those flowers. She also told the master of the Qi family that the child was unlucky. At that time, Jian Feifei could take the opportunity to ask for her son to enter the residence. Your Majesty, Jian Feifei promised me 100 taels of silver back then, but I accidentally told my son. My son knows more and said that Jian Feifei would kill me, so. Her voice was trembling. I didn't dare to ask for the 100 taels of silver and ran away. Your Majesty, I really know my mistake. Please let me go on account that I didn't take the money. Mu Zhentian snorted. Do you know that your actions have harmed an innocent person's life? It's only right that you pay with your life. After saying that, he looked at Jian Feifei fiercely. Jian Feifei staggered a few steps back, her entire body trembling. Qi Zheng knew that the midwife was telling the truth when he saw her. Jian Feifei. He shouted angrily. All these years, why had Qi Zheng doted on Jian Feifei so much? Wasn't it because of Jian Feifei's kindness? Back then, he had strangled his eldest son and was worried about how to explain it to Lin Qing. It was Jian Feifei who stood up and claimed that she was willing to sacrifice herself to help Lin Qing. It was because of this that he felt so guilty towards her. She even thought that Lin Qing had robbed her of her mother. Never would he have thought that all of this was part of her plan. Qi Zheng's eyes were filled with grief and indignation. He even thought that everything would be different if his eldest son had not died. The Qi family's glory was his, the spirit-gathering elixir was also his, and Qi Su was still very filial to him. Obviously, Qi Zheng hadn't reflected on his mistakes up until now, and he'd pushed the blame onto Jian Feifei instead. With Qi Zheng's angry shout, Jian Feifei's mental defenses finally collapsed and she fell to the ground with a bang. Her face was pale. In this extreme fear, she couldn't say a word. Enough. Seeing that Qi Zheng was about to teach Jian Feifei a lesson, Qi Su shouted coldly, "You don't have the right to punish her. This woman has caused my mother to suffer so much and even caused the death of my brother. I'll deal with her myself. As for you," Qi Su smiled coldly, "do you think death is a release? No. He would make him suffer for the rest of his life." Yun Luofeng's body was still leaning lazily against the tree. When he turned around and saw the hostility in Qi Su's eyes, he couldn't help but curl his lips. For a person, death was the easiest choice. Chapter 1887. There was a way to live a life worse than death. Yun Luofeng didn't ask about this because she knew that Qi Su would take care of it himself. Qi Su's words frightened Qi Zheng. His voice trembled as he said, "Su, I'm your father." "Father?" Qi Su smiled mockingly. "My father died a long time ago, when he killed my big brother." Qi Su's face paled and he stumbled to the ground. His face was ashen and his eyes were filled with pain. He regretted it. He regretted listening to slander and killing that newborn child. He regretted even more, treating Qi Su this way after Yun Yuqing disappeared. Unfortunately, everything had already happened. There was no point in regretting it. Qi Su. Just as the atmosphere became extremely heavy, a lazy voice suddenly rang out, causing everyone's gaze to fall upon the peerlessly beautiful face. Mu Xintian hadn't paid much attention to Yun Luofeng at first. He only knew that this woman was his benefactor. However, at this moment, when he saw the woman's devilishly beautiful face, a look of shock flashed across his eyes. Similar. Too similar. He and Yun Yuqing looked exactly the same. It would be hard to believe that they weren't related. Moreover, this woman had appeared by Qi Su's side and taken Qi Ling as her disciple. If it wasn't for Yun Yuqing, how could she have met the Qi siblings so coincidentally? And she had even helped him without any hesitation? Master. Qi Su didn't hide Yun Luofeng's identity anymore. Concubine Qin had already passed away and the Qi family was nothing to be afraid of. He didn't need to worry anymore. Qi Zheng, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly widened his eyes when he heard this. He stared at Yun Luofeng. "Who are you?" Even though this woman looked like Yun Yuqing, they didn't connect the two of them. This was because one of the two women was extremely beautiful and powerful, while the other was trying to curry favor with Qi Su. Yes, in everyone's eyes, Yun Luofeng was only using her similar appearance to Yun Yuqing to get close to Qi Su. She wanted to obtain wealth through Qi Su. After all, even though Qi Su had been expelled from the Qi family, who could guarantee that he wouldn't return one day? However, Qi Su actually addressed this woman as his master. Mu Xintian and his daughter looked calm, but they were shocked at the same time. Fortunately, they had vaguely guessed Yun Luofeng's identity, so they were not as shocked as the others. "Whatever relationship you think we have, that's our relationship." Under everyone's shocked gazes, Yun Luofeng slowly opened his mouth. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, and his voice was as calm as the wind. She did not admit it, nor did she deny it. Even if she thought that Yun Yuqing and Bai Ling were the same person. Qi Su seemed to have thought of something and his eyes were startled. "Master, are you and my master really related? Would you believe me if I said I don't know?" Yun Luofeng raised an eyebrow and turned to Qi Su. In addition, no matter in front of others or behind them, you don't need to call me master. Ling is my disciple, so you can just call me by my name. Otherwise, if Bai Ling was Yun Yuqing, their relationship was in a mess. She didn't know. Chi Su was a little confused. If it was, then it was. If it wasn't, then it wasn't. How could he not know? I'm sleepy. Hurry up and take care of things here. Don't let them disturb my rest. Yun Luofeng clearly didn't want to say anything else. She stretched lazily and walked around the crowd toward the Qi family.